Felix spawned in his newly bought standard house that had 2 floors and 1 basement. Felix spent a quite large sum on buying this house since it was within the inner circle of the capital city, where all of the centers, markets, and companies were concentrated. He would rather spend more coins on getting this one than to buy a cheap house on the outskirts of the city and spend more time traveling to reach the inner circle. Felix scanned the basic decor of the house and left it as it is without changing or adding anything. He preferred keeping things simple. He then stepped outside and locked the door shut, planning to head towards the Supremacy Games Administration office. Anyone who wanted to start his climb in the SG platform must first sign a strict contract in this office. A contract that presented all the rules, terms, conditions, rewards, and more of such during the participation in the games. A fully conclusive contract that had been modified over and over again for 1,000,000 years until a solid version without a single loophole had been created. This was how the players die in real life if they died in a game. The moment Felix signs, his life would be bound to the SG rules. Hence, if he died in a game, his consciousness which was connected to the Queen would be crushed by her without mercy. No one could escape this fate, not even the son of a race leader. The alliance kept going smoothly only due to those strict rules that were being enforced by the Queen AI. After a while, Felix got out of the hovering cab and stood in front of the unique-looking administration office. It was made of a 2-structure building. The first one designed in this shape, completely made out of white glass. Meanwhile, the other structure was composed of black glass in the shape of. Those were 2 letters from the common universal language and they meant SG in English respectively. In other words, they were abbreviations for Supremacy Games. Felix entered the shaped building, as this one was responsible for all the paperwork of the Alexander Kingdom SG branch. He passed through the line of participants who were queuing to join the deadly games, hoping to change their poor fate and strike rich. After all, if they won a single game, they could wish for richness and it would be fulfilled, as long as it was within reason. Felix stood in front of the receptionist and asked politely for the fastest appointment. "Sir, the earliest free appointment is 6 hours from now. Do you want to reserve it?" she asked professionally with a light smile. "Yes, please. I will pay up front for the services." Felix put his bracelet in the scanning device, and 100.000 SC was deducted from his bank account. This was merely the payment for signing the contract, nothing more, nothing less. This fee was added later to limit the newbies' large numbers surge. "Thank you, sir, for your cooperation. Do you wish to wait in the normal lounge or the VIP lounge?" she asked. "Neither, I am leaving. Goodbye." Felix immediately turned his back and left the building swiftly. He was not stupid to waste 6 hours doing nothing but paying for their expensive drinks and food. He would rather go to the training center and spend those 6 hours practicing his abilities and creating new methods of using them more efficiently. That was exactly what he did. After 20 minutes, the hovering cab stopped in front of the training center, which appeared just like a large-scale gym that had 80 floors with see-through glass windows, showing bloodliners either sparring with each other or practicing on machines, somewhat resembling the ones Felix used on the measurement center. Felix changed his formal clothes to a training outfit with a snap of a finger and walked to the training center. Sir, mind considering to join my club? It has rooms that have dummies AI with medium difficulty. Plus, our leader is a renowned first-stage bloodliner. Handsome. Join my Diamond of Hearts club instead. It was founded by a group of beauties. Trust me, you will never feel lazy in their presence. I can promise you a date if you choose to join my Limitless club. Please consider. Immediately after he stepped inside, he was surrendered by 3 cute girls chirping rapidly, each relying on their own techniques to steal his attention from their competitors. Felix looked at their hazy puppy eyes and firmly rejected their recruitment. No thank you. Without waiting for the second round of harassment, he wiggled away from their clutches, heading towards the elevator. Tisk, impotent bastard. One of them left in irritation to hunt for other prey. Meanwhile, the girl who promised him a date pulled a mirror from her AP bracelet and touched her face gently while murmuring, "How can he resist my cuteness? I wasted 200.000 SC on modifying my face. Hee hee, your face is so fake, only a blind person would actually fall for you. Maybe you should stop promising them dates. You are creeping the newcomers away." The last girl that was beside her sneered and walked away, trying to seek another newbie. Seema, you bitch, I had enough of your insults. The girl did not back down, but took it a step further and threw the mirror at Seema's head. Bam! Ouch! Seema yelped in pain after the mirror made clear contact with her scalp, causing a small wound to open up right above her forehead. Blood drops began to slide slowly from the wound down her flushed red cheeks. You slut! You asked for it. Seema yelled furiously and jumped on the girl, grabbing her hair viciously. Of course, her hair wasn't spared as well from being pulled and dragged around. Instantly, their fight turned into a hot cat fight for the bloodliners on the first floor and the streetwalkers outside to spectate. No one broke them apart or bothered to report this to the management team. They merely gawked in enjoyment with lewd expressions at the two girls ripping each other clothes with their sharp nails. Felix, who indirectly started this, was nowhere to be found on the first floor, as he already took the elevator and reached the 21st floor. This time, only two males asked him if he wanted to join their clubs politely. Felix rejected them with a head shake, and they left him alone in peace after. Sigh, the competition for newcomers is really as fierce as ever. Felix sighed in frustration over having to deal with the upcoming tens of requirement offers, as he knew that in the training center there were about 35 clubs or so ruling those 80 floors. In the earlier days, there were actually 80 clubs, each ruling one floor, but they were later either annexed and devoured by stronger clubs or merged with other ones to defend their training territory. This was how the training center was being operated now. The strong get more floors to train in and practice, while the weak could only get kicked out of the center due to lack of space. After all, there was only one training center in the entire capital city, and it could not hold every bloodliner who wished to train peacefully. This was not like other companies or centers where one just needed to wait in line for his turn, but a place where a bloodliner needs to earn his entry ticket by fighting his way through the floors, and the higher he climbs, the better the training equipment, rooms, and AI dummies he would find. Felix stopped at the 21st floor because he was positive he could win against a bloodliner here and take his place rightfully, without having to pass a club trails to secure a spot. Even though those clubs were ruling the floors, they were not working in a dictatorship system where either you join them or scram. In fact, they operate on one rule: you want to train on a floor? Simply challenge one and take his spot, or pass our trails and secure one. Felix was planning on taking the challenge route. Confident, he cracked his knuckles forcefully while walking inside the noisy training floor. Who wants to be a good lad and give me his spot? He smirked as he taunted everyone who was in his plain sight. Unfortunately, no one paid Felix any attention to his challenge. They simply carried on their training or chatting out loud with laughs and giggles thrown here and there. Their reaction was quite understandable, as in each day there were at least 10 bloodliners coming to challenge them. Were they supposed to act shocked and surprised each time someone made an entry? No one had the time or effort for that. It was much better to ignore the challenger and remain low-key to not be chosen and annoyed. Thus, Felix stood in front of the entrance with his eyelids twitching like a retard. His existence was utterly ignored. Without wasting a single second, he turned around and swiftly took the elevator to the 22nd floor. He did not have the face to remain there after his failed entrance. Better try with a new floor. The moment he entered the elevator, the noisy 21st floor went quiet for a few seconds. Then, out of nowhere, celebration cries were resounding thunderously. Fuck! It really worked. Hunin, you genius bastard. This idea of yours is really gonna help us lower the challenges to the limit. A young man with a red rooster hairstyle proclaimed excitedly. The hell? It actually turned out that they were relying on a technique to control the challenges and not because they were numb to taunts. True. No one will dare remain on our floor after they get shunned and ignored like this. You guys give me too much credit. I am simply tired of the constant challenges. Fuck, they always pick me for some reason. Hunin sighed in vexation. Everyone rolled their eyes in annoyance at his ignorance. After all, he was a 1.45 man with the face of a 12-years kid. Who wouldn't assume that he was the weakest based on his appearance? But Hunin didn't want to change or modify his persona, because he always said that he was more comfortable like this, which was honestly quite creepy. Alright, we will do a few more experiments, and if all is well, we will hide it from other clubs to not take advantage of it. A large man with a bushy beard and flat wooden Hummer on his shoulder suggested. Yes, leader, from now on we will only accept club applications and challenges shall be ignored. A beautiful red-haired lady with long red sharp nails added coldly. Af. Everyone called out loud, affirming the leader's decision. Clubs were using a voting system to decide every decision that affected them since they were merely a group of random bloodliners protecting their training spots. Nothing more, nothing less. The leader could not order them around like they were in an army. Every important decision must be voted on. Even after entering the elevator, bewilderment was still clouding Felix's face. He couldn't believe that his taunt, which never failed him before, did not manage to capture anyone's attention. Something weird is going on that floor. It's impossible for arrogant, self-centered bloodliners, who can't handle a single insult, to simply vanish. Tiring. The elevator stopped and the door opened up slowly. Whatever, let's try it again. If it still does not work, it simply means the horrifying truth that arrogant pricks are extinct in this timeline. Felix shivered at that dreadful idea. After all, who was he going to bully and plunder if there was no one to offend him? Fortunately for him, the moment he stepped inside the packed floor and repeated his taunt, the expected pin-drop silence engulfed the floor. Whoosh! Suddenly, everyone turned their heads at the same time to see who dared to challenge them with such a ballsy claim. Felix was overjoyed after seeing their murderous gazes. That's it. My taunt is still as efficient as ever. He quickly added a side taunt to anger them even further. No one? Never mind then, might as well head upward. Your equipment is trash anyway. Felix turned around planning to walk towards the elevator. But before he took one step, a sudden roar assaulted his ears. Where the fuck do you think you are going after belittling my floor like this? You came to challenge. Then you better take your pick fast before I break the rules and throw you out of the window. A humongous man, resembling a giant with broad shoulders, bald head, and only one pierced ear threatened Felix with his booming voice. That's right. You better listen to the leader of Fire Saga Club, lest you find yourself on the ground floor broken like a doll. A monkey-like bloodliner with brown hair covering his entire body, and long bushy playful tail, urged Felix mockingly while hanging from the ceiling. I see, well I pick you then. I don't want to train while having your ugly face around me constantly. Felix fired a jab unexpectedly at the dumbfounded monkey, who only wanted to kiss his boss's ass a little. He did not know that Felix only needed one person to speak so he could target him. Haha, anyone who insults Monkey Lee is a friend of mine. If you manage to kick this boot-licking monkey from this floor, I will buy you a drink, handsome. A gorgeous woman with long wavy pink hair in a ponytail hairstyle promised Felix with an alluring smile. The leader gave her a side glance but said nothing. Fuck. Not fair, Nora. I spent months asking you for a date and you always ignored me. So why would you promise this weakling? A good-looking man cried unjustly. Can you beat Monkey Lee? Nora asked scornfully. Cough, never mind, might as well hit on Melody. The man murmured under his breath, totally ignoring Nora after hearing her ultimatum. Felix glanced at Nora with interest and thought, what a bonus. Might as well warm the newly bought bed tonight. Tonight 9 p.m. at the Widow restaurant, meet me there. Nonchalant, he gave her merely a side glance and continued eyeing the monkey dangling from the ceiling. Confident, aren't you? You should focus on Monkey Lee first. He is the second strongest one on the floor after the leader. Nora giggled charmingly with a hand covering her mouth. The leader merely kept watching everything unfold silently, not interfering in the slightest. However, his eyes had a hint of gloom at the sight of Nora acting this way. Boy, I will make you regret picking me. Monkey Lee gave Felix an icy cold gaze and suddenly began jumping from a machine to another, heading towards a specific direction. Follow me, we will use my room as the arena. Without further ado, Felix chased after him and soon after he was followed by everyone on the floor. Those who were spectating and even those who were training in their room came as well after hearing about Nora's promise and a newbie challenging the second strongest bloodliner in their club. A few seconds later, Felix reached the monkey room and found that the door was already wide open. So he stepped inside with extra vigilance, knowing that the moment he enters the room the challenge would officially begin. Whoosh! Just like he assumed, a massive tail, lashing at him speedily from his right direction, welcomed him immediately after stepping inside the room. Without a single shred of panic in his face, Felix crouched down with his head bent downwards, dodging the tail by a hair's skin. Crack! The bushy tail destroyed the wall after it missed its target. Such a heavy attack could have broken Felix's bones if it landed on him, or at least wound him badly. Felix took advantage of Monkey Lee's inability to instantly recall his tail by gripping it forcefully with his right hand. He swiftly stood up and threw Monkey Lee slightly in the air, while simultaneously preparing a 180-degree full-powered round kick. Aiming to strike Monkey Lee's head after gravity pulls him down. New. Thwog! A skull-crushing sound echoed in the room after Felix's 2800 BF kick made direct contact with the horrified face of Monkey Lee. Yet, that wasn't all. As Felix's kick was so strong, it forcefully sent Monkey Lee flying away, almost breaking the sound barrier. Boom! His body smashed right into the ceiling of the room, creating a monkey figure within it. The room was extremely wide, as it was almost the same as the one in the measurement center. Thus, Monkey Lee's body was thrown quite far distance. Irked, Felix dusted his hand from the bushy tail strands with black lines on his forehead. Can't he buy strands fixation and save us from this revulsion? He questioned in irritation, but no one answered him. Those who were rushing here, hoping to watch either a great battle or one-sided thrashing from Monkey Lee, stood frozen in their place, not knowing how to react to the heart-wrenching sound of Lee's skull being fractured into small pieces and the following sound of his body colliding with the wall. They didn't see what exactly happened inside the room since the battle didn't last for even 2 seconds. It was too fast. It broke their senses and stunned them speechless. Was the one buried in the ceiling really Monkey Lee, the second strongest member of their club, or their eyes were playing tricks on them? They wondered to themselves. F a thud. Monkey Lee's body fell from the ceiling and smashed into the ground, lying there unmoving. After seeing his messed up, bloodied face, they felt a tide of varied emotions assault their minds. Disbelief, fear, excitement, and adoration. Each bloodliner had a different expression, as they kept switching sight between Monkey Lee's body and Felix, who didn't stop cleaning his hands from the tail's hair for even a second. He truly didn't give a crap about the raging chaos he caused on those bloodliners' minds. They didn't know what integration percentage or stage Felix was on to destroy Monkey Lee in such a swift and brutal manner. However, they knew that Monkey Lee was a lesser purity first-stage bloodliner, and for him to lose from a single strike, they felt that Felix was at least a peak first-stage bloodliner or higher. This somewhat explained their varied expressions, as some of them couldn't understand why such a strong bloodliner was doing on their floor where his real place should be at least on the 36th floor or so. Meanwhile, some didn't bother thinking about so in the slightest. In fact, their exciting expression entailed that Felix was probably going to get harassed by them to join their Fire Saga Club and protect their floor from their rivals' aggression. How could they miss inviting such a strong bloodliner that came by himself to their doorstep, while others weaker than him never bat an eye to their recruitment? One could only wonder how would they react if they found out that Felix was merely at lesser purity. Satisfied by Felix's showing, Nora smiled pleasantly while walking towards him with enticing steps. Handsome, we're something nice tonight. She touched his AP bracelet and continued whispering softly in his ears. I have added my chat ID inside your contacts. Make sure to call me later. She then left through the hungry pack of wolves that always desired her, but never tasted her before. After all, she was the third strongest bloodliner on this floor, with integration reaching almost the lesser purity of the first stage. And for them to lust for her without having the strength to even beat her properly, it was quite shameful, honestly. Felix glanced at her perky rear and thought, I hope Asuna doesn't wake up tonight and cockblock me. Not waiting for the rest to hammer him with questions and inquires, Felix went towards Monkey Lee's corpse, planning to throw him outside his room so when he revives 24 hours later it wouldn't be near him. Although dying wasn't possible in the cities and public hubs, the training center was a different matter entirely. Here, everyone was at risk of getting killed by anyone. Thus, if one wasn't confident in his strength, it was better to herd up with a club to receive protection. Otherwise, no one would give a crap if he got slaughtered during his training by a bloodliner that was having a bad day. Dying outside of the Supremacy Games might not result in real death, but still, one had to wait for 24h before reviving, not to mention having to a heavy fine to revive successfully. Thus, dying within the UVR wasn't really an outcome any Tom, Dick, and Harry could afford. "Close the door, AI," he ordered. The room AI followed his orders obediently and closed it shut in everyone's faces. The moment Felix won the challenge, the room became automatically his. "Sir Felix, which subscription plan do you wish to have with us? Monthly or yearly?" she asked. "Yearly, please. That would cost you 200,000 SC. Good. It's cheaper than monthly, considering 20,000 SC per month." Felix signed the holographic contract and paid for the subscription fee. In his previous life, he used to pay monthly, since he was not confident in his strength to defend his room from challenges. But now that he brutalized Monkey, the second strongest one on the floor, the news would spread quickly, which meant only a few were going to dare and challenge him. Unless they were at the second stage of replacement. But Felix wasn't worried about them at all, since they were mostly concentrated on the upper floors where better equipment and rooms exist. It was not like Felix feared contesting with them or such. He merely wanted to avoid constant harassment, as he knew that competition in the upper floors was beyond wild. One should at least expect 5 challenges a day. Sometimes it reached even 10 a day. For now, Felix wasn't interested in that at all. He only wanted to train his abilities in SG environments to remove his rustiness. "Did you connect the room to my AP bracelet?" he asked. "It was already done, sir." Felix thanked her and tapped on his bracelet, projecting a hologram interface that showcased 100 different types of environments, old game maps, and even real places like cities, famous mountains, deserts, and oceans. Inside the training room, Felix could modify or add anything as he pleased, either turning it into a 20-square-kilometer desert or bustling city filled with AI dummies that resembled humans. This was the reason entering the training center was necessary for any bloodliner. After all, having the ability to create any scenario one wanted to train in was too good to not fight for. After 10 minutes of constant modification, the entire environment of the room changed into a jungle with towering trees of different types, rivers long and wide splitting the jungle into 4 areas, and swamps hidden deep within the jungle. Felix didn't really put much thought into the map creation. He simply took an already made one and added some modifications to it. "Please add 100 AI dummies with hard difficulty and put them randomly around the map," Felix ordered while stretching on top of a tree branch. "Yes, sir. Do you want your location to be transmitted every 10 minutes, or just leave it as it is?" "Do so, please, and stop the training after 5 hours. Now begin," he said the last command while jumping from tree to tree rapidly with ease. He didn't use the ground, as he wanted to stay on the high grounds in order to facilitate his scouting and also hiding. A couple of minutes later, he found 2 AI dummies standing alertly with their backs against each other. Felix did not ambush immediately but camouflaged himself by hiding behind the tree's leaves, wanting to surveil their action first. However, his expression turned dark instantly after seeing one of them had a finger on his left temple. A clear sigh of activating a mental-type ability. He didn't know which one it was, and he wasn't planning on staying in his position to find out. Each mental ability had a fearsome effect, either on the user or on the target. Hence, before the dummy got to activate it, he got interrupted by his ally, who pushed him away from an incoming light yellow bomb. Felix snapped his finger and covered himself in sleepiness white mist, trying to block the vision of the dummies. He jumped from the tree, free-falling while throwing 2 light yellow bombs at his target midair. The dummies on the ground rolled forward reflexively, dodging the incoming bombs without even lifting their heads. Poof! Poof! The bombs exploded behind them, leaving a cloud of light yellow mist. Yet, before the mist drifted away by the wind, Felix sent 4 more bombs, 2 from their right and 2 from their left. He already reached the ground and was only 12 meters or so away from them. The dummies' retreat paths were completely blocked. Behind them were 2 clouds of mist still in the air, and 4 more bombs were coming from both directions, leaving them only to step forward and approach Felix's aura. Yet, the dummies' expression remained composed as ever without faltering. They simply stayed in their position, eyeing the incoming bombs indifferently. Few moments before the bombs made contact with them, a sphere made of a tree green leaves protected them entirely without a single opening for the poison to seep through. The bombs exploded on the sphere, leaving a large cloud of mist surrendering them. Felix's attack was utterly negated by one defensive active ability leave sphere. Nonetheless, Felix smirked at this sight and dashed closer until he entered the 8 meters radius. He then snapped his finger and the white aura withdrew rapidly through his pores, switching instantly to a light yellow mist, bursting from his body until it engulfed him and the 2 dummies inside. Still, he didn't stop since the sphere was blocking the inducement from affecting them. So, he did the unexpected and grabbed a large rock, launching it at the sphere with his behemoth strength. Whoosh! The rock flew straight into the sphere, penetrating it from the front and exited from the back without a single ounce of resistance. A rock thrown with 2,100 BF was not a joke. Felix's unexpected move rewarded him more than he asked for as the mental type AI dummy who was within the sphere got interrupted again from activating his ability. If Felix used acid aura instead, the sphere might not have been corroded that swiftly, thus giving that dummy the few seconds he needed to activate his ability. For abilities that took time to activate, they were mostly ultimate abilities. The strongest of the bunch. Checkmate. Felix smirked as he saw light yellow mist enter the sphere. Afterward, it was an easy effort to kill them while paralyzed. The paralyzed inducement might have a light yellow color, but it was in fact almost transparent. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't even notice if they were inside Felix's aura or not. Sadly, that's exactly what happened to the dummies as one was too focused on trying to reactivate his ability while the other was focusing on reinforcing the sphere. After a successful hunt, Felix immediately left the area since the battle noise had probably alerted all dummies which were near them. Plus his location would soon be transmitted to everyone, so he needed to be constantly on the move to avoid getting surrendered from everywhere. Felix never had the thought of fighting 100 all at once. That was just plain stupid and arrogant. No matter what difficulty the AIs were at or how strong and unique his bloodline was, one active ability that he had no defense against could get him killed easily within the 100 of AIs. After all, they just needed to freeze him for 1 second, then bombard him with all of their offensive abilities. Felix was positive that his physical defense wasn't enough to protect him from that salvo. That's why one should always look for the safest path to victory and not the most dashing. After 5 hours of constant training within the jungle, Felix managed to kill 54 dummies out of 100, which was a huge achievement considering the short duration he had, plus those 100 dummies were all targeting him and not in a free-for-all battle style. But Felix still felt that he could have done better and killed all of them for merely 3 hours if he had the same shape in his previous life. A step by step, no need to rush. I will soon remove this rust and reach my peak form again, Felix said calmly while walking towards the door, planning to end his training for the day. His appointment with the administration office was almost due. Sir Felix, do you wish to save those modifications or return the room into its basic form again? The AI asked. Keep it like this. I still have not finished training in this format yet. He answered and stepped outside. As you command. The AI closed the door behind him, leaving the jungle that had bloody bodies all over the place untouched. Immediately after leaving the room, Felix was met with sneaky glances and peeks, or outright direct stares. He ignored those emotional looks that everyone was giving him and went straight to the elevator. The further he walked away from them, the louder their gossip got, to the point they were talking out loud by the time he entered the elevator. Does anyone know his name? A flamboyant-haired man asked the group he was in. Unfortunately, everyone shook their heads, having no idea who, why, and where did Felix come from. They assumed that he was either a visitor from another city in the kingdom, wanting to spend some time training here, or he just moved in and planned to remain here for a long time. Their assumption was based on the fact that Felix was a peak first-stage bloodliner, and for him to have such strength, yet never showed up before in the training center, only made them reach those two conclusions. That being said, they didn't care where he came from and for how long he planned on staying on their floor. The only thing that mattered to them was having him join their club to receive extra protection when a club challenges them for the floor's rulership. Unfortunately, they had no idea that Felix didn't give a crap about who takes command of the floor. As long as he beat the strongest in a club, he would always have his spot secured without entering those battles. Sigh, I sure do hope that Nora speaks some goodwill about our club, and invite him properly. Hee hee. I joined this club only due to Nora's beauty, so I doubt he will refuse if she actively recruited him. A tough-looking man with sharp long bones coming from his elbow joints answered with certainty. You too, Minty. I thought I was the only one who joined due to Nora. Someone exclaimed in surprise within the pack. What the hell, me too. I can't sleep at night without coming to the club at least once to see her. Added a tall thin man with a spellbound expression. Cough, I joined because of Melody. A rugged huff came out of a man who was benching 100 kilograms of weight in each hand. Me because of Becky. Fuck. How I wish I could grope her perky, but just once. Suddenly every male on the floor followed after this group and started to confess their reasons for joining the club. Sadly for the girls, none of them were proper. The girls left the public training hall and entered their rooms, not wanting to dirty their ears anymore by those shameless bastards. As the men were chatting out loud with lecherous faces, a rigid voice interrupted them. Did none of you guys join because of my strength? Everyone's faces turned instantly black after seeing their silent giant leader cracking his knuckles while standing next to the entrance, clearly blocking their escape. Sigh, you guys are really immoral and despicable to speak about our sisters like this. I abhor being mentioned in the same breath as you. Disappointed, the flamboyant-haired man kept shaking his head as he approached the leader, trying to stand next to him like a faithful dog. Too bad. His plan just made it worse for him, as the giant's hand clutched his head and lifted him from the ground effortlessly. Ouch! Ouch! Aye! My skull is being crushed, leader. Put me down, please. He bellowed miserably while his hands were trying their best to free his head. Sadly, his penny strength couldn't nudge a single finger. Do you take me for a fool, Leorio? I was watching you from the beginning, bragging loudly that you touched Melody's ass. Daring to even defame your sisters now. The leader raised Leorio until they were face to face and offered him a warm smile. Let me give something to brag about later. Whoosh. Without warning, he hurled Leorio by his head like a cannonball through the open window. Away? Everyone felt a sudden chill course their spine as they listened to Leorio's screech, nosediving from the 22-inch floor. Thud. A body fell straight on a moving hovercar, breaking its front glass window entirely and scaring the shit of the driver, who was face-timing his wife with his bracelet. What was that flesh-clapping sound, dear? Are you cheating on me again in the UVR? And you even dare to FaceTime me while doing so? I will fucking cut your dick off if you don't log out now. His insecure, crazy wife immediately connected the crushing sound to an obscene sound in her mind with absolutely no common sense. The poor man's entire week was ruined wrongly by Leorio's vulgar bragging remark. Aggrieved, he could only try to pacify his wife with watery eyes over this injustice. In the SG administration office, Felix was waiting in the lounge for his appointment patiently. A few minutes later, he was called for earlier than he expected, which only meant that the bloodliner that was inside the room read and signed the contract faster than the anticipated duration. Felix walked unhurriedly towards the elevator and clicked on the 4th floor button. A few seconds later, he stepped inside the floor and knocked on the 3rd room that was on his right side. Come in, please. An aged voice responded to his knock. Felix opened the door gently, not daring to act without manners in the presence of SGA's official. Even though this was merely a branch in a human kingdom, Felix still needed to show the correct attitude when dealing with anyone in the SGA governance circle, whether outer or inner, lest he gets refused entry to the games based on some bullshit reason. Hello, sir, I am here to sign the participation contract. Felix bowed his head slightly and straightaway said his purpose. Please, take a seat first, son. The elderly offered warmly after seeing Felix's respectful approach. Thank you, sir. Felix sat down and waited for the elderly to give him the contract. Here you go. The official sent him a holographic thick contract that would take hours of time to just read it properly. He then added, You can ask me about anything that you don't understand. Felix thanked him for his offer, but he did not bother to even take a look at the contract. He simply asked the Queen AI to compare this contract with the SGA public contract in the database. After a few seconds, he received a confirmation that everything was exactly the same. So, he signed it without a single ounce of hesitation. He trusted the Queen's judgment more than he trusted his. The official opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something after seeing Felix's rashness, but he closed it and thought to himself, whatever, it's even better this way than to waste my time for another 6 hours explaining the same things again. Welcome to Supremacy Games, son. He stood up with a kind, elderly smile and offered Felix a handshake. Thank you. Felix shook his hand with a smile and left the room after, not wasting the elder's time by flattering him needlessly like the majority of bloodliners who came before him. They always believed that a SGA's official could help them out a little during the games. Too bad. No one had a hand on the games, except for the unbiased queen. Bribing SGA's official was just giving them free money and gifts. They wouldn't refuse the good gesture, but they sure would bail out if asked to give some leeway during the games. Good luck in the games. You will need it desperately, the elderly murmured softly while eyeing the closed door. He then called for the receptionist to send the next appointment. One could only wonder if he wished for good luck to all the bloodliners who left his room or not. Felix did not return to his house or training center after leaving the office. Rather, he went to a hovercar dealership to buy one for himself, since it was quite shameful to own a house within the inner circle of the capital without a vehicle in the garage. Plus, he started to get annoyed by riding hovercabs whenever he needed to go somewhere. Therefore, Felix spent the next half an hour browsing and testing cars, each with their own style and price tag. In the end, he purchased a classy thin dark hovercar that was neither cheap nor flamboyant, just a casual ride that offered everything necessary without being looked down upon. The last thing he wanted was for a nouveau rich second-generation kid to ruin his night with Nora by insulting his car. After test driving it around the city for an hour, his rusty driving got better and better until his wild driving skills from his previous life resurfaced again. After having his fun, he stopped and returned to his house to groom himself for the evening. 10 minutes later, Felix was humming happily in the shower, clearly in a good mood. He was finally going to ease his surpassed desire that was eating him up since the moment he was reborn. He refused to touch himself no matter what. Not because he thought that it was beneath him, rather it was because of Asna that could read his memories. He was goddamn certain that she would roast him alive after finding out. Speak of the devil and he shall arrive. Asna, who spent most of her time asleep, woke up by his delightful humming. She smelled his happiness like a hungry shark smelling blood from a mile away. How could he be happy in her presence? The nerve. Oh, my dear Felix is having a date without waking me up, she pouted. How can you not wake me up during such a fun event? Immediately after hearing her damned voice, Felix stopped humming at once with parted lips, not knowing how to respond to her teasing. The only thing he felt inside the warm shower was a coldness, bone-chilling coldness, like he was standing at the top of a mountain fully nude. He knew his night was about to be ruined. Asna giggled teasingly after seeing Felix's deadpan face, like he just heard the most heart-wrenching news in his life. Why are you upset? I also want to watch how you humans do it. Can't I do so? She asked, sulking. Asna, you have tons of my memories. I did it with hundreds of girls there. You can watch as much as you like. He requested with a pitiful look like a homeless dog. Just leave me alone in this evening. Pretty please. He truly was desperate to get laid for him to beg Asna like this. Felix held his breath, hoping that Asna wasn't in her bitchy mood and accept his request maturely. Unfortunately, that wasn't happening anytime soon. As long as she was stuck in his consciousness, her bitchy mode would always be on. Nope. I want to watch everything live. Who knows, I might even assist you in pleasing her. Asna rejected his proposal with a playful grin. Fuck my life. Felix could only cry out in despair after realizing that the greatest third wheel in the universe was living right inside of him. And she was hell-bent on ruining his night with Nora. After knowing that Asna wasn't going to leave without a bribe, Felix folded with slumped shoulders. Just tell me what you want so you can leave me alone. Asna immediately laid out her condition after seeing Felix took a step back. I simply want you to visit me here. She reminded him with a displeased tone. After all, you already can access your consciousness manually. She kept waiting for Felix to pay a visit by himself, but to no avail. He never spoke about it, never bothered thinking about it. She really couldn't handle it anymore. She prepared so many techniques and ways to seduce and harass him, but the jerk never bothered to even come to take a look at her. Felix's heart skipped a beat, but he still answered without a stutter. "Oh yes. I totally forgot about manual activation." He gave a forced laugh. "I was waiting foolishly until I reach origin purity to enter automatically." Skeptical and a bit wary, Asna raised an eyebrow after noticing something fishy about his response. But she didn't mull over it too much. In her mind, as long as he agreed to enter, she would charm him silly with her beauty the moment his eyes lands on her. "Ah so." She yawned and covered herself with the blanket. "Keep your promise tomorrow. Have fun with that ugly duckling." Afterward, she cut the connection off from his mind. Felix sighed in relief after she left. He suddenly lost his eagerness toward his date after comparing Asna's beauty with Nora's. Sign, if I keep this unfair comparison with every woman I meet, I will really stay single forever. He turned off the water and dried himself up using a towel. He then went in front of the mirror and opened a VR store. He clicked on the close button and browsed the multiple different male outfits inside the gallery. Not this one. Definitely not this. He kept scrolling down while from time to time enlarging a holographic outfit to check closely, but soon he shakes his head and continues to scroll. After testing 6 to 7 outfits, he decided to settle with a semi-formal outfit. He picked a combination from the gallery and snapped his finger. Instantly after, his naked body got covered from bottom to top with his desired outfit. Black leather shoes, slim blue marine pants, and a dark tight shirt outlining his muscles, without a suit jacket. Felix observed his new look and gave a slight head nod in praise. He then rolled his shirt sleeves to his elbows, exposing his forearms. Now it's perfect. Afterward, he clicked Purchase on the menu and closed the VR shop after a successful transfer. Felix glanced at his bracelet and found that he still had 15 minutes left before his date. Thus, he spent it modifying his messy hairstyle into a different one. In the end, he went with a smooth low-fade hairstyle. As for the hair color, he switched to his real one, spring green with dark purple tips. 8:55 p.m. in the Widow restaurant. Felix sat at a dimly lighted table that was in the center of the restaurant, surrounded by tens of tables, each taken by a couple. Nora was sitting right in front of him. She came wearing a tight-fit red dress that highlighted her assets glamorously. Plus, with her long wavy pink hair and light makeup that brightened her antique ruby eyes and glossy lips, one could easily infer that she came prepared for this date. Felix had to admit that Nora was really attractive when compared to other females, except for Asna, of course. However, he did not know if this was merely her disguise that she used to charm males or her real outlook, and he honestly didn't care about it. This was the UVR where people were supposed to unleash their desires that were bound by morals and laws in reality, not a place where one sought true love. If one wanted to identify his gender as a unicorn in the UVR, no one would stop him. This meant people could actually change genders freely. That being said, one needed to first pay a hefty fine to change genders. However, those desperate would pay it in heartbeat even if they had to take a loan. To sum everything up, if someone tried to seek love in the UVR, he could only blame his own stupidity after getting catfished by a 300-pound male who paid a fortune to appear as a gentle loli. Felix raised his glass of wine and took a small sip while admiring Nora's beauty, who was smiling beautifully with her glossy red lips. "Nora, I have to say, you truly outshone all of the ladies in the restaurant tonight." He praised her with a chuckle as he pointed out the envious looks girls and men around them kept sending. Amused, Nora took a peek and laughed softly after seeing that he was right. "I disagree with you. I think that they are looking at your handsome visage, not me." She returned his praise with flattery of her own. She then asked him the first question that must be asked on the first date in UVR. "On the scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the resemblance between your real image and your VR persona?" "I guess 2. Maybe even 3. Felix replied casually. Nora yelped in surprise. She assumed that based on Felix's strength he should have a quite good background, so he didn't need to modify his face heavily for safety. Felix chuckled lightly after seeing her surprised Pikachu face. "I am simply too scared that I will be harassed constantly by women if I change to my real face, that's all," he said sincerely. Speechless, Nora could only look at his sincere eyes, not knowing how to respond to his shamelessness. "How about you? How do you scale yourself? Felix asked her. Of course 10 out of 10, this is my real face. Nora answered with an annoyed pout. Felix merely looked at her indifferently and said, Prove it. Nora realized that Felix did not believe her claim, but she didn't worry about it. She gave him a victorious smile while showing him a holographic picture of her real self. Focused, Felix squinted his eyes at the picture. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrow in surprise after seeing her and the giant leader of the club in one picture with a large spaceship in the background. But just to be sure, he asked in his mind, Queen, run a full scan on the picture and see if there are any modifications. A second later, the Queen replied that the picture was real. Felix lifted his head and blinked his eyes at Nora, who was giving him a praise me look, and said while pointing at the giant leader, What's your relationship with this gorilla? Nora gave him a dirty glance and threatened him. Don't call my gentle brother a gorilla, lest he finds out and throws you from the window. I doubt he will be able to. He laughed. Are you saying that you can defeat my brother? Just for your information, he is a league apart from that monkey. She added in vexation. The only reason he is on the 22th floor is because he is worried about leaving me alone. Felix laughed at her after understanding her plight. You probably had a tough time with men due to his overprotection. Nora lowered her head in shame after being found out. No matter how much she tried to act charming and mature, her big brother was always watching her closely. She couldn't even act freely within the UVR, don't even mention in real life. However, she soon raised her head and said coquettishly, Aren't you afraid of him? After all, I sneaked outside for this date, but soon he will find out that I truly met with you, and he will not like it one bit. She added in ridicule after remembering the fate of the last man who took her on a date without his approval. The last man, who was sitting in your position, had his jewels destroyed in the UVR, as well as in the real world. She sneered. What shamed me more was the fact he didn't fight for my hand but knelt and begged for forgiveness. Her coquettish persona instantly changed into an arrogant cold one and asked Felix while pointing a butter knife at him. Are you going to shame me in front of my brother like the other? Or prove me that you are worthy of my company? Worthy? Worthy? She truly shouldn't have used this word in the presence of Felix. Alas, it was already too late. Felix did not answer her. He just sighed and stood up after hearing about those details, which honestly ruined his appetite and his desire for her. He took one last sip from the wineglass and put it on the table. He then arrived near the confused Nora and lifted her chin with one finger, making her stare at his face that was in the process of changing to almost resembling his real face. Nora, you disappointed me greatly tonight. He whispered in her ears with an upset tone. I expected a nice evening with each other that may end hopefully with both of us pleased. But here you are talking about your big brother breaking men's balls, and me shaming you in front of him. Spellbound, Nora stared at Felix's enlarged slits, which kept emitting a mesmerizing vibe under the dim light of the table, and could only breathe heavily near his face without interrupting him. I'm afraid that your beauty and charm is still inadequate for me to prove myself to your brother or anyone in that case. He gave her a cold smile and ordered, So forget about this night, and don't approach me in the club again, okay? Without waiting to hear her response, Felix turned around and walked away, heading towards the restaurant exit. Each step he took changed his facial visage until he left through the door with his usual above-average look. Nora's hazy eyes never left Felix's back, even after he left the restaurant. To this point, no one in the restaurant knew what happened between them to end their evening this early. Nora was one of them as well. She still had no idea how did she offend Felix. However, the way he treated her was a brand new experience in her life. Her overprotective brother and the men who had some balls to approach her only treated her like a princess, especially after seeing that her beauty was real and not fabricated like 90% of the women in the UVR. In their minds, she was a keeper, and for keepers, one must always treat them nicely and fulfill all of their desires. That was exactly how Nora was treated throughout her life. Yet, now a rogue had shown up, a rogue who gave absolutely no crap about her beauty or getting at her good books. A rogue whose face was more charming than her, especially his cold, dark violet, serpent-like eyes. She saw nothing like them before, and just remembering them made her heartbeats race and her body to heat up. She didn't know why her body was feeling hot, and she wasn't going to stay in the restaurant all by herself to find out. She stood up as well and left the restaurant with flushed red cheeks. The couples didn't know if it was due to her shame, humiliation, or rage at being left alone. But after she left, the waiter swore that her chair was damp a little. After leaving the restaurant, Felix rode his car and drove back home in irritation over wasting his time with a lost cause.
Prove himself?
He scoffed as he drove speedily in the main road, heading towards his house. She honestly thought that she was worthy of having him a primogenitor bloodline user, bow his head to her brother to get his approval for her hand?
He laughed in ridicule at her far-fetched fantasy. In his eyes, the only one worthy enough for him to try that hard was a girl that had Asna's beauty and not her shitty personality as for other females?
Forget it. They wouldn't even be able to catch up to him, even if he slowed his bloodline advancement. The moment he chose this path, his destiny to find a human woman compatible with him was already doomed.
His love interest got limited to only a few races that were worthy of being by his side in his long journey. As for others, to put it heartlessly, they were merely burdens. This was why Felix only searched for a nightstand to ease his desire, but never a full commitment. Plus, Felix had literally billions of secrets to hide, so how was he supposed to do so while being in a relationship?
He honestly didn't want to lie every day to his woman. Such a toxic relationship he wanted none of.
Might as well hunt in clubs or bars and stop bothering with those princess mentality types, he thought to himself while parking his car in the garage.
A few minutes later, Felix sat in the living room with his leg above the other, while clicking on a holographic screen in front of him with a serious expression.
After a while, he finished and called for the queen. "I am done filling in the information form. You can apply for my participation now."
"Sir Felix, are you certain that you want to apply using an anonymous persona?" she asked.
"Yes, please. I want all of my private information to be blocked from everyone." He nodded his head and said, "Also add that I won't accept interviews during the games."
"As you wish, Sir Felix." A few seconds later, she informed him that his application had been successfully approved by the SGA. "I suggest for you to reread the rules, sir, if you plan to join the games now," she advised with good intentions.
"Thank you, Queen, but I am already familiar with them, so there is no need." He smiled.
"All right, sir. Good luck on the games."
Felix nodded his head and opened his profile interface. He kept scrolling down the basic info until he stopped at a New Game button that was at the very bottom of the page. He pressed it and was transferred to a web page that had a big green button in the middle that said Start.
"Hopefully, my first game is not a puzzle." A bit nervous, his fingers shakily approached the button and clicked on it softly. Immediately after, a colorful wheel with tens of game formats ranging from battles, puzzles, sports, tournaments, vehicles, lifestyle competitions, and more of such formats written on it started to span rapidly in front of him.
Focused, Felix crossed his arms while squinting his eyes, trying to spot one format from the blurry multicolored wheel.
Sadly, that was merely wishful thinking. So, he stopped bothering and said with anticipation, "Stop!"
Instantly, the wheel started to slow down its speed gradually.
Ting, ting, ting. The wheel's needle kept passing one format after the other. Felix leaned closer to the wheel with a hopeful expression. His eyes kept focusing on the needle that was about to stop on Battle's format.
Yes.
Yes. No. No. Stoop.
Fuck you. Desperate, he screamed at the needle that was about to pass the Battle format. Sadly, it didn't stop as he wished for, but it kept going for 2 more inches before stopping completely.
Ting. Congratulations on picking vehicle format.
What dogshit luck is this? He huffed in anger after seeing the format he always prayed to pick in his past life due to his trashy bloodline but rarely obtained. However, now he hated the mere sight of it simply because of the many variables that could affect his condition to ace the game. Currently, his strength was adequate to destroy anyone in 1 versus 1 to even 1 versus 5.
Hence, he preferred those kinds of combat formats that would highlight his strengths, specifically Battle's format. Not this kind of game that relied on exterior skills than one owns bloodline abilities. After a while, he sighed with a gloomy expression and pressed the start button on the next wheel that was displaying hundreds of different vehicle games. Some he had knowledge of, while some he had absolutely no idea how to play them. Hopeful, he prayed with folded hands for a game he knows and stopped the wheel from rolling any further. Just like before, the wheel slowed down gradually until the needle froze on a game called Hovercar's Death Race.
Without doing anything, a long list of the game's details unfolded before Felix automatically.
Game format: vehicle racing. Game name: Hovercar's Death Race.
Participants number 40, still increasing.
Race laps number 3. Vehicles types: a standard hovercar, can be modified within the game interface. The integration allowed, from lesser purity to peak stage 1 of replacement.
Ranks allowed, bronze and silver. Race map based on Solaria planet.
Hidden edition: yes. Prize pool: high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, beautifying flower, instant recovery potion, purity fountain drop. Rules of the game:
1. Abilities allowed. 2. Assisting others is allowed/killing is allowed.
3. The first to finish 3 laps wins the game. 4. Game points can be earned by eliminating players. 200 GP each. 5. Vehicle placement within the starting line is random. 6. The game doesn't have a time limit. For more information, please open your SG profile interface.
Good luck to all participants.
Felix read the entire list causally until he saw the purity fountain drop. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "They actually added a gold rank and above reward in bronze and silver. This must be the doing of the surprise edition." Soon, he shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever. No matter what they change or add, I must win this game for my placements."
He was quite pleased by this game, as at least he had the necessary skills to play it. If it was a different vehicle like a spaceship, he honestly would just give up before the game even began.
Good luck was always needed during game choosing. Otherwise, even Felix with nutty bloodline and abilities would be hopeless in lifestyle competitive games. After all, how the fuck was he supposed to win a cooking match-off when he couldn't even boil an egg?
Although it wouldn't be purely cooking competition since this was the SG platform, but cooking would still have a major role into winning that game.
The reason why games were being chosen like some lottery ticket was to keep everything random and fair. Ultimately, this was the individual games. If they allowed players to choose their game, they could also bring with them either goons or friends to join forces against their contenders. It was not like alliances weren't allowed in the games or anything, but those alliances and partnerships were fragile and end mostly every time in betrayal. That was exactly what people wanted to watch. However, allying with real friends was a different matter entirely. Hence, the SGA Rules Committee came up with this method of making the format random and the game random in order to block players with friendly relationships to meet up in the same game. But if it still happened, well, good for them, their luck must have been godly to do so. Felix swiped the list to the side and clicked on his personal interface to see how his personal details were filled after deciding to go full anonymous. He knew that he couldn't risk others finding out that he was in lesser purity but with 2 passives and 2 active abilities, not to mention the primogenitor bloodline he merged with. No one could handle the chaos that would arise after this information went public. Felix reviewed his interface with satisfaction. Picture: unknown. Name: unpaid landlord _6996. Age: unknown. Address: unknown. Integration level: unknown.
Rank: unranked. Play the 4 placement games to get ranked. The more you win, the higher the rank you will place at. Unique titles collected: 000.
MVP titles collected: 000. Games played: 000. Wins: 000. Losses: 000. Win streak: 000. Loss streak: 000. Eliminations: 000.
Game points collected: 000.
He. Felix chuckled lightly at the name he picked, as he chose it specifically to make fun of Asna, who was living in his consciousness like a tenant. He then clicked on Current Game button, and the details that were not mentioned before were presented vividly, such as the 5 days preparation duration that's given in each game, the time when the game starts, the streaming revenue he would be earning as a player, the history and images of the Solaria planet, and more of such detailed information. After he finished reading the important stuff, he moved on to the vehicle customization interface.
Immediately after clicking on it, he was greeted by a hologram displaying a standard white smooth hovercar that was rotating slowly above a platform.
Felix pinched the car and enlarged it on his holographic screen. He then clicked on the roof, hood, doors, and replaced them with thick defensive counterparts. Afterward, he replaced the bumpers with a fierce-looking serpent jaw that had two medium-sized launchers connected with the inside of the car. Felix rotated the car and scanned it thoroughly. Then he decided to add two more hidden launchers at the back of the car and stopped his exterior modifications. Next, he clicked on the interior and placed some items that might prove useful later on. But most importantly, he changed the driving operating system to resemble Earthling's one that had two pedals. One for acceleration and the other for brakes. He didn't go full manual by adding the clutch and the stick, simply because he would not just be focusing on driving, but even more so on fighting and defending from others. So, an automatic driving system was more fit for this race. Afterward, he stopped the modifications as no matter how much stuff he added, when the game begins his car would be stripped naked until its design gets rebalanced. Thus, it was better to modify moderately than to lose important parts during the rebalancing period, leaving only useless ones.
Felix clicked save and moved to colors and dyes. Without further ado, he chose 60% green, 30% purple, and lastly 10% dark. He then pressed the mix button. A moment later, a random combination of the three colors dyed the standard car, turning it into a badass-looking serpent with its frontal jaw wide open, ready to devour anything. Satisfied with this version, Felix didn't continue mixing the colors anymore. He just pressed save and closed the interface while yawning with a hand covering his mouth. After getting everything done, he immediately went to sleep. Tomorrow was a big day for him. He would test drive this car in his training room using a Solaria planet-based environment to practice thoroughly. After all, that's what those 5 days of preparation were for. Next morning, 9 a.m. Felix was eating breakfast in his kitchen while having the SG website hologram in front of him. Queen, please input those keywords in the search bar: bronze, silver, Milky Way galaxy, hover car death race game. He requested while sipping coffee from a mug.
A few moments later, the official website page of SG was replaced by a small list that had 6 games. Felix viewed those games and clicked on the one that's about to start 5 days later, which was the one he was at. Immediately after doing so, the public details of the game that were open for everyone were displayed before him. Felix ignored obvious details that he already saw yesterday and focused on the players list. Players list. Firetorch_1544. Bronze mid-tier wins 1/losses 6. For more details, click on the name.
Magnificent Scent _544. Silver, low tier, wins 3/losses 4. For more details, click on the name.
Holy Trinity _774. Unranked, wins 0/losses 3. For more details, click on the name.
Absolute Vision, silver, mid-tier, wins 5/losses 3. For more details, click on the name.
Unpaid Landlord _6996. Unranked, wins 0/losses 0. For more details, click on the name. Echo Wave _3478. Bronze low tier wins 0/losses 4. For more details, click on the name. Mighty Monka _4555. Unranked, wins 0/losses 2. For more details, click on the name. Felix found his name buried in the middle of the list and clicked on it. Immediately after, he was transferred to his profile that was open for everyone. After seeing that everything was the same as yesterday, he nodded in satisfaction.
One could never be too paranoid in such cases that were tied to life and death situations. So Felix had to double-check to ease his mind. Might as well scout for those that can be a threat in the game.
Felix glanced at the time and found that it was still early to head to the training center, so he decided to mark the players that might turn to be variables. Although this game had most players in bronze rank or unranked newbies like Felix, he still had to be careful when dealing with them. One of them might just be a beast in driving and lucked out on this game. Just as expected, his scouting turned to be successful after finding out a contender, who went by the name EasyWind _1664, had a victory in a vehicle racing format before. Even though the game is not the same, but still I better have my guard against him.
Felix closed the holographic screen and cleaned the dishes for his breakfast. Despite not needing to eat or clean the dishes in the UVR, he still preferred doing so as it gives a better sense of realism. 20 minutes later, he changed into his practice outfit and drove towards the training center. Felix stood in the corner of the elevator indifferently while next to him was surprisingly Nora. She kept sneaking peeks at him each couple of seconds with crimson cheeks. Becky, who was in the elevator with them, kept looking back and forth between Felix and Nora with a finger resting on her lips. Did something happen during last night's date? I need to find out. My gossipy senses are tingling, she thought to herself as she continued to stare at those two. Abruptly, she walked from her corner and stood in front of Felix. She raised her head slightly, staring at his eyes, and offered a beautiful smile. What's your name, handsome? She asked. Felix lowered his head and smiled politely at this short-busted girl. Felix, nice to meet you, sister. Becky offered her light-tanned hand for a handshake and introduced herself warmly. I am Becky Melliford, nice to meet you as well. Felix shook her hand and nodded politely. Nora peeked at their interaction and felt quite uncomfortable about it. But she could only bury that feeling and act disinterestedly toward them by suspiciously playing with her hair and looking at the elevator ceiling. Becky glimpsed at her actions speechlessly. Girl, can you step up your act a bit? You are embarrassing yourself. Meanwhile, Felix never bothered to even give Nora a glance. He treated her just like air in the elevator. He was dead serious about what he told her on their date. A few moments later, they reached the 22th floor and stepped inside. See you later, Becky. Felix waved his hand with a mild smile and walked ahead of them towards his room. Becky chased after him quickly and touched his bracelet. She then went back to Nora, who was staring daggers at her for some reason. Felix heard the notification that a new ID had been added to his UVR chat contacts and continued walking towards his room unbothered. Now was not the time to flirt around, but to focus on his upcoming game. Felix must ace those next 4 placement games to be placed straight away in peak silver tier. If not, he would take a huge amount of time to climb from bronze to silver then gold, since there was a 2-month break period after each game. This rule had been added the moment the participation became a public affair. Simply because there were millions of new players joining the games each day, and without this kind of limitation, the platform would destroy itself after not being able to handle the players spamming games every single day. The Queen with her behemoth processing power would still fail to handle all of this data at the same time. Plus, the games would flood the platform, confusing the spectators on which one was good to watch. Most importantly, the Alliance didn't have an infinite number of prizes to reward that massive number. Therefore, this rule was a must to keep the stability of the platform. Heck, as we speak, the SGA Rules Committee was looking for a way to increase the duration without offending the hardcore players, who try to climb the ranking ladder as fast as they could. After a couple of hours, Felix had successfully modified his room to have a racing track within the Solaria planet environment. The entire room turned into a furnace with a heat surpassing 58 degrees Celsius due to the 3 suns above the room. Felix replicated exactly everything that the Solaria planet was known for in his racing track, ranging from massive suns, cracked land, and deep canyons to deserts and even volcanoes. He did so because the game details only mention the planet and not the exact environment. So he had to improvise and mix everything together to have a complete exercise. Felix wiped his sweaty palms with a towel and entered his car that seemed more like an oven in this hellish heat. Ah! The moment he sat on the leather seat, he yelped in pain and jumped outside the car with smoke rising from his ass. Fuck! My ass would be cooked before the game even starts. Irritated, he snapped his finger quickly, and the burnt marks on his ass cheeks were healed. After doing so, he reopened the customization interface and clicked on the interior of his car. Then he pressed on the standard leather seats and replaced them with heat-absorbing ones. But he did not stop there, as he felt the inside of the car was too stuffy. Thus, he upgraded the air conditioner of the car to ease breathing inside a little. Alright, those minor modifications will probably pass through the rebalancing checkup easily, he said casually while pressing on save. Instantly, the car interior seats were changed to icy blue leather seats. Felix sat on them and his ass was greeted with a coolness that eased his tense expression. He then closed the door and activated the upgraded air conditioner that did not fail his expectations.
as the stuffy atmosphere in the car was replaced with warmness.
Ah, such a bliss. Felix exhaled in comfort while wearing the seatbelt on. After double-checking everything, he nodded his head in satisfaction and ignited the engine.
Momentary after, the car hovered slightly above the ground without letting a single sound. After all, the hovercar was relying on anti-gravity technology to fly, instead of using multiple thrusters at the bottom to uplift it. There were only 2 thrusters, and they were at the back of the car responsible for its acceleration. That being said, the car could only reach a max of 100 meters above the ground. Any higher and the anti-gravity technology would turn null, forcing the car to drop down into its rightful range. Felix clutched the steering wheel that resembled an airplane yoke and pulled it slightly towards him. The hovercar responded simultaneously and uplifted itself higher. Felix smirked while pushing the accelerator to the limit. Whoosh! The sound of wind could be heard as Felix's hovercar sped away, leaving only a cloud of brownish dust behind him. Felix spent the next 12 hours continuously running laps around the track. The first lap was warm-up, but after that, he added 50 AI to race with him, just like the number of the players.
He wanted to set the AI at the extreme difficulty to make the race help, but sadly only the upper floors had those kinds of advanced AI dummies. So he had to settle for hard difficulty. However, they still made the race near impossible to win for Felix, since all of them ganged up on him the moment the race began.
Felix, after taking a beating for the first couple hours without any way to resist the salvo of abilities and vehicles ramming into him, folded and returned the race to a normal setting, which was free for all. His arrogance was quickly curbed and decided to race obediently like expected. Thus, the following hours were spent on finding unique ways to take advantage of the 4 launchers he added to his car by using his abilities. Some worked just fine, while some outright failed and caused him to lose some races. That's how the first day of practicing went. Some wins, some losses. But Felix was never worried about this instability since he still had 4 more days to work things out. Felix left the training center and walked towards his parked car, while spinning the key around his finger with a lax attitude.
Yet, he soon sighed helplessly after seeing Nora leaning on his car door, blocking him from entering the driver's seat. If only abilities were allowed to be used in public, he would have paralyzed her and drove away. Sadly, he could only stare at her indifferently, waiting for her to understand the situation and leave.
Nora flinched slightly from his cold stare and tightened her thighs closely to each other. Felix gazed at her weird behavior and instantly understood her type. He then grinned slightly and thought, I might as well tame her when I'm free, but for now, she can only curb her desire until I deal with my priorities. Felix walked forward step by step until he was face to face with Nora. He stared right in her eyes, yet she kept avoiding making eye contact with him. Are you going to let me enter my car? Or should I call the enforcers to take you away? Felix threatened her coldly.
Nora breathed ruggedly from her parted lips after hearing his cold voice. She wanted to replay, but she couldn't say anything as her thoughts were in a complete mess. What's happening to me?
Why do I get aroused each time he treats me badly?
Is it just because of him, or was I always like this? Unfortunately for her, Felix didn't have the time to wait until she figured out her true self. He squeezed her cheeks until her red, plump lips resembled a blowfish mouth and ordered her frigidly, be a good girl and enjoy yourself in the side. Don't block my way.
Speechless, he immediately released Nora's cheeks, as he saw that her eyes were about to roll back in her head.
Hoagie!
An unexpected soft moan escaped from Nora's parted lips, as she slid into the floor and sat with her legs twitching from time to time. Already? The hell? I barely did anything. Felix glanced at her quivering legs, intrigued over her sensitivity. In his previous life, he dealt with quite a few girls such as her type, but all of them needed more than what he just did to even get off. Whatever, I will deal with her after the game. He thought one last time while Princess carrying her to the training center. After putting her near the door of the center, he instructed the Queen to log her out. The Queen AI checked on her condition and found out she would be endangered to assaults if stayed in the UVR in such a condition. So she activated the emergency log out protocol. After seeing her disintegrate into light particles, Felix cleaned his sticky wet hand that accidentally touched her thigh and walked back to his car. The moment he sat on the driver's seat, Those distracting thoughts were completely uprooted from his head. The only thing he should be thinking now was how to win the game. Nothing more, nothing less. Unfortunately, that seemed too big of a wish today, as he remembered that another vixen was waiting for his visit today. A vixen far more dangerous than the obedient Nora. Felix had to have full control of his emotions and body reaction after he sees Asna's otherworldly beauty. Otherwise, he would never hear the end of it. Inside the consciousness lake, Felix stood up while massaging his temples to ease up the dizziness that follows always after entering this place. A couple of seconds later, he began moving towards the Mist Mansion. He did not wait for Asna to force him to enter. Instead, he preferred to do so while she was still asleep, so he could build his immunity one last time before the fateful meeting. After entering through the gate, he saw that the bed was still in the same position. However, Asna was not sleeping on it. Before he could exclaim at his ruined plan, a sudden hug greeted him from behind.
Ah, people's touch. I never felt it since the moment I was sealed. Asna murmured softly while hugging Felix with her eyes closed in contentment.
Felix's heartbeats accelerated a notch, but he quickly suppressed his emotions to the limit to stop them from increasing any further. He then relaxed his stiff muscles and enjoyed her hug as well. For a breathtaking beauty such as Asna to hug him by her will, it was truly a chance not to be passed on. And so, both of them kept in the same position for a couple of minutes, not saying a single word to break this atmosphere.
Suddenly, Asna opened her closed eyes, exposing a crafty glint. Initial step has gone smoothly. Now I just need to turn his head slowly and stare at his eyes, and he will be mine.
Asna did exactly as she planned. She first broke off from the hug and held Felix's neck between her long, pale fingers. Then, she turned his head gently to face her while having the most charming smile she could muster. However, that was as far as her plan took her. As, immediately after Felix faced her, he crushed her heart and arrogance with merely one sentence that he practiced thousands of times just for this moment.
"Meh, I have seen better."
Asna almost spat blood on his face after hearing him disparage her beauty to such a degree. She never expected, not in a million years, to receive such a lackluster reaction to her beauty that she took pride in. She looked at his slight smug smile and wanted nothing more but to bash his face with her elbow. However, she suppressed her anger and continued her plan. If he thought that was all she had in her pocket, he would be dead wrong. She suddenly felt faint and leaned on his body. She laid her head on his chest and started to breathe softly with flushed cheeks. Felix caught her between his arms and said in irritation, "I know what you were doing, Asna, but you can stop now. You won't be able to charm me no matter what."
He looked at her quivering eyelashes with a warm smile and said, "After all, your age is 20 million years old or above." Asna instantly froze in his arms like an electric shock coursed through her body after hearing him mention her damned age.
But Felix did not stop hitting her where it hurts, as he added with a disheartened tone, "To actually try to seduce a 17-years-old kid while you are as old as the universe. You truly make me look down on you, Asna." He patted her stiff shoulders gently and promised, "Don't worry. This will not affect our partnership. After all, everyone has flaws." After seeing that she wasn't responding to anything, neither his words nor his touch, he carried her stiff body and put her in the bed. He pulled the blanket up until only her deadpan face was left in the open. Afterward, he squatted next to her face and popped her nose affectionately with his finger. "It was good seeing you at last, Asna. Even though I expected an old hag, I have to say." He paused for a bit as he saw a small shimmer was still burning in her eyes. He offered the warmest smile he could muster and said, "My expectations were not off the mark."
Asna's last shimmer died instantly at his brutal remark. She just continued to lay on the bed motionless with her yellowish eyes darkened.
Felix closed her eyelids with 2 fingers like he was doing it to a corpse. Then, he exited the consciousness with a satisfied smirk on his face. In this battle, he emerged victorious over Asna. All of his preparations and defense building was for this moment. He wanted to utterly shatter any future attempts by Asna on him. He didn't want to be teased and harassed each time he visited his consciousness. Hell, if he wasn't this heavy-handed on her, the next time he pays her a visit, Asna would probably welcome him wearing sexy lingerie in her bed to seduce him and manipulate him. God knows how long his rationality would last before his primal instinct takes over and force him to do things he would regret. But now she wouldn't dare do so anymore after being called a grandma who was trying to seduce a kid. Felix wanted to have a normal conversation with her, but that wouldn't happen if she kept doing those shenanigans. So, the only solution was to hit her most prized beauty heartlessly until she would question either his manhood or that her perfect beauty was flawed somehow. Still, mentioning her true age was a salty move he wasn't proud of. Alas, what's done is done. Felix only hoped that it was worth it. For days quickly passed by as Felix spent them wholly on doing only one thing, and that was to practice in his room until he dropped in the ground exhausted. Meanwhile, Nora always tried to strike a conversation by following him everywhere like a puppy. But Felix ignored all of her attempts and even blocked her ID chat after getting spammed with her messages. Nora's extreme methods to approach Felix began to raise some weird rumors on the floor. The men believed that Felix did her and stopped caring about her, while the girls gossiped that Nora fell for Felix but he was not interested in her. The only one in the club who had a different opinion about this farce was the giant leader, Nora's brother. He believed that his dear sister was bullied by Felix and he must break his jewels to set an example for others in the club. Unfortunately, he never found a good chance to confront Felix without appearing as a bully. After all, he was a peak stage 2 bloodliner, while Felix was assumed to be at peak stage 1 in his opinion. Days went by and he kept watching his sister following Felix everywhere like his maid without being able to do anything about it. One could only imagine the bolted rage inside of him currently, simply waiting for the day it would explode on Felix without giving a crap about the consequences. That day was approaching, as the only thing left was the fuse to light up the giant. Meanwhile, Asna cut off the connection between them completely and never spoke again. Felix expected as much from her. It would be weird if she didn't throw some kind of tantrum after he brought her to dirt from her high superiority seat. But he didn't care currently if she remained offline since he already reached 100% affinity enhancement long ago, while his bloodline integration had reached a dead end after not finding any Jormungandr essence in the previous bloodlines he purchased. So, he decided to give her time to cool off until he pays her another visit and see if she was going to have a normal conversation with him or try to charm him again. Felix stood in front of the mirror while changing his current disguise to another one that would be exclusively used for the games. He already spent 3 hours but still was not satisfied with the results. He was taking this seriously because he knew that it was a totally different matter from having a random face in the UVR. This face would accompany him through his entire journey in the individual games, and the SGA would pay him hefty sums of SC in each game based on his reputation and popularity within the audience. Thus, he must choose an image that would bring him the highest amount of revenue while still not releasing any private information about him. He wasn't planning on going a full-fledged idol like the majority of the SG idol type players. However, he would be a fool to miss such free money coming his way. He knew that in his bloodline path, every coin mattered. Felix stopped bothering with random creations and decided to search in the VR network engine for a face to replicate slightly. Who is handsome to the point it's deadly and addictive? He imputed this question in the search bar and immediately got millions of results. He studied the faces of those handsome men and kept clicking his tongue in wonder at how many potions and treasures they had to eat to appear like this. But still, he didn't find that X factor that would set him apart from the other players. A factor that only a few people had, such as Asna. Abruptly, his eyes shone with delight after imagining Asna's face and comparing it with those men. He found out that their beauty, which they spent billions of coins on, looked dog shit compared to Asna's natural face. Without further ado, he asked out loud in his mind, "Asna, mind letting me use your face as a mold for my disguise?" Yet, he received no response. He expected as much from her. "If you don't replay back in 3 seconds, I will take it as your approval." 3, 2, 2.5, 1, 1.5, 1.25, almost 1. With a serious voice, he kept counting backwards slowly until he reached 0. Yet Asna still didn't reply. Felix began to feel a little bit spooked about her silence.
He felt that based on her character she would definitely use this chance to counterattack his previous claim of saying that he saw a better beauty than her. After all, why bother asking for her face if there were better-looking people than her, right? But she didn't, which was uncanny to Felix. He checked the time on his AP bracelet and saw that there was still 1 hour before he gets teleported to the game hall. So, he decided to re-enter his consciousness and check on her situation. Inside the consciousness lake in the mist-made mansion, speechless and bewildered, Felix stared at Asna, who returned to her flame spirit form and was hovering above the bed slightly. He knew that she was going to throw a tantrum, but he never realized it would be this bad. Felix realized that he struck a nerve by his heavy attacks after seeing Asna behave like this. After all, how could a shameless woman like her who ate insults for breakfast get affected by his remarks? Asna, what's up with you? Felix asked, a bit worried while approaching her slowly. Asna didn't respond to his question, she merely kept flicking above her bed in utter silence. Felix sat next to her and sighed after seeing that she was thoroughly ignoring his existence. Asna, I don't know if my insults are the reason for you behaving like this or something else. However, I am sorry if said something I shouldn't. Felix apologized while bowing his head slightly without fanfare. He might be an asshole to her most of the time since that's how their relationship was, bickering and throwing insults at each other casually. But if he really affected her somehow or some way, he was not ashamed to apologize to her. Ultimately, she deserved this much as his partner and tenant. All right, I leave you alone for now. I got a game to win. After noticing that nothing much changed even with his apology, he stood up and walked away. But after the game I will return to check on you. He added one last time before his form dissolved into mist and returned back in the lake. In front of the mirror, Felix stopped changing his disguise and began browsing for masks in the VR shop. He wanted to use Asna's face as his mold since he was positive that his popularity would exceed everyone else just by his appearance. But he couldn't use it unless he got Asna's permission. So he could only use a mask for the first game temporarily until he fixed his relationship with her. After a while, he chose a black hoodie that covered half his face, showing darkness in the upper half and leaving the lower half exposed, mainly just his mouth and chin. If the hoodie didn't have a yellow smirky emoji sticker on its chest, he would have appeared a bit badass. But honestly, who are we kidding? Felix was literally planning to join the game wearing sweatpants, white sneakers, and above all that hoodie. He appeared more like he was heading to the grocery store to buy cigarettes and not join deadly games that he might lose his life in. This will do for now. Felix clicked purchase and closed the shop. Then, he sat in utter silence, trying to calm his mind before he gets teleported inside the game hall. Good evening, contenders. A thin man with one mouth on each side of his cheeks greeted warmly the 50 unique players that were standing under him in a massive well-lighted hall. The hall somewhat resembled the ancient ballrooms, as it had a humongous gorgeous chandelier right in the middle, plenty of paintings hanging on the walls, and most importantly a stage with a podium on it. Felix lifted his head slightly and gazed at this game's MC who was standing behind the podium with a hint of surprise. Never thought the four-lipped Marlion would commentate for us. This game is getting interesting each time. As usual, I will explain the details of this game, as well as provide answers to any questions you have after my explanation. Marlion did not waste any time as he straightway began his explanation of the rules of the game that were not listed in full detail, or were listed but need quite a hefty effort to just find them. Let's start with the streaming revenue. Currently, there are 50 participants in this death race. Based on the SGA rules, the revenue will be split 80% for the Alliance and 20% for you. Irked, Marlion paused his explanation after seeing some newbies make disgruntled noises on this arrangement. On what basis does the Alliance takes 80% all at once and leave us to fight over their crumbles? That's right. We are the ones risking our lives here. At least give us 1% each as basic courtesy. Tisk, if I knew the Alliance was this greedy, I would not have bothered taking part. Felix observed indifferently those newbies making a scene due to their laziness to read the entire SG contract. After all, everything about the SG was within the contract. As long as one took his time to read it carefully, he would avoid those kinds of embarrassing situations. Exactly like this case, as every veteran or smart newbie either laughed mockingly while pointing their fingers or gave a piteous look at those buffoons who stood dumbstruck after seeing the situation unfolds beyond their script. They believed that the revenue arrangement was truly unfair to the players. Hence, they expected some form of agreement from their peers or at least act indifferently like Felix. Too bad they had to learn the hard way to respect each contract they sign. Pop, 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 pop. A single finger snap from Marlion exploded their brains to oblivion, killing them both here and in real life. Not a single player got their clothes dirted by the brain's matter and juices that sprayed everywhere. They knew what was about to happen beforehand. Thus, the moment those morons opened up their mouths, they put a quite substantial distance between them. Everything was within the contract. One just needs to read it. Now that we dealt with the normal pests, let's carry on our explanation. Marlion casually spoke after killing 4 players with cold blood. Yet no one bothered to call him out on his actions. They simply listened with concentration to him, continuing his explanation from where he left. And this time, no one interrupted him. The 20% will be split based on 3 bases: popularity, victory, and eliminations. Marlion extended 3 fingers and followed, first, the popularity. The more fans you have within the viewers, whether live or on stream, the more percentages you will earn. He closed 1 finger. Second, the victory. This one is no-brainer. If you won the game, you will get straight away 3% all at once, without counting your popularity increase, of course. He then left only 1 finger and continued a bit enlivened than before. Lastly, eliminations. The more you kill, the more you excite the game for the audience. And anyone who does so will be rewarded with more revenue. So you better fight as brutal as possible. Otherwise, even if you won the game, your revenue won't be that high. Marlion said while smiling creepily with only his left cheek mouth. Some newbies got extra motivated from his claim, but still, the majority merely rubbed their ears in boredom over this weak attempt to force them to focus on fighting and not emerging as the champion. They were not stupid to give up on victory for mere some revenue, while they could obtain a wish after being crowned as the champion. Honestly, Marlion didn't even target those veterans who were well aware of his plan. But the unranked newbies, virgins who were playing for the very first time. He wanted them to seek fights instead of hiding cowardly like the majority of new players do after entering the game. Now, let's move on to what you should expect in the game. Marlion did not dilly-dally anymore on the revenue explanation and moved on to the nitty-gritty details that Felix and those veterans wanted to hear. As only in this hall, where could they see the game map, the hidden additions, and ask about the things they didn't understand from the listed rules. This was the purpose of the game hall. Marlion pressed on a button in his podium and a large screen descended slowly from behind him. Thudung. Immediately after stopping, Marlion turned it on and displayed a humongous red planet. This is Solaria planet, where your race will be held. He introduced composedly. Now let's take a look at your racetrack. The vision rapidly zoomed inside the red planet until it stopped above an empty crimson desert that didn't have a single living being above it, or probably even underneath it. This is where you will start the race and also finish. He pointed a finger at the long line made of black and white squares in the desert. Multiple sighs of relief resounded in the hall after seeing the desert. This only meant that most of them included it in their practice, just like Felix. Unfortunately, their relieved expression did not last for long after Marlion introduced the second area of the race. After exiting the desert, you will enter this canyon. The players' expressions instantly turned unsightly after seeing the narrow paths of the canyon that only allowed a maximum number of 3 cars hovering beside each other. They knew that a massacre would begin before they reached the canyon, since if they entered it all at once, those at the front would always be free targets to those behind them. Simply because there was no space to maneuver, Marlion ignored their noises and moved on to the third area of the race. The end of the canyon is connected to tunnels leading to the underground. He gave his trademark creepy smile and joked, "Don't worry about visibility. The river of lava underneath will take care of it." No one laughed at his tasteless joke after seeing the river spewing bursts of lava upward, reaching at least 200 meters in height. Their fucking hovercars were only able to reach 100 meters in height. How are we supposed to fly through that?
They thought to themselves, "This race is getting harder and harder. I doubt many will walk out of it alive, especially the newbies." Felix paid his condolence to the poor newbies who lucked out in this tragic game. Yet, things only kept getting worse and worse as Marlion continued to show the following areas. Starting off by leaving the underground from the mouths of inactive volcanoes. The messed up part was that the majority of them were freaking active, so the players had to find an exit from their first shot. Otherwise, they would get delayed significantly. However, even if they managed to leave the underground smoothly, the only thing that would greet them was a sea of lava they had to pass through successfully to reach the red desert and then the starting/finish line. After so, a lap would be marked as complete. That's the racetrack, and to win the game you simply have to course 3 laps in it. The MC casually belittled the track hellish areas. Make 3 laps in it? They doubted they would survive the first one. Felix was not despairing as the majority of those players after seeing the track. After all, he had seen much worse before. He was only slightly surprised that the Alliance actually used one of those maps for a bronze game, where newbies' numbers were at best. Moving on to Hidden Edition. Without further ado, Marlion pressed a button, and suddenly the empty track had aqua-bluish boxes with question marks on them hovering randomly in every track area. Felix looked at those boxes speechlessly. Why do they resemble a famous game on my planet? His speculation soon turned to be slightly off the mark by Marlion detailed clarification. Those boxes contain 3 types of results. 1. Abilities that can be used on you or against others. 2. Items from the prize pool. You can even obtain purity fountain drop inside one. Yet before he continued to the last result, the players went completely bonkers after hearing about the second result. What the hell? Doesn't this mean we can just farm items inside the race without bothering about first place? This is exactly what I am going to do. I already know that my driving skills are trash, so it's better to just earn free items. True, I might do the same. Aiku. Silence. Not a single peep was heard anymore after Marlion's shout. They knew that he could pop their brains easily like the 4 dead bodies near them. He just needed to wait until they broke a rule and take care of them. That's why MCs in the SG should always be shown respect in the game they commentate on, as they were also a judge in it. If you let me finish my clarification, you wouldn't be hopping around now like idiots. He eyed them disrespectfully and continued from where he left. The third result is traps. Some of those boxes have within them either negative effects to your vehicle or yourself, as well as bombs that can straightaway explode your car to oblivion. So if you want to farm those boxes and give up on the race, do so at your own risk. The MC concluded his explanation with a warning. I am not touching those for sure. Felix firmly made his decision. In his eyes, solutions that rely on luck never had good endings. So, it's better to race properly while ignoring those boxes that might lead to his death from a single mistake. Felix was not the only one who decided to ignore the existence of the boxes, as the majority of the players' delighted eyes were turned off by the third result. They would rather eliminate their peers and obtain game points to buy items than rely on a mystery box. The only ones who were still slightly excited about them were the losers who never had a chance to win in the first place by depending on their driving skills or bloodline abilities. In a sense, this hidden edition was to give those losers a chance to make things difficult for the veterans when they get hunted for game points later on. But that's only if they didn't die straight away from the first box they pick up. Oh, I get it now. Felix chuckled after realizing why the purity fountain drop, a gold rank reward, was in this game. It turned out it was compensation for the veterans who now had their game difficulty increased even further. Ultimately, the newbies weren't supposed to pose a threat to their game. However, by adding such a deadly external help, things wouldn't be the same anymore. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Marlion looked at his bracelet and said, You have 15 minutes of questist and answer. Begin. Immediately after, the majority of players lifted their hands in the air like students in a classroom asking for permission to head to the bathroom. Marlion pointed at a woman with short caramel hair, who had a name tag above her head. Miss Fairy, ask away please, he requested. Miss Fairy coughed to clear her dry throat and asked, I wonder if the active and inactive volcanoes will remain the same in every lap or will mix randomly? Of course they will mix in each lap. Otherwise, it will be a meaningless obstacle after everyone memories the real exit. Marlion answered calmly.
Thank you, that's all I want to know. Miss Fairy nodded her head and retreated to the back of the pack.
Next, you Mr. Absolute Vision, go ahead please. He pointed at a good-looking man with a white bandage, sealing his eyes tightly. One could only wonder why he chose that name while looking like that. Sir Marlion, I have only a small inquiry. He smiled gently and asked, I wonder what we need to do to obtain the game unique title or the MVP title. Immediately after asking, everyone's ears perked up a bit in interest for the upcoming response. Hee, nothing much. To obtain the unique title, you just need to emerge as the champion. He gave a harmless smile and said, without a single player reaching the finish line after you. Startled, the players gasped at the vicious requirement to obtain the game's unique title. It was already a difficult task to finish the race without dying. Don't even mention emerging as the champion and also block others. After all, who had the time to make sure that everyone was eliminated before finishing the race? Were they supposed to wait at the finish line and block anyone from entering? No one was retarded enough to risk losing a sure victory for a title, especially when the title was only a unique title and not the MVP title. In their eyes, that's only a bonus. Their true goal should always be to win and only win. Oh, that got you chickened out already? Marlion sneered. If you can't even handle the requirement for obtaining the unique title, there is no need for you to know about the details of the MVP title then. The players felt a bit triggered by his belittling, but they couldn't say much to refute him. He was absolutely right. The thought of aiming for the unique title was dashed from their minds the moment they heard its extreme requirement. Yet, that title was supposed to be the easiest of the two. While the unique title only allowed the players to have a wearable tag above their heads, allowing them to brag and get some reputation within the UVR. The MVP title was a different story entirely. An MC could only give away one MVP title throughout his entire life. Why? Because it was associated with the SG Hall of Fame that allowed only the best of the best to have their names on it. For any player who received an MVP title by an MC, there was almost a certain chance that he would be recommended to have his name part of that magnificent list. Thus, the conditions to receive that title from the MC were on the border of impossibility. The MCS had to make sure that their lifelong title bestowing goes to the best player they saw. Otherwise, their recommendation letter would be rejected, meaning neither the player name nor their names would ever land on the Hall of Fame. After receiving his answer, Mr. Absolute Vision bowed his head slightly and backed away. Soon, another participant asked after getting permission. Sir, can you tell us what should we expect from the boxes in detail? Such as the abilities we can obtain or the negative effects. If you want to find out, just pick them up later in the race. Don't waste my time here. Marlion shrugged his question off, causing the player to mumble some curses. But one mean look from Marlion instantly quietened him down obediently. All right, the time is up. You can have 1 hour to speak to each other and team up if you want. I don't care. But after 1 hour you will be teleported inside the track. He gave them a cold glare and warned, you better respond properly to my questions when I interview you later. Or else, you will be blacklisted from any future interviews. That's it for now. Good luck and don't create trouble in the hall. Marlion left as sudden as he arrived. The players kept sharing eye contact with each other in total awkward silence. Then, without warning, every unranked newbie got surrendered by the veterans. Felix as well got encircled by 4 players, looking at him like a piece of cheap flesh. Mr. Landlord, how about a partnership between me and you? I promise that our alliance will take us to the finish line. A man with spider tattoos and piercings all of his face gave Felix a good-natured smile as he promised him. Yet, his smile only made Felix curl his lips in disgust after seeing that his teeth were black and pierced as well. Before Felix could shoo him away from his sight and disgusting him any further, a tiger-clawed man did it for him by asking in ridicule, "Heh, then what? Are you going to eliminate him?" He eyed Felix with a polite smile on his face. "I swear on my mother that if we reached the finish line together, we will compete with a final sprint to decide the champion." He asked with a sincere look. Doesn't that sound much better? Scram to the side. Compete fairly? Do you think Mr. Landlord has shit for a brain to believe in your lies? A merciless scold came out of a gorgeous busta lady, who suddenly appeared from behind Felix. Felix turned his head and saw her smiling alluringly while hugging his forearm with one hand, pressuring it against her busted chest. She blinked her eyes seductively towards Felix's face, which had a slight grin on it.
"Handsome, how about you pick me?" she asked.
I won't bullshit you that I will allow you to win, but I can promise you an unforgettable night, whether I won or not. She whispered the last part in his ears. However, Felix only stared speechlessly at this woman, who said she wouldn't bullshit him but still called him handsome without even seeing his face. Wasn't that peak bullshit? Felix did not wait until they start arguing about him. He already let this farce play long enough, and it was time to send those exploiters' vultures away. Anyone who goes up the podium and flashes his Gentiles to everyone will get my partnership. He showed them a playful smile and said, That's my only condition.
Are you fucking with us? The tiger-clawed man asked with narrowed eyes. After realizing that he was not gullible to join them, the gorgeous lady furiously removed Felix's hand, which was taking advantage of her chest by groping it silently.
He wouldn't be Felix if he didn't take advantage of such a freebie. Indeed, I am messing with you. Now if you don't scram from my sight at this instant, I will fuck with you for real during the game. Felix's playful smile instantly changed to a cold one as he threatened them frigidly.
Hee, I hope they put me next to you during the race, so we can continue our conversation. The tiger-clawed man gave Felix an unfriendly glare while walking away.
See you in the race as well, handsome. He was followed by the busta lady after blowing a kiss at Felix with a vicious glint in her eyes. The others left their own remarks and threats and went hunting for other prey to take advantage of. No one wanted a real alliance or partnership, as everyone was betrayed at some point by his partner, Felix included. This was called individual games for a reason. After all, no matter how many alliance or partnership a player makes, in the end, only one champion was allowed in each game. Tiger Claw, Mystifying Beauty, Wobbly Web, and Guard of Logic. Targets have been chosen. Felix read their tagged names while grinning deviously. While others target gullible newbies to take advantage of, Felix on the other hand target the ones he was about to eliminate. Wasn't better to focus on racing while the prey delivers themselves to him without effort. He just needed to insult them a little and their inflated ego would deal with the rest. He knew that veterans always had that look of pride and superiority when dealing with newbies. Thus, they wouldn't handle being insulted by Felix, who never played a single game in his life. Too bad for them. Felix played games more they could even imagine.
Felix scanned everyone's name tags and soon found the player he scouted 4 days before, Easy_Wind. It seems that he is planning to ride solo as well. He eyed a man wearing a white leather jacket with dark sunglasses on, sitting in the hall corner all by himself.
Felix rubbed his chin lightly while pondering about an important detail he missed. I should probably buy sunglasses as well. Immediately after, he opened the VR shop under everyone's eyes and bought brown sunglasses. Then he wore them under his hoodie. Sadly, the darkness was also hiding them. A moment later, the entire hall was filled with VR shops and players buying ones as well. Somehow, everyone forgot that they would be racing under 3 suns.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you coping up with this heat? Marlion asked through his microphone. He was sitting at a commentary table midair above millions of spectators who were seated with shallow or no clothes at all under the shade of a humongous umbrella.
The umbrella was blocking the scorching sunlight from reaching them, as well as lowering the heat to the bare minimum.
Unfortunately, Felix and the players who were each standing near their hovercars did not enjoy the same treatment, as the only protection they had were the sunglasses they bought earlier.
Thank God for that. I ain't even feeling it. On my planet, this heat was called absolute zero. When you are going to brag, at least make some sense, you fucking retard.
The spectators yelled their responses with red faces and sweaty foreheads, creating a symphony of unrecognizable noises.
This was Marlion's true aim, to hear as much noise as possible. It didn't matter what they say, as long as the atmosphere was hyped, it meant he was doing his job well. Now let's begin interviewing our dear players. It seems like some of them are not handling the heat well. He laughed in a mocking manner while pointing his microphone at some players, who were crouching next to their cars, trying to take cover from the suns.
Ha 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 ha. What pussies.
Can't even handle such a breeze. The crowd laughed out loud with him after seeing this sight. But the players did not feel ashamed at all, as they remained in the same position. Fucking bastards laughing because they are hiding under an umbrella. I dare them to stay 5 seconds in this weather.
Fuck. I feel my skin is melting.
Is it too late to give up racing?
Those players either did not practice like Felix in the training center or did not manage to secure a room for themselves, thus having to deal with this 59 degrees Celsius weather for the first time.
Felix was also not doing well under the heat since his outfit was truly messing him up badly. But he could only endure it until the 30 minutes of interviews end, so he could enjoy the coolness of his car.
Whoosh! Marion didn't dilly-dally anymore and nosedived speedily until he smashed into the ground. He then began the interview segment with the prettiest girl in the players.
He pointed his microphone near her face and asked her with his left side mouth smiling, "Madam Pluto, can you share with us your reason for participation?" She did a peace sign to the streaming camera at her right and said cutely, "It's of course because of the loyal fans that supported me in every game, whether I won or lost." She then blew a kiss to the camera and drew a heart in the air. "Give me a fucking break already. We are dying from the heat here, and you are making it even worse by your cringy idle performance." Irritated, Felix banged his head with the car roof as he murmured,
"We love you, Pluto."
"Smile at me, Pluto. Have my babies, Pluto, ouch."
Who the hell slapped my neck?
However, only Felix and other players thought so. As for the male audience, they all went into a frenzy, removing their shirts and spinning them above their heads. "That's an honorable reason, Madam Pluto. I admire you for it." Marlion's strict and vicious persona from the game hall was no more, as he said with a moved expression, "Tell us, what do you wish for when you win?" "I wish for my fans to live forever to accompany me," Madam Pluto pouted. "But I know that's too much to ask, so I only want beautifying flower to appear more breathtaking. I am only doing this for my fans." She added the last part while pointing her finger at the camera in a cute manner.
Felix almost vomited on the hood of his car after hearing her twist the wish to make it seem like she was doing it for her fans.
"Should I eliminate her first for ruining my mood?" Felix pondered seriously while looking at the short curly-haired girl that appeared just like a doll. "Never mind. Others will take care of her." He switched to other players and saw that the majority were already about to lose their shit under this heat plus this constant torture by Pluto. Marlion did not linger anymore next to her after hearing a positive response from the audience. He walked between the different shapes of cars and types to search for a unique player that would hype the game even more. Soon, he saw Felix with his hoodie on, banging his head lightly on the car's roof like a retard. It seemed like his heavy outfit under this heat started to affect his mentality. Marlion's eyes brightened a bit and rushed towards Felix. But suddenly, he stopped after seeing a tag above Felix's head that says, "No interviews."
TSK, thinking yourself as a hotshot?
"Moron, later you will beg to be interviewed by us." Marlion didn't bother with Felix anymore after seeing that tag. He merely scoffed and left to interview other players.
Oh. Before long, the interview segment finished and the players were requested to enter their cars in order to prepare for the start.
Yet, before they turned their engines on, some cars got their heavy modifications instantly removed, turning a giant beast into a naked rat. Felix snickered at those morons, who already lost the race before it even began. How were they going to race when their defensive and offensive parts were removed randomly?
Some cars even had their entire launchers removed, leaving the owners no tears to shed. Still, they turned on their engines with watery eyes and prayed to survive the game with their lackluster modification.
The audience cheered passionately after seeing the 46 cars lift up slowly until they reached 70 meters in height, then hovered in their places without moving an inch. Felix's luck was quite bad as he got placed right in the middle of the pack. This would hinder him greatly when he tries to break off and fly solo.
Not to mention, two of his targets were placed quite near him. This would make it even worse after they focused their attacks on him during the upcoming chaos.
Let's see if you are going to keep your cocky attitude after I destroy you. Tiger Claw licked his lips as he gazed at Felix's vehicle that was in front of him. Marlion, after seeing that everyone was in their position, began the countdown while asking the audience to count with him. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Go! The spectators threw their fists in the air while cheering thunderously for the players, who bolted as fast as possible above the red desert. Boom! Yet, before they even reached 500 meters, an adorable pink car with bunny ears got instantly devoured by multiple bloodline abilities, turning it into metal junk mixed with some blood and flesh raining from above. Sadly, Madame Pluto got eliminated first. Rest in peace. Saddened, Marlion sighed as he informed the dumbstruck male audience. No.
Not my girl. How could she die? We didn't even make babies yet.
Ouch. Who the fuck keeps slapping my neck? I will butcher you.
It was about time to change my idol anyway. Madame Pluto's fans, some did not receive the news well, while the majority switched to another beautiful female in the players and began cheering for her like nothing ever happened.
Loyal fans?
That was merely wishful thinking in the supremacy games. That's what you get when you do your act at the wrong time and wrong place. Felix snickered, glancing at the destroyed car of Pluto from his back mirror.
After all, if it was in different weather or another game, no one would have bothered with her. But to actually keep annoying them even when they were being fried alive under the scorching suns.
She truly was asking for it.
She should have acted modestly like other idols in the game with them, and no one would have dealt with her that heavily. Bomb! Felix's car shook slightly after a bolt of lightning smashed its roof from above. It's time to focus on my condition and stop bothering with dead people. Felix immediately focused on maneuvering sideways the following lightning bolts that kept showering everyone in 10 meters radius. Haha! Eat my bolts, you cocky bastard! Tiger Claw shouted, grinning. He had his upper body outside the driver window with his hands raised high above, calling for lightning bolts to strike down on Felix's vehicle. Felix glanced at his pursuer with a mocking smile. He snapped his finger and a white mist covered his entire car, making it resemble a speeding cloud that kept leaving a long trail of poison smoke behind it. What the hell is thy? Before Tiger Claw could even figure out what he was hit with, his eyelids dropped slowly until they were closed for good. Then, he lost his balance and fell from his vehicle into the crimson desert. Thud! If his entire upper body was not outside the car, he would have only slept for 5 seconds then wake up. But sadly, he wanted to act dashing and summon the lightning bolts with animation, where he could have done it with a finger snap or just a thought. The other players immediately dodged Felix's long white mist after seeing the fate of Tiger Claw. They did not dare remain behind him anymore. Was that poison?
If I recalled properly, only sleepiness aura has such an effect. Guard of Logic, who was on the right side of Felix during the start of the race, wondered out loud. Soon, he turned his wheel left, trying to put some distance from Felix. He lost his motivation to attack anymore. If Tiger Claw didn't get eliminated so fast, they would have allied together to target Felix. Yet, the fucker lost before he even dealt any damage to Felix's car. Could one get any more unreliable?
Trying to retreat after provoking me? Felix said with a smirk while rolling down his left window. Then, he created one light yellow bomb and held it in his hand. If Guard of Logic saw what Felix was doing, he would have raised his window to shield himself. Too bad. The white mist was blocking everyone's vision, including his. Poof! And so, he was smacked in the face unexpectedly with one yellowish bomb that was thrown by Felix using his super strength passive.
It was so fast, Guard of Logic didn't even know what he was hit with before absorbing the paralyze inducement through his nose.
Scared out of his wits by the sudden assault, he wanted to press the acceleration button on his dashboard to speed away from Felix. Yet, his hand was frozen on the wheel, unresponsive to his wishes and orders.
It was clutching the wheel so tightly, green veins were protruding from it.
What's happening to me? Why can't I move my body? He screamed in his mind, utterly frightened. The poor thing couldn't even express himself out loud, as the paralyzed inducement affected everything. Even his mouth. The only thing that was unaffected was his mentality and thought process.
He soon realized that there was nothing to afraid of as he could still activate his abilities. After all, they only needed a thought. Nothing more, nothing less. Unfortunately, his realization was quite late by a second. Bye-bye. Felix didn't waste his inducement duration as he threw 2 more acid green bombs at Guard of Logic's open window. Poof. Poof. Wide-eyed, not able to even close them off, Guard of Logic face was smacked by 1 bomb while the other hit his car's dashboard. Arua! Immediately after the mist made contact with his skin, it started to corrode rapidly like he was thrown into a pool filled with acid. Sadly, he could only wince in pain without the right to even scream his anguish away. His face skin, clothes that he wore, and even the car interior were being melted. TSH? TSK. Electric sparks started to break here and there inside the car. After its dashboard, the main controlling unit was fried by the acidic mist. All of this happened in the span of 2 seconds while he was still paralyzed. However, the 5 seconds duration of the inducement finally ended, freeing his body from its effects. Fuck Yogu Lance ruled. The first thing that came out of his lips was an unrecognizable curse. It turned out that the acid reached even his vocal cords and ruined them as well. Whoosh. As expected, his car nosedived into the desert after having its controls completely frayed. Yet, Guard of Logic wasn't even paying attention to so. His bloodshed-ruined eyes were focused only on one target. That was Felix's car as it sped away, chasing after the rest of the pack. Boom! A huge orange mushroom cloud rose behind Felix's car. Till his death, Guard of Logic didn't manage to activate a single ability. What a beautiful play by Mr. Landlord, managing to eliminate 2 players at once. Thrilled, Mariam praised Felix with his right cheek mouth. It seemed like the left cheek mouth was for conversations while the right one was for commentary. Without getting asked to do his job, he immediately showcased the highlight of Felix's outplay on the large screen to those who were paying attention to other players. So clean. He wasn't even pressured by them. Holy shit. How can he use 2 different types of poison in one ability? I believe that's the doing of legendary bloodline. After all, there is a wide chasm between epic rank beasts and legendary ones. True, that could only be it. He must either have a huge background or lucky as hell to win it in the lottery. PFF. Lottery, I can't believe people still actually trust in those scammers. Why are you laughing, moron? Since he is hiding his identity while having a legendary bloodline, it only means he chanced upon it. I second that. What a lucky bastard. Every part of the stadium had different conversations by the audience after seeing that magnificent display of merely 2 abilities combined to easily get rid of 2 players. After the play finished rolling, Marlion replaced it with another one. This one was displaying 3 players getting instantly eliminated by Mr. Absolute Vision. Astonished, the spectators watched 3 players' cars crash into each other due to losing their eyesight for more than 30 seconds. If they weren't grouped inside a huge pack, getting blinded or not, it wouldn't matter much, since the car was stable enough to fly in a straight line. Too bad Mr. Absolute Vision took advantage of the chaos that was happening currently to easily egg himself some free game points. No wonder he chose that name. Who would dare see in his presence? Only his vision is absolute. Marlion commentated passionately on the highlight. Meanwhile, Felix kept accelerating through the pack, dodging abilities and counterattacking whenever an opportunity presented itself. But the majority of his attacks did not end well, since he already turned off the aura that was concealing him. It was consuming his energy each second. He would be a fool to keep it active for that long. This led to his bombs getting spotted beforehand and dodged successfully. Hell, can't you leave me alone and focus on another one? Felix was quite vexed by their multiple attempts to break him down each time he passed someone. Well, he only had himself to blame since the majority of the players were driving in 2s or 3s, protecting each other and attacking anyone who surpassed them. Felix, who kept accelerating passing one by one solo, was provoking them continuously. Thus, it was only a natural outcome that he gets focused on by the majority of the alliances. Anyone who wanted to leave the pack unscratched must survive their salvo first. Let's see how my new unlocked ability fares against this slippery worm. Wobbly Web, the man with spider tattoos on his face from before,
kept smiling like a devil with his black teeth.
His devilish smile was understandable as his eyes were currently on Felix's car that was ahead of him, maneuvering up and down the rain of abilities thrown at it.
Shortly after, two thin tubes came out from his car headlamp positions. One at the right, the other at the left.
Phew.
Two long silky strings were launched from them, targeting Felix's car. Even though it was constantly on the move, it still got latched by those webs from behind.
Hee.
My webs can be controlled remotely by my mind. How can I miss you? Wobbly Web smirked and activated his newly obtained ability. Spiderling's army. Go show him what true poison is. He ordered a bunch of small red spiders that were being constantly created from his hand, then dropped on the silky web. After latching on it, they started to crawl rapidly towards the end of the string that was connected to the back window of Felix's car.
Hee.
You should have accepted my partnership willingly without insulting me. Eager and somewhat crazed, Wobbly Web said while running his tongue on his pierced teeth. He probably thought that he looked dashing while doing so. But honestly, if the camera was on him now, the majority of the spectators would have vomited in disgust. After a couple of seconds, all of those red spiderlings made it safely to the other side. They had the size of a toe. Thus it wasn't really hard for them to get access to the interior of Felix's car. Just his open windows were more than enough. Wobbly Web waited until all of them got into their position before ordering out loud, "My babies!
Poison him to death."
Oh, what do we have here?
It seems like landlord is in a pinch. Marlion instantly noticed Wobbly Web's ambush and switched the camera focus from those at the lead to them. Creeped out, the crowd drew a deep breath at the sight of thousands of small red spiderlings crawling all over Felix's car and entering inside from every hole and opening they found.
He is doomed.
What kind of fucked up ability is that? Who can defend against such an army while driving? That legendary bloodline is truly wasted on him.
That's the peak ability of Queen Harvest Spider. That's an epic rank tier 1 bloodline.
I guess his luck has been totally consumed when he won that bloodline. Suddenly, their chatter quietened down a bit as they watched Mouth Agape, the spiderlings they were just glorifying gets engulfed in an acid green mist, then magically disappear after the mist was removed.
Felix's car kept accelerating forward as nothing happened.
Marlion, the spectators, and more so Wobbly Web stared at Felix's sparkling clean car with a dumbfounded expressions. Are my eyes playing a trick on me? Or did I just watch an epic rank peak ability get dealt with the same way as spraying gas at flies?
Brother, you are missing the point here. His aura switched to another poison like his bombs. Can he do that with all of his abilities? The spectator then added with a slight tremble on his voice. And how many poisons can he switch to?
Everyone near the man felt a shiver in their skin as they imagined the immense possibilities of this overpowered bloodline. That's it, I am focusing only on landlord from now on.
Let's see how many poison inducements he can use. I am with you. Count me as well. TSK, I bet he would use at max 5 inducement like the known legendary bloodlines. Just like a domino effect. The crowd bit by bit began switching their vision from known veterans to Felix after realizing how unique his bloodline was. Some spectators knew of such an ability to switch inducements since a few legendary poison bloodlines had it as well.
However, the maximum number of inducements they could use never went beyond 5. They knew that Felix's bloodline would be just the same as them, nothing to boast about. Yet, they still switched their focus from the lead to him. They were somewhat curious about what 5 inducements he unlocked.
Ha. Meanwhile, Felix was laughing his ass out inside the car while watching a small cute spider on top of his hand. It was biting him viciously, trying to penetrate his skin and spew poison inside. Yet, Felix's defenses were too strong for its little fangs. Trying to poison this daddy?
Aren't you simply asked to be slapped in the face?
Felix chuckled one last time and smacked the spider away like a fly. He glanced at Wobbly's car that was speeding away from him in retreat and sneered. You lucky this was a race format. Felix ignored him and continued his acceleration to catch up. If this was a different game mode, Felix wouldn't hesitate for even a second before hunting him down in retaliation. However, this was sadly a race. And in a race, he should only have one thing in mind, and that was to reach the finish line first and foremost.
Hence, he couldn't waste any more time dealing with those pests, as his rank was currently 15 from 34 players that were left. A whopping 12 players were eliminated in the very first minutes of the race. This just showed how dangerous it was to remain within the pack. Good thing, the players now somewhat spread out in the wide desert. There wasn't really a track to limit their flying space or such. One could literally go wherever he wanted. However, to reach the second area of the track, then third, and the fourth, one must always fly in a straight line and minimize any type of delay. This meant those players who spread out, going either left or right, chickened out after seeing players get eliminated constantly. Felix and the rest of the players who kept on flying in a straight line weren't really complaining about it.
Oh, mystery box? After flying for a while solo, Felix's eyes caught the tail of 3 cars ahead of him. They were rushing towards a quite large blue box that had a question mark on it while revolving slowly on itself. They were trying to be the first to obtain it or hinder their competitors from doing so. Just because the veterans decided not to rely on those boxes, it didn't mean they would let those losers get hold of them. After all, who knows if they managed to get an ability that could turn things around.
It seems the silver car is going to it.
Felix observed from distance and slowed his speed a bit to not catch up to them. 3 players fighting was already a crowd. No need to add himself to the mix.
Boom.
Scared shitless, Felix instantly closed his eyes and changed his direction reflexively after he saw a massive explosion originating from the blue box. Marlion was definitely not bullshitting us, Felix thought with cold sweat in his back. He didn't think that the bombs inside the boxes were strong enough to destroy everyone in the vicinity. Heck, if he didn't slow down, the force would have definitely cracked his front window. This scene just further reinforced his decision of not touching those mystery boxes. More like mystery scams, he murmured while dodging some alloy scrubs raining from above. The only ones who enjoyed the fireworks were Marlion, who was hyping it even further, and the spectators who paid to see exactly those brutal deaths.
After 10 minutes of continuous flying, Felix finally saw the Great Canyon that had thin cracks in it. Those were actually the narrow paths they were supposed to pass through to reach the underground tunnels.
Felix pushed the acceleration pedal harder and wheezed towards one of them. Hopefully, this one is in a straight line, he wished quietly while entering the crack.
Unfortunately, the path turned into a crooked one with multiple turns and narrow chocks that could be entered only by flying horizontally. The path couldn't get any more messed up.
Fuck me.
Irked and irritated, Felix began slowing down his speed in order to weave his way in those steep turns. Each time he reached one, he would drift through them successfully.
Good thing his driving skills were not too shabby, letting him have a smooth journey even inside this crooked path. Phew, phew, phew. Out of nowhere, 3 wind blades approached Felix's car from behind rapidly. Their loud sound was enough to let Felix know that he was being attacked. Just good, more trouble. Without even glancing at the back mirror, Felix moved sideways, managing to dodge only one blade. He noticed them quite late to maneuver all of them.
Slice, slice.
The back of his car got cut up, but only slightly, leaving shallow marks behind. The car's defensive counterparts Felix used could take a beating of this degree.
Tisk, no wonder this bastard didn't modify his offense too much.
Inside a thin silver car that had blue clouds paintings on it, a pale handsome man with long diamond-like earrings clicked his tongue in criticism. His name tag was Wind Cloud. Whatever. No matter how hard his car defenses are, it won't survive my wind blades forever, he said, grinning. He kept summoning long wind blades from his hand and placing them above a wide curvy platform that was under his seat. That platform was connected to his car's frontal bumper.
Honestly, it shouldn't be called as such since it appeared more like a curvy opened mouth. Felix had 2 medium-sized launchers while this dude had a launcher stretching from left to right.
Each player modified his car to fit their bloodline's abilities perfectly.
Immediately after placing 3 blades stacking on each other, he clicked a button and they got projected swiftly from the opening towards Felix's car that was drifting stylishly.
However, this time none of them managed to land on Felix's car, as it suddenly plunged down rapidly like it was pulled down by gravity. Works every time. Felix chuckled and turned the engine back on after his successful maneuver. What the fuck?
That's illegal. Furious and somewhat shocked, Windcloud slapped his car wheel after seeing Felix's unique way of dodging. However, only he thought so. As for the crowd who were focusing their vision on Felix, they cheered and clapped their hands thunderously. They might have only focused on him due to his unique bloodline, but after spectating his driving skills, they were hooked by him. Awed and thrilled, they chanted his name while watching him dodge every wind blade thrown at him by either his drifts or spins. Nothing touched his car after the first blade. Felix kept on driving without making a single counterattack. He saw that the bastard had his car's windows closed, so the poison wouldn't affect him at all. If he wanted to use his sleepiness aura as a blinding technique, it would consume quite a lot of energy. His energy tank only had 70% left after his previous battles, so he needed to minimize his consumption as the race still had 2 more laps. Plus, each hovercar had an automatic navigation system. Thus, even if he used his aura and blinded him, he could just activate automatic driving and he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Still, his speed would be reduced drastically. Felix didn't want him to leave his sight after attacking his car to such a degree. He wanted to kill the bastard right now and right here. Shortly after, the path they were driving through became straight and leading downward gradually. Oh, it seems I am about to reach the tunnels. Felix smirked. I might get rid of this pest in there. He accelerated downward at his top speed. The path was straight now. There was no need to worry about steep curves anymore. Soon, he was followed by the sliver car, sticking to him like glue whenever he went. Felix glanced at the back mirror and saw that no more blades were coming at him. Out of gas already? He sneered at this moron who wasted all of his energy for what? A mere 200 game point if he eliminated him? He was obviously either an eager newbie or a trash veteran, who still did not understand the concept of pacing his energy based on the game. Felix had 70% left and was still acting stingy with it, simply because he had no idea what was going to happen in the rest of the race. Instead of using his abilities recklessly, he would rather first use his brain and find the easiest and cheapest way possible to finish a task. Elemental energy in the games was a finite source that couldn't be replanted in the majority of the games. After a while of driving downward in this kind of stalemate, the tunnels leading to the underground appeared in Felix's eyesight. Felix's eyes brightened up immediately after seeing the tunnel's entrance that only allowed one vehicle to pass through with some difficulty. It was more like a choke than an entrance. Time to get rid of him. He grinned while creating 2 white bombs in his hand. Then, he put them each in a tube that was connected to his back row launchers. He left them inside the tubes and pushed the acceleration pedal to the limit, bolting inside the choke first. Windcloud, who was planning on slowing down his speed to pass the choke safely, decided to do the exact opposite after seeing Felix's car put a significant distance between them. Better luck in your next life. Felix laughed wickedly and punched the launch button with the side of his fist. Whoosh! Poof! Poof! The white bombs got launched swiftly towards the choke. One exploded exactly on the choke, while the other exploded 4 meters before it. The spectators stood from their seats in excitement at the choke that was completely blocked of sight by clouds of white mist. Even they couldn't see its exact position, don't even mention Windcloud, who was speeding towards it. No. Mortified, Windcloud screamed at the top of his lung while pulling the wheel to himself, hoping to slow down his speed for even a bit. Sadly, his car still entered the white cloud, blocking his vision from the choke's exact location. Everyone knew, even himself, that his fate was decided the moment his vision was blocked. Entering the choke while seeing it in plain sight was already a difficult task. Don't even mention doing it completely blind. Boom! The silver car completely missed the choke and collided with the wall to its right. Felix drove forward with a relieved smile after hearing the anticipated sound of the explosion. Another 200 GP was in the bag. Landlord did it again. Only 2 bombs to get rid of a player. This newbie keeps making a joke out of veterans. Is anyone going to stop him? Marion automatically put the highlight on the large screen while shouting at the top of his voice. The spectators were cheering before he even commentated, as they were watching Felix live humiliate his pursuer with 1 bomb. Questions began to arise in the VIP rooms within the stadium, whether he was even a newbie. The VIP spectators were more knowledgeable than commoners. Thus, they could see what the commoners couldn't.
At this instant, the way Felix was playing was showing an experience that could only be obtained after playing a hefty sum of games. Knowing how to pace and conserve energy, not chasing after eliminations, not making rash decisions. The list goes on and on. All of those details were not supposed to be on an unranked player. Unranked players were supposed to be dumb, scared, nervous, and have no idea what the fuck they were doing. After all, they were participating in supremacy games for the very first time. It was common sense that the first game and even the second were always the hardest.
More than 99% of unranked newbies lost their first games. It was bound to happen to the best of the bloodliners.
Even the current top-ranked players lost their first games due to the lack of experience. Yet, Felix, a supposed newbie, was literally making the veterans in the game appear like they were the newbies. This sight baffled the VIP spectators, making them switch their focus to him, planning to watch him during the entire game. Above the normal seating in one of the VIP rooms, such a clear contrast. Wind Cloud used a total of 31 wind blades, yet still didn't even damage his car, said an elderly woman with long gray hair to another elder that was sitting beside her. Indeed. Meanwhile, Landlord relied only on the exterior environment to his advantage to save energy. The other elder rubbed his golden beard slightly and added with a smile. It's clear that he is confident of his chances in emerging as the champion. How about we invite him to the clan? She asked suddenly.
Well, he is a poison user and even with a legendary bloodline. He pondered while looking at Felix's car sidestepping the lava bursts from the river. Soon, he nodded his head and decided.
All right, if he managed to win the race, we will extend an invitation to join as an outer member of the clan. Well, I do believe he deserves to be an inner member. The elderly woman gave a mild smile and added, but the clan sent you to scout for talents, not me, so it's your choice. We will see that later. For now, let's observe how he deals with those he caught up to, he said, smiling. Felix slowed his speed slightly, trying to keep his distance away from 3 hovercars in front of him. They were driving near each other in a triangle formation without fighting.
Tisk, 3-member alliance, exactly what I needed. Felix rubbed his eyebrows in irritation.
He was having a tough time finding a way to deal with them perfectly without wasting his energy or taking too much damage, especially without getting delayed any further. He didn't want to entangle himself in the fight. It was not worth it. A couple of minutes quickly passed by, and Felix merely kept observing the surroundings and the players ahead of him for any loophole to take advantage of.
Suddenly, the leftmost car had its window pulled down just slightly. Smoke was coming from that opening. The player was definitely smoking a cigarette. It wasn't against the rules or anything. Felix was glad that it wasn't.
His eyes glowed with delight as he finally saw the opportunity he needed. Hee. If I use that inducement, I won't need to do anything.
With an evil wide grin, Felix snapped his finger and a bloodish red bomb was created on top of his hand. Then he put it at a tube connected to his front launchers and waited patiently.
Fush!
A sudden lava pillar rose from the river near the Alliance formation, forcing them to split apart in panic.
Now! Felix immediately pressed the launch button while aiming at the car with its window lowered. Whoosh! The bomb rapidly headed towards it unnoticed by anyone due to the lava pillar and its red color. It camouflaged itself neatly with the atmosphere's bright red light. Poof!
Strike!
Ecstatic, Felix celebrated with a fist pump after seeing his bomb explode near the window of the car. Although the majority of the mist was left outside of the car, still a small part made it in. Felix didn't care if 1% or 99% of mist got in. As long as the player inside the car took a whiff, he would be poisoned without resistance. Showtime! He rubbed his hands together while eyeing the assaulted car in anticipation. He even slowed down his speed to avoid their detection. He wanted nothing to mess up with his plan.
That pillar scared me to death. Relieved, a chubby man wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. After doing so, he hastily pressed his AP bracelet screen. Ultra Craze, Warshock, are you guys all right? He asked.
I am good, Mighty Monka. I dodged successfully. A stuffy voice came from Mighty Monka's bracelet. Good. How about you, Warshock?
No one responded to him. He looked at his window and found that Warshock's car was fine. So he was quite confused about not receiving confirmation.
You motherfucker.
However, his confusion was soon replaced with rage after seeing two sides cannons suddenly pop out of Warshock's car doors. They were pointing straight at his enraged face.
He quickly tried to dodge by pulling the wheel to himself, trying to uplift his car. Unfortunately, he was too near to be missed or given enough time to pull that off. Boom! Boom! Two spiky golden cannonballs crashed into his car. One shattered his window and hit him right in the head, while the other penetrated his car door, easily landing on his chest. The distance between them was so close. The cannonball's penetration power was beyond massive. Mighty Monka sat unmoving with two spiky balls stuck on his body. His eyes were losing their luster gradually. Yet, he had only one thought in his mind even when felt that his death was approaching. Why now?
Exactly, why now?
He knew that betraying each other was imminent, but he assumed that wouldn't happen until at least they reached the last lap. Otherwise, the entire alliance was meaningless. Too bad. He didn't know that there was a serpent stalking them all along, planning just for this moment. Warshock, you fucking retard. Why did you have to ruin our alliance now after all the effort we had to go through to build our trust? Beyond livid, Ultra Craze roared with bloodshot eyes. Who could blame him, though?
Everything was going smoothly. They eliminated those who targeted them and ignored those who left them alone. The only thing they focused on was to reach the finish line first.
But now everything was ruined by a single attack from Warshock. There was nowhere in hell that Ultra Craze would carry his partnership with him after seeing his other allies' fate.
Wait, I swear it was not me.
He attacked me first. I was simply protecting myself. Warshock did not even realize he was poisoned, as he frantically tried to defend himself.
He wasn't lying, though. He really saw that Mighty Monka was pointing at him with a finger sizzling with electricity.
He saw the same gesture before when Mighty Monka was dealing with a player. That player, who was assaulted by that electric finger, got paralyzed for 10 seconds straight before getting finished off by Ultra Craze's behemoth car.
Terrified that he was going to be dealt with in the same manner as that player, he decided to attack first.
You bastard. I was planning to leave you, but you dare look down on my IQ like this. Ultra Craze immediately slammed his heavy fortified car against the squishy car of Warshock. Ultimately, for him to have those kinds of massive cannons installed in his car, it only signified that he gave up on installing defensive parts. His car standard parts didn't have a chance against Ultra Craze's behemoth car.
Crash. Warshock's car didn't survive even the first collision as it dove down towards the river lava rapidly. He was smashed from above by Ultra Craze's car front bumper, which seemed like a flat metallic silver Hummer.
Fuck. 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 Stop. It was really not me. Scared out of his wits, Warshock kept cursing out loud while pulling the wheel to himself, trying to stabilize his car from falling any lower. Whoosh. Thankfully, he managed to do so right as he reached a few meters above the lava river.
Bastards, they must have allied against me without my knowledge. But why did they act now? Warshock slapped the wheel in anger and confusion over the entire situation. He was just as bewildered as Mighty Monka.
However, before his thoughts started to wander, his car roof was smashed by a spherical Hummer, bending it in a weird shape.
Ultra Craze stood above Warshock's car wearing a belt that had a long chain connected to his car. He huffed through his mouth as he lifted that hammer high above his head like he was about to deliver judgment.
Smosh! He brought it down without a single ounce of hesitation.
This is for looking down on my IQ, he shouted while lifting his hammer again.
Stop! You will get us both killed. Frightened and shocked, Warshock removed his seatbelt and lowered his body to the limit while still trying to lift his car upward. Only a few meters separated him and the lava river. Just one unlucky lava pillar popping out near him and his fate would be doomed.
Unfortunately, each time he lifted his car a bit, another hammer smash ruined his efforts.
Only you will die, moron. Ultra Craze lifted his hammer again and said in utter disgust. It was truly the worst alliance one can ask for. Now fuck off. Please don't. Warshock begged out loud. Yet the hammer didn't pause its descent for even a split second. Bang! This time the hammer connected with Warshock's head after not being able to lower himself any further. He truly got hammered to death unjustly. Why did I ally with such a noob? Irked and still livid, Ultra Craze pressed on a button in his belt and the chain rolled back, bringing him towards his car. That was on an automatic drive. SHSH. Confused, Ultra Craze lifted his head slightly after hearing a sizzling sound. Immediately after, his eyes gaped in horrification at the chain that was being corroded by an acid-green mist. Before he could even comprehend what he was seeing, the chain snapped in half. "No!" he screamed while free-falling into the lava river. Plop, plop. His hammer was the first to sink into the river, and then he followed after. Even when his body was being melted by the lava, his shrieks never stopped resounding in the area. A couple of seconds later, he quieted down forever. Till his death, he had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Nothing personal. Felix accelerated above his sizzling bones with a nonchalant expression. Not a hint of sympathy was in his eyes after he watched Ultra Craze burn to death. After all, mercy had brought him too many betrayals and problems in his previous life. He already learned his lesson, and he would be a fool to repeat the same mistakes here again. Landlord! 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 Exhilarated and feverish, the spectators chanted Felix's name with their fists raised above their heads, flushed cheeks, and above all, standing from their seats. One bomb, one whiff. That's all it took for an alliance made of 3 players to be brought down to their knees. Such an optimal use of energy and wits made them feel like they paid to watch a high silver or gold game, instead of a bronze game that was supposed to be packed with newbies and garbage players. Even though there were some silver-ranked players, they weren't really that good, since their losses must have been more than their wins to end up in this game. Now, Felix was showing how a real peak-tier gold player acts and plays. In his previous life, he never managed to get out of gold rank, but still, that was enough to walk over those scrubs. One bomb to break down an entire alliance. He didn't even need to do anything. Marlion put a close-up on Felix's serpent-like car and said in a thrilled manner, "I bet my left mouth that the red bomb was a hallucination inducement. There's no other explanation to what just happened." Marlion's guess was pinpoint, as Felix truly used a hallucination inducement. It was one of the few cost-free options. Anyone who absorbed the inducement would have his most recent worry and fear resurface in flesh. For Warshock, it was the sight of his 2 allies combining their strengths to kill one player within an instant. Since the moment he saw that, worry began to eat him up from inside, that he would be their next target. Hallucination inducement just made that appear in reality. The rest was history. Felix knew that individual alliances were fragile and filled with holes, especially in bronze rank where newbies still didn't know that contracts were allowed within the game. That's right, players could sign an alliance contract, forbidding them from acting against each other until their purpose was achieved. Sometimes it would be until they killed their target successfully, while at other times it would be until everyone died except for them. Whatever purpose or target was, the moment it was achieved, the alliances fall apart, leaving everyone to fend for themselves solo. To sum it up, if the alliance Felix just destroyed signed a contract with each other, this would have never happened, or at least Warshock would have taken a couple of seconds to think of his decision until the inducement duration runs out. After all, breaking a contract meant that the Queen would destroy his consciousness, killing him straightway. Fascinating. Just pure skill and wits. Delighted, the elder in the VIP room clapped his hands in praise. Told you he deserves to be within the inner circle. The elderly woman chuckled while watching Felix's outplay again on the highlighted large screen. Indeed, he is the whole package. Smart, ruthless, talented. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly he let out a helpless sigh. But now other clans will fight with us for him. So we need to entice him with more than just an invitation. How about we promise him with consciousness-cleansed substance? She suggested. All right, I doubt others will be able to top it even further. He agreed and added, but he still needs to win the game. That's the minimum requirement to join us. She nodded and continued to watch Felix's car that was speeding almost reached the volcano's tunnels. This is a moment of fate for this game, darling, landlord. Is he going to pick the right tunnel or chooses the wrong one? Marion completely ignored the other players after Felix's last witty display.
Now the entire audience already started focusing only on Felix, and he must abide by their wishes and showcase his face on the large screen. With Felix's hoodie that only showed darkness, this added extra bonus points on Felix's entire persona. The majority of the crowd loved the mysterious vibe he was emitting. Plus, with his seemingly endless poison inducements, this only further enhanced that feeling. How many did he use so far? A random spectator asked. He currently used 4 unique inducements. White for sleepiness, acid green for corrosion, light yellow for paralyzes, and finally red for hallucination, I assume. The one near him answered his question while reading from a small note. I can't wait to see other ones. Sigh, truly legendary bloodlines are on their own league. No shit, epic rank tier 1 can be sold for 5 million. Meanwhile legendary rank can reach even 200 million for just tier 1. And even then you can only get them from renowned auctions houses. The spectators conversed and argued with each other out loud with varied emotions. Adoration, envy, greed, and indifference. The only unarguable idea was that Felix's bloodline was legendary. The mere thought that it could be above never crossed their minds. At the end of the day, legendary rank beasts were at the peak of rarity and potential without questions asked. This had been a dead debate since long ago. This was the reason Felix never cared or bothered about hiding his bloodline abilities, since even if he used tens of inducements, no one would question him on it. The only thing that must be hidden no matter what was the number of abilities he owned. After all, if he used 6 active abilities while being in the bronze and silver, it signified only 2 things: either the system was bugged and a peak 6-stage bloodliner somehow managed to sneak inside, or Felix had a way to awaken more abilities while being at the bottom of integration. That's what was going to create true chaos. As humans at the top of the pyramid would use everything they had in their possession to find his identity in the real world, or at least harass anyone who used the same abilities as he had. Before long, they would find him in real life and invite him for a cup of tea. Felix tapped on his wheel with his fingers while humming a tune softly. From time to time he glanced at the ranking and the eliminated players list that was on his car's dashboard. Oh, another one eliminated at the front. A bit surprised, he exclaimed after seeing his rank bump up to 5th while the player base got lowered from 20 to 19. Let's see who the lucky one is. He clicked on the eliminated list and all the names who died were displayed in front of him. New, mystifying beauty. How can you die before I play with you? Felix lightly punched his wheel in vexation after seeing the busted chick. He groped in the hall gets eliminated. Oh well, we were not fated. His vexation was quickly replaced with focus after finally reaching the tunnels leading to the volcanoes. Lady Luck, I never begged you for anything, but please just for once show me the way. Felix prayed piously while driving through a tunnel he chose randomly. After a while, Felix's curses resounded in the tunnel. Fuck you. I will never beg from you again. He huffed in anger after seeing a dead end in the one he chose. Without wasting any more time, he made a sharp turn, leaving the tunnel and drifting into the second one to his right. Thankfully, the hateful lava he saw before was not there, as only a wide mouth showing crimson sky was unveiled as soon as he stepped inside the tunnel. Felix immediately accelerated while spinning his hovercar to nullify some air resistance. He didn't like using this technique as it gave him motion sickness, and he couldn't afford to have one next to other players. A few seconds later, his car rushed out of the volcano mouth into an orange cloud. It kept going up and up until it lost its momentum. Then, it dropped rapidly towards the lave sea. Gravity was pulling it down to its rightful height, which was 100 meters above the surface. Felix did not let this free drop go to waste, as he directed his car towards the red desert and accelerated even further while dropping. Boom! The sound barrier was broken, as Felix's car speed exceeded the speed of sound. But he remained composed even when he was nosediving towards the raging lava sea with that kind of speed. He squinted his eyes in focus while glancing from time to time at the meterage in his car's dashboard to see his altitude. 5400, 4700 m, 3988 m, 2680 m, 1500 m. Now! Felix bit his lip as hard as he could while pulling the wheel to himself and simultaneously pushing the brakes to the limit. His car kept trying to uplift itself to be vertical to the sea. 500 m, 300, 220, 90 m. Phew. Felix's car glided exactly 90 meters above the lava sea and zoomed with at least triple the normal speed.
Felix let go of his bottom lip and gave a pleased smirk that sent the spectators wild after seeing such a risky maneuver that no one before attempted to do.
Felix just kept giving and giving. There wasn't a single boring moment with him even when he was flying alone.
Well, Felix did this dangerous movement not to entertain them but to catch up to the frontrunners. And it was totally worth it, as Felix finally saw the tail of two cars in front of him.
Hey, another partnership? He grinned. Don't mind me breaking your honeymoon. Even though he said so, he did not rush into them but kept his distance and observed silently their cars, like a predator waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
It seems that both of them have everything tight shut. He drove with one hand while having the other under his chin. He frowned slightly. This is going to be a tough one. Felix knew that this time he wouldn't be able to use his hallucination bomb to incite a battle between them. Or any poison in that case, as the windows, the only possible entries, were closed. Is that really my only way to sneak my poison in? He pondered while examining his car interior for any loophole he could use. If he found one in his car, there was a high chance other cars would have it as well. Since the majority of players focused on modifying their exterior heavily, while leaving the interior standard with few tweaks here and there. He touched the holes of the launchers inside and wondered, if I took advantage of that split second where launchers open up to fire, I might be able to pull it off. Helpless, he sighed and decided to go with this risky plan. There was no other option on the table besides so. He could have just accelerated and passed them. But he would be a fool to leave this predatory position and switch to prey just to be slightly ahead. What's even worse was that he would get sandwiched by two at front and two at the back. God knows if they would ally together and get rid of him.
So the only option was to eliminate those two and do so as clean as possible without entering a messy fight with them.
After finalizing the plan one last time, Felix accelerated towards the rightmost car, not caring anymore if they noticed him. Miss, Arctic Heart, someone is catching up to us. What's the plan? A man, who had one extra ear at the back of his head, asked with a laid-back attitude. He noticed from his back mirror Felix's car rushing towards him. Let's do our usual pincer strategy. A beautiful mature woman with glossy icy blue lips responded in a calm manner. The long one, or the short one? He asked. Let's go for the long one, she clarified. I saw him earlier spewing white poisonous from his car, leaving a long trail. We can't go behind him if he used that.
All right, you take care of the back since he is coming after me, he ordered. I told you to no order me around, Sonar. She refused to obey to his order. Can you please take care of the back? Sonar requested while scratching his third ear in irritation.
Much better. She gave a mild smile and changed her direction to the left. She then drove away from her partner. Felix laid his eyes on her car for a few seconds and ignored her. It seemed like she was going to make a wide encircling without getting seen by him. She wanted to strike when he least expected. But first, she needed to get out of his sight for a while. Planning to sandwich me? He snickered while creating two pistachio green bombs with a snap of a finger. Then, he put them on the two front launcher's tubes and left them there without firing.
However, the same thing didn't apply for Sonar, as his back launcher that appeared like a lion's mouth fired a continuous stream of sound waves in the shape of a circle towards Felix.
Whoa! Fucking hell! Felix reflexively dodged to the right, but still, his front glass window got cracked slightly after it got touched by the corner of the sound wave. He never expected that his prey was a sound element user. Not bad. But for how long can you dodge? Sonar chuckled while having two silver metal tubes in front of his mouth. One tube was connected to his front launcher while the other to the back launcher. Strangely, both of them resembled a lion having its jaw wide open. Dodge this. He put his mouth on the tube connected to the back launcher and roared at the top of his voice. Ruhar.
Multiple sound waves in the shape of a lion's jaw were projected from the launcher. Felix, who had his finger on the fire button, immediately pushed it, firing his bombs at the back launcher. He was waiting with narrowed eyes just for that moment. Although he was focusing on it, he didn't forget to dodge the approaching lion's jaws.
Poof, poof. One bomb exploded exactly near the launcher's hole while the other exploded on the back window.
Sonar laughed in a mocking manner at this useless attack. But after seeing that his assaults were also not doing well, he slapped his wheel in irritation. Whatever, I just need to hold him until Arctic Heart pincer him.
Again, he put his mouth on the metal tube and took a deep breath with his mouth. He had absolutely no idea that his launcher had just been contaminated with a pistachio green mist, or what remained of it at very least. And so, he inhaled a large whiff of the nastiest smell he had ever been exposed to in his life. Nothing came even close to what his mouth had just experienced. Immediately after tasting it and also smelling it, he recoiled away from the tube while clutching his neck tightly, holding himself from vomiting in disgust. He felt like he just ate a mixture of multiple different feces all at once. The taste just kept on assaulting his gag reflex over and over again. In the end, he couldn't handle it anymore and vomited everything out, like a water hose. Blaya!
His puke was thrown all over the wheel and the frontal window of his car, blocking his vision. After seeing what he had done, he sat frozen in his place, dumbstruck about the entire situation. He had no clue how things led to this point.
Yet before he could manage to regain his wits, the disgusting sight and smell of his vomit covering the interior of his car assaulted his gag reflex again. But this time he learned his lesson. He quickly opened the window and put his head outside, puking his guts out. "You should not have done that." Felix laughed and pressed the fire button. Poof, poof. 2 bombs exploded on Sonar's head. One light yellow and the other acid green. The usual torturous combo. It was clear he was planning for this to happen.
However, he wasn't done yet as he threw with his hand another acid bomb on the car's dashboard. It wasn't hard for Felix to catch up while flying with triple Sonar's car speed.
Arg! My face is melting. Sonar didn't even bother about the interior of his car that was getting corroded, as he kept screaming his anguish in his mind.
At least his harrowing experience was being shared with his car as it kept making noises and warning sounds each time an important part was fried.
SSS.
Marlion and the audience all drew a deep breath after seeing this horrendous sight. Just the idea of having your face getting melted while being paralyzed sent cold shivers in their back.
Before, they only saw Guard of Logic's fate in a replay on the large screen. But now they were watching everything live close to their faces. Especially the spectators who bought the omnipotent vision. They could see everything spot on, no matter how far the distance. Thus, Sonar's hideous face, akin to walking outside of a horror movie, was literally only half a meter away from them. Landlord ways of eliminating are truly ruthless and brutal. But that's what we like to see, Marlion commentated with vicious smiles planted on his cheeks.
His claim was supported by the spectators who cheered and chanted Landlord's name thunderously. This was what they paid to see, bloody and brutal fights. Not drama between players, and Felix fits exactly their favorite type of player. Was the first bombs he used were new ones?
Both of them were green like his acid bomb. A spectator asked.
Are you colorblind?
They are clearly light green. Not to mention its different inducement.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Can smelly bombs even count as poison anymore?
Anything that can affect the body in a harmful way when absorbed can be called poison. So yes, that smelly bomb is also poison, since it harms the body functions greatly, as you have seen. A blue goblin, wearing a black tuxedo, explained in a polite manner. Damn. I bet my fart is poisonous then. Don't flatter yourself. The blue goblin smiled and said, if it can't get a negative reaction from the brain. Gee. TSHAH. Fart noises. OH fuck.
What did you eat?
Blarick. Blaff. Vomit noises. Run. Save yourselves. My eyes are tearing up from the smell.
Run. His fart is a tear gas.
Stop pushing me.
I am gonna fall. The blue goblin kept trying to wiggle himself out from the crowd with a constipated expression on his face. His height didn't reach even their thighs, thus he was getting kneed in the face constantly by the escaping crowd.
No one cared about him, as their brain had only one thought, and that was to run as far as possible from a man who had an innocent look on his face and a tail attached to his back, resembling skunk tail. The fucker was using a skunk bloodline and still dared to fart in the middle of the crowd. Thud. Finally not able to handle getting kneed in the face by the escaping mob, the blue goblin fell right into one of the pools of vomit released in the area. Just as he tried to lift his head, he was stamped upon, making his face get planted in the vomit right back.
This time some pieces got inside his mouth.
Still taste better than my ex-wife cooking, he murmured to himself subconsciously as tasted them. Still, his watery eyes couldn't hide the fact that he felt wronged about the entire situation. If he knew that his explanation was going to lead to this result, he would have kept his mouth shut. Alas, he could only wipe the vomit from his aggrieved face and go look for another seat away from that humanoid catastrophe. This mini chaos that had just happened was gone unnoticed by Marlion and the rest of the spectators, as their focus was completely drawn to a battle happening way behind Felix's car. Meanwhile, Felix did not speed away after dealing with sonar, but slowed his speed and waited for Arctic Heart to catch up. However, it never happened.
Speechless, he kept glancing at his back mirror from time to time, not knowing how to react to her tardiness.
Did she lose her direction or what? He mused. After seeing that no one was chasing him even after waiting for a while, he stopped caring about her and decided to check on the current rank. What the fuck? Immediately after seeing his current rank, he exclaimed in disbelief. How did I jump straight from 5th to 2nd?
He tapped on the elimination list and read the newly eliminated players. Soon he found 4 added players to the list: Sonar, Arctic Heart, Holy Fist, and Easy Wind. Did Arctic Heart get intercepted by others? He wondered in befuddlement while glancing at his back mirror. Need to speed up, it seems like they are catching up.
Without further ado, he pushed the pedal to the limit and rushed forward. He never expected that other players were already this near to his position.
Well, to be fair, he was hindered on many occasions on his path, such as the fact he chose the wrong volcano's tunnel. Plus, he slowed his speed greatly during the time he was dealing with that alliance.
It was only natural that players would start to catch up to him, just like he caught up to frontrunners.
But still, after Sonar and Arctic Heart death, I should be 3rd rank. He glanced at Easy Wind and Holy Fist and reasoned it seems a fight happened between the 1st and 2nd. He grinned. I bet Easy Wind was the one who died ahead of me.
He figured so from the way Easy Wind didn't partner with anyone in the game hall. So he must have fought and lost his battle. Hopefully, he did some substantial damage to the 1st ranker.
2 hours into the race.
Wobbly Web is done for. He really should not have provoked an alliance. Marlion commentated on Wobbly Web's car that was being pounded by different abilities in the middle of 4 cars. Even in such a hopeless situation, Wobbly Web was trying his best to free himself from their encirclement. However, his silk element abilities were not helping him that much.
Every time he threw his webs connecting to a car, they get immediately either sliced by wind or engulfed in flames. The players were playing like a solid team, using their abilities to help each other out. Their cooperation was making Wobbly Web's life hell and car into almost resembling a pile of junk.
Bam! Boom! In the end, his car exploded once and for all after its engine got blasted by 3 spears made of flames.
Sigh, he could have played it smarter. But he was too anxious to pass them. A spectator shook his head at the sight.
Can you blame him? This is the last lap already. If not now, then when? That's not an excuse to throw your life like that. He could have obtained a mystery box first then attack them, or simply don't do it and give up on the race. Fucking moron. Even Landlord is struggling to catch up to 1st ranker. Don't even mention him.
True, I am watching him right now. He is still quite distant from absolute vision. If he kept at this pace, he is doomed.
The audience switched their vision to Felix, wanting to recheck on him. Since the moment he began flying solo without a single soul in front of him or behind him, everyone lost interest and focused on other battles happening at the back. The current 4 players alliance that just eliminated Wobbly Web were their favorites to watch. At least 7 players were killed by them only. Meanwhile, Felix began to feel a little bit anxious after not seeing the tail of 1st ranker even after driving for a couple of hours. Where did this fucker go? This is the last lap and I still didn't even glimpse at his shadow.
Felix clutched the wheel tightly while driving recklessly through the underground. He almost got hit a couple of times by some lava pillars with the way he was driving. But he didn't slow down even a bit as he couldn't afford to anymore.
After a while, He reached the tunnels leading to the volcano's mouths and chose one randomly while holding his breath.
Thank God. Felix sighed in relief after seeing the beautiful crimson sky. Then he did the same technique as before to get a better thrust during his climbing. Whoosh! His car rushed through the volcano's mouth spinning like a bullet. However, this time Felix didn't stop spinning as he decided to keep doing it to push the free-fall momentum even further. He wanted to obtain the best possible speed burst when his car glides vertically above the lava sea. And so, under the dumbfounded eyes of Marlion and the spectators, both on live stream and the stadiums, Felix's car span as it dropped like it was drilling the air itself. Boom! The sound barrier was broken even faster than before. But this time, Felix cannot rely on the meterage to see his altitude as he closed his eyes to reduce the motion sickness that would follow after he glides. He was completely relying on his instincts to pull this off. 6800 m, 5870, 4500, 3300 m. Pull! Pull now! The audience yelled out loud with hands in front of their mouths. Yet, their voices went hoarse and Felix still didn't touch his spinning wheel at all. 2900 m, 1403 m. Pull already, god damn it! Marlion shouted as well with the audience. He didn't want Felix to die anticlimactic death like this. But during a fight for the championship, as that would be an epic ending for the game. Now! Felix's closed eyes suddenly snapped open, as he clutched the steering wheel tightly to stop the spinning. Thankfully, that was easy for him due to his super strength. Immediately after stopping the car's spinning, he pulled the wheel towards him while simultaneously pushing the brake pedal to the limit. His calm eyes kept staring at the sea of lava that was merely a couple of 100 meters away from him, akin to staring right in the Grim Reaper's eyes. Nevertheless, that didn't faze him at all, as he kept murmuring gently, "Come on, girl. You can do it. Do it, you slut." Scared shitless, he roared one last time as his car whizzed vertically a few meters above the sea. He wanted to keep his calm and composed image through the end, but the lava sea was so close he almost peed his pants. That was truly a close shave. He did it. He actually pulled it off. Marlion and the spectators completely went bonkers after seeing Felix's car flying with unprecedented speed towards Absolute Vision, who had no idea that a predator was catching up to him rapidly. Holy, that was a stressful experience, a man said while wiping his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. My heart was about to leap out of my chest. Touch it, a cute female said absent-mindedly next to him. Sister, are you sure about it? He asked. Fuck, if you don't want to, let others do it. Another man jumped inside their conversation. Go to the side, she asked me. Fuck off, you already wasted your chance. Can't I ask for permission like gentlemen? The other spectators near those two pulled them away from each other. They were truly on the verge of ripping each other throats. It was clear that they wanted to vent the stress that Felix's dangerous maneuver put them through. Meanwhile, Felix rubbed his temples gently after a massive headache assaulted him immediately as he relaxed. Even so, a wide grin was on his face as he stared at the tail of Absolute Vision's car. Let's see if luck is going to help you this time. Felix truly believed that the only reason why Absolute Vision was in the first rank was because of his luck. After all, his car placement was at the front row during the starting zone. Plus, with his wide AoE blindness, he managed to break out of the pack easily. When they were still grouped in a pack, Felix saw a pitch-black domain that spanned 40 meters, put everyone near his car in utter darkness. Some cars escaped outside the domain safely while others weren't so lucky. Those 3 players from before were the ones who died in it. Meanwhile, Felix had eliminated a whopping 7 players while still being in the worst possible placement. Not mentioning the 2 times he failed to find the exit tunnel during his first and second lap. So in comparison, Absolute Vision's racing was honestly a smooth journey. But that would soon change, as the serpent had caught up to him, and it's hungry for his blood after everything it had gone through to catch up. How did someone catch up to me? Absolute Vision didn't even turn his head or glance at the mirror to see Felix's car approaching him with 5 times his current speed. And what the hell is that speed? He must be cheating. He immediately called for the Queen AI to report him. Queen, I found a cheater.
he said. ID name, she asked. Don't know. But his SG tag is landlord, he replied. A second later, she responded monotonously, no signs of cheating has been found. Please don't make false reports anymore. Otherwise, your account will be blocked for 15 days. This is your first warning. Absolute Vision neither had guts nor the time to lash at her, as Felix had almost reached him. So he focused on dealing with him first, then questioned Marline later over that abnormal speed. Speechless, Felix inspected the smooth-looking black car that had neither windows nor launchers. The entire vehicle resembled the head of a pencil, sharp, pointy, and black. No wonder this bastard was so fast. He didn't modify his offense at all. Felix had a bad feeling about this. After all, to not have launchers in a car, it meant only two things. Either he was a melee form fighter like Ultra Craze or a mental type fighter. And it was clear in this case that Absolute Vision was a mental type user. The worst matchup Felix could hope for. Simply because the mental type users just needed to hide in a fortified box and abuse others outside without being endangered at any point. This signified that Felix's abilities were absolutely useless against this kind of opponent. After all, how the hell was his poison supposed to be absorbed when there was not a single opening in that car? The worst part about all of this was the fact that Felix had to eliminate him now before his speed buff gets reduced. Although with Felix's current speed he could totally avoid fighting him and simply rush ahead. He understood that wasn't a real viable plan. Let's say he surpassed him, then what? His speed buff was not infinite. At one point, his car would start slowing down until it gets returned to its natural maximum speed. At that moment, if he didn't already reach the finish line, he would easily get bypassed by Absolute Vision. At the end of the day, who could contest in speed with that abnormal-looking car that was modified to mitigate as much wind resistance as possible? Thus, Felix had to fight and make sure Absolute Vision fight back. He only had a small window of time, and he must use it efficiently to get rid of Absolute Vision here and now. Before long, Felix and Absolute Vision only had 100 meters distance between them, and it kept decreasing quickly until it was merely 60 meters separating them. An optimal distance for Felix to launch his attacks. Let's fire 2 bombs to test the water, he said while creating 2 acid bombs. He chose this inducement with high hopes that it manages to corrode Absolute Vision's car. He may not have windows or launchers, but Felix's acid inducement still could corrode alloys, just like it did to Ultra Craze Chain. Without further ado, he put them in the launchers and fired them at Vision's car. He held his breath with expectations written all over his face. Poof, poof. Too bad. His hopes were dashed the moment he saw Vision's car shrugging the mist off like it was nothing. It just kept flying straight, totally ignoring his attacks, akin to his crush ignoring his greeting in public. This bastard is baiting me to approach even closer. Felix quickly figured out the cause of Vision's lackluster response. It was clear that Vision's mental abilities range was quite shorter than the distance between them. Although he knew so, Felix still didn't slow down his speed, as the moment he did, he would be left behind forever. So he could only obediently enter Vision's attacking radius while thinking of a new plan to get him out of this shithole. 50m. 40m. 20m. Tempo blindness. The moment Vision noticed that Felix had stepped inside his attacking range, he activated his AoE blindness ability. A sudden wave of darkness was released from his vehicle. It kept on expanding and expanding until everything inside a 40-meter diameter was hidden behind a dark curtain. The ability was dashing and flamboyant, all right, but did it have any effect? No, absolutely nothing changed, as Felix's car just kept speeding forward unhindered. What a retard. So what if you blinded me? I can just activate autopilot and chill until the duration ends, Felix thought while laughing in ridicule. Although he couldn't see even his fingers inside the curtain of darkness, he remained unfazed. He knew that those types of large AoE abilities consumed a massive amount of energy each second they were active. Hence, Vision would turn it off sooner or later after he notices that his attack was useless. It seems impossible to win this fight without breaching a hole in his car. I guess I am only left with that option. He pondered quietly in the darkness. It appeared that the blindness did more good than bad, as Felix's thoughts were clearer and more cohesive. Queen, call Absolute Vision, please.
he requested. The queen quickly did as instructed. Who is calling me now? Vision wondered in confusion and asked Queen for the ID of the caller. Sir, it's landlord, should I accept? She asked. Do it, what's there to worry about? He sneered. Click. Hello, dear Mr. Vision. Can you please answer just one question of mine and I will leave you in peace? Felix's baffled voice resounded in the car. Please ask away, Sir Landlord. Vision gentle persona that he used in the game hall swiftly resurfaced. How the hell are you not dead with this trashy ability? Felix hastily added another taunt before the connection gets cut off. Trust me, I had no idea how to deal with you before, but after you blinded me, I was suddenly enlightened, so I called to ask and also deliver my thanks. Sir Landlord, you only said this because there was no obstacle ahead of us. If we were in the canyon, you wouldn't even have time to call me. Vision replied as politely as possible, trying his best to keep his nerves in check. Ha ha, so your ability is only useful in canyons? And you have the nerve to brag about it. Felix yawned in boredom and sent him off with one last taunt. I feel bad for the audience who expected an epic fight between us. But it is what it is. He then cut off the connection between them abruptly, leaving the gentle-looking Vision with an unsightly expression. He wanted to retort, but the bastard left as sudden as he appeared. You fucker asked for it. He snapped his finger, deactivating his tempo blindness. Then, he gently removed the white bandage on his eyes, exposing two dark eyes without eyelids, eyelashes, and weirdly no pupils. They just showed pitch-black darkness, resembling a moonless night. The audience, who were laughing at Vision just a while ago, instantly gasped at his weird-looking eyes. Don't tell me that's a mutation from a bloodline. I believe that's a mutation from the epic Tier 1 Deep Abyss Bat. One of the few good mutations of that beast, as your vision might be blinded, but you instantly obtain an echolocation ability. So it is a trade between vision and enhanced hearing? A worthwhile trade, honestly, since echolocation allows you to visualize everything in a 200-meter diameter. Indeed, though he quite looks ugly with those kinds of eyes. No wonder he bandaged them. Everyone got speechless after hearing a teenage girl say this. But they couldn't help but agree with her somehow. Fans had been always this shallow. Even Felix, if he showed them an ugly face under his hoodie, they would instantly shun him and focus on others. No matter how one's unique abilities were, no one would want to look at your ugly face while casting them. Just like Vision now, who activated his peak ability, thinking that he looked dashing. But in reality, the audience only gave him expressionless looks. Felix knew that after his taunts, Vision would lose his shit and uses his best ability. But that was exactly his aim, for Vision to use his peak ability and waste all of his energy, or at least the majority of it, while doing so. Come on, throw everything out. Calm and collected, he gripped the wheel tightly with both of his hands, while wearing a belt that was connected with a metallic chain. Meanwhile, the chain was linked to a hard grip that was affixed to the door of the car. He was doing nothing but bracing himself for the impact. Abyssal screech. Cree. A sudden ear-piercing screech resonated continuously in the area. It was so loud, the wind kept vibrating each time the sound wave passed by. Crack. All of Felix's car windows started to crack each time they got hit by the sound wave. Sadly, it just kept on coming and coming non-stop until they couldn't handle it. Shatter. Pieces of the glass were hurled everywhere like sharp daggers, scratching Felix all over. Thank God the majority of the pieces were hurled outside of the car, otherwise the interior would have been razored. Uncaring about his bleeding flesh wounds, Felix kept covering his ears with his hands while gritting his teeth in agony. He felt like his eardrums were about to snap at any moment. Yet, he could do nothing to defend against it or stop it. He just kept waiting until the screeching end. After a couple of seconds, the volume of the screech got reduced bit by bit until silence regained in the area yet again. Silence? I might have gone deaf. Nonchalant, Felix touched his bloodied ears while mouthing off those words. Although he couldn't hear anything, not even his voice, he still smirked and licked his lips while gazing at the black car that he just surpassed by a few meters. Now that you are out of gas, it's my turn. Felix unbelted himself and stood up above his seat. He then crawled outside of the broken frontal window and crouched on his car hood with that belt around his waist. Whoosh! The wind kept assaulting him, trying to throw off, but Felix's fingers were dug deep on the car's hood, not letting him even budge. Dumbstruck, the spectators stared at this scene with mouth agape, not daring to believe what their eyes were feeding them. Landlord, an elemental range user, was also a melee fighter. They had no idea what they were watching anymore. But just the mere sight of Felix crouching like that with a confident smirk and ears dripping blood sent shivers of excitement in their spine over the upcoming epic fight. Felix bent his legs with a hunched back and fingers spread apart, gripping the hood like his life was dependent on it. His position somewhat resembled Spider-Man's one in the movies. The only difference was that Felix was applying as much force as possible on his bent knees until the hood couldn't take it anymore and deformed under his force. He took a deep breath while squinting his eyes in focus. Then, whoosh! He jumped straight ahead of Vision's car by few meters, so he could land exactly on its roof. It was easier than it looked since Felix brought his car as close as possible. There were only 5 meters or so between them. He must have passed out of my ability. That should teach him a lesson, Vision said while gasping for breath like he just ran a marathon. His hands kept shaking as he tried to rebandage his eyes back. Till now, no one knew why he even exposed his ugly eyes if he was simply going to screech from his mouth. The spectators speechlessly watched him focusing on bandage his eyes, not paying attention to Felix, who was dropping down on him from above. Bang! Vision's car shook and dove slightly down after Felix successfully landed on the roof. Thankfully, he landed on his stomach, making it easier for him to get a tight grip on the dark alloy. His image might not have looked as dashing as landing on his feet, but Felix valued his life more than to mind about such useless details. The cars were literally on the border of flying at the speed of sound. If Felix's body wasn't inhuman, he would have been slapped like a fly by the wind the moment he got out of his car. Shocked and horrified, Vision dropped the bandage under his seat after he noticed Felix on top of his car, lying down with his feet and one hand dug deep in his alloy. But what scared him the most was the other hand that was clutched as a fist. Bam! Vision lowered his head in fear after seeing his most prized car defenses get easily bent into a shape of a fist from one strike. He didn't dare imagine his fate if that punch landed on him. He quickly took control of the wheel and started driving randomly, going left, right, horizontally, and even added some spins. Yet nothing managed to throw Felix off. His grip was too tight. The only thing that remained constant through all of this was the sound of Felix's punches striking the roof every chance he got. My only solution is to drive away from his car. Absolute Vision quickly decided to slow his car speed and change direction. He wanted to get as far as possible from Felix's car, so the chain that was around his waist get tugged and pull him away. That's a good strategy by Vision. But our dear landlord already anticipated it and modified the autopilot system to keep a close distance to his body. Marlion commentated over this scene with his head shaking slightly. He knew that Vision was fucked without any way to retaliate. This was the fate of every mental-type fighter, getting smashed to paste by a melee form fighter if they got close to them. After only 3 strikes at the same spot, Felix finally managed to punch open a hole on the roof. His behemoth strength made the spectators wonder if he was a beast wearing human skin. "Hello there," Felix greeted the terrified Absolute Vision with a wide grin from the hole. He then gripped the 2 sides of the small hole and spread it open to allow his arm to pass through. "Please stop. I surrender. You can win the race. I won't bother you anymore." Vision begged for mercy after noticing Felix's arm heading towards his head. His begging would have sounded a bit more sincere if he wasn't trying to remove his seatbelt. He clearly wanted to hide under his seat. Too bad. Felix heard jack shit as he was currently deaf. And even if he wasn't, he still would finish him off. After all, there was no surrender in the games. The moment it started there were only 3 options: win, die, or survive after heavy injury. So how could he trust his word? Felix knows for a fact that the moment he accepted Vision's surrender, he would instantly get bit in the ass by him later. It happened too many times in the games, it became the norm. "Don't worry, I will make it quick." Felix smiled warmly while clasping Vision's head with one hand. Vision latched into Felix's hand,
trying to remove his steel-like fingers. But his pity strength couldn't do much. "Please don't kill me. Please." He just carried on begging for mercy while wailing out loud, uncaring about his image. Unfortunately, Felix heard none of it as he tightened his grip, using all of his strength. Pop! Absolute Vision's head immediately exploded akin to a watermelon hit by a baseball bat. Blood, flesh, eyes, and even brain juices were projected everywhere, painting the car with red color. Some pieces even landed on Felix's face. Even then, he still had that warm smile on his face. Marlion and spectators went quiet for a second at this barbaric scene. Then, out of nowhere, the stadium rambled with booming noises. Screams, cheers, and shouts over a perfect brutal climax that they wished for. As expected from Landlord, not a hint of hesitation as he brutally pops someone's brains out. Ecstatic, Marlion jumped on top of his commentary table with spits flying from his right mouth over the microphone. He pointed at the large screen and the scene of Vision's head popping kept on repeating over and over again. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of the skull being crushed resonated each second in the stadium, hyping it even further. He is the one. I will be the #1 fan for Landlord. I will watch all of his games and document everything he does. A good-looking boy with glasses on decided out loud while clapping his hands zealously. I will create his fan club. A player of this caliber must not remain unknown. A beautiful, mature woman said with adoration in her eyes. Invite me in. Me too. Don't forget me. I will leave my current fan club and swear eternal loyalty to Landlord. A man with a bushy orange beard swore as he took hidden peeks at the mature woman. Big brother, you said that as well before you joined Hukami Club. A cute-looking girl said with an embarrassed expression while pulling his shirt. That was merely a passing remark. But now I mean it for real. But you said that as well before. She murmured softly, not wanting to humiliate her brother anymore after seeing the weird looks others were giving them. However, soon the spectators ignored them and focused on Felix, who was being pulled by the chain into the door of the car. The wind washed his face from those flesh pieces. Felix removed the chain and jumped inside his car from the broken window. He then belted himself and took control of the wheel. Activate manual driving, he ordered. Instantly, the red light inside the car turned green for a split second before turning off. Felix gripped the wheel and accelerated as fast as possible towards the red desert. He couldn't let his guard down just because he was currently the first ranker. After all, they were driving in different directions after Vision tried to throw him away. This delayed him immensely. Not to mention his broken windows were going to reduce his speed by a large margin due to wind resistance. Forget about keeping his speed buff. Felix was worried that his car wouldn't even be able to reach its maximum natural speed. One should never forget that the player or the players who eliminated Arctic Heart were always behind his back. Felix might have put a significant distance between them by having 5 times their normal speed. But now, after his fight and car's current condition, they were catching up rapidly. After flying solo for 10 minutes, Felix sighed in relief after finally spotting the Crimson Desert at the shore of the Lava Sea. However, the moment he glanced at his back mirror, he noticed 4 tiny dark dots flying near each other. They kept getting larger and larger in his vision, entailing that their speed was way faster than his. This going to get ugly. Without sounding a single complaint, Felix snapped his finger, creating 2 white bombs. He put them in the back launcher's tubes and kept them in it for now. His focus was entirely on 2 things: reaching the finish line first and blocking the fuckers from robbing him of his hard-earned victory. He kept glancing at his back mirror periodically to get a better feel for the distance separating them. Currently, he believed that at least 10 kilometers was between them. It might sound like a lot, but he knew that this distance could be traveled in 3 minutes or so. However, the good news was that the finish line wasn't far from the lava seashore. Felix believed if this chase carried on like this, by the time they get within 100 meters away from him, he would be either beyond the finish line or about to. The only variable to this was the blue boxes on the track that he kept ignoring. However, Felix was quite confident that those players would ignore them as well. Simply because, the moment one of them decided to greed for a box, the others would do their best to hinder him. Thus, their thin alliance would break in a heartbeat. After all, no one knows if the one who obtained the box gets an ability that allowed him to eliminate them, instead of sprinting towards the finish line. They were positive that he would use it to kill them for free points instead of focusing on catching up with Felix. So to avoid all of this, they continued ignoring the boxes, while speeding as fast as possible. Shortly after, Felix entered the red desert and glimpsed at the finish line that was on the horizon. He looked behind him and saw his pursuers were getting closer and closer. 1000 m, 755 m, 541 m, 350 m. They got so close to him. He was able to see from the back mirror their clear desperation and yearning for the championship written all over their faces. Not today, boys. Felix smirked and clicked fire. Poof, poof. The white bombs exploded in front of their cars, leaving a cloud of mist drifting in the air. Before they could even laugh at his idiotic attempt of blocking them, they saw 2 more bombs fired at them, then 2 more and 2 more. They just kept coming and coming like they were being fired by a machine gun. Yet that wasn't all. As Felix snapped his finger, forcing a white mist out of his pores, the aura kept expanding until his car was hidden entirely. But what made those players flinch was the long poisonous white trail that was being left behind. This combination of abilities forced them to give up on staying behind Felix, as their vision was totally blocked, not allowing them to even aim properly their abilities. Poof! Poof! Bombs with all kinds of colors were continuously hurled from inside the white cloud. All of the inducements that Felix showed so far were thrown behind his back recklessly. He didn't care one bit about his energy anymore. He saved it just for moments like those. Fucking hell. I can't see shit. A bald-headed player cursed while trying to clear the white mist from his front window. He thought before that getting hit by them was useless, as they don't deal any damage. However, he regretted the moment he was touched by one. He literally felt like he was driving a ship through a foggy sea. Nothing could be seen, not even his allies. Felix's long poisonous tail made it just worse. Fuck it. Not able to take it anymore. He pointed a finger in the air and a sudden flame ignited on his fingertip. The flame grew from a candle-like flame into a golden pointy spear. He put it a long platform to his right and clicked fire. The spear was launched from the center of the car bumper, specifically from a small hidden hole. Phew! Bam! The sound of the familiar collision made the baldly feeling excited. Just as he created another spear and put it on the platform, his car smashed into a thick wall made of brown clay, making his excited face get smacked into the wheel. Crack! His nose wasn't spared by the abrupt collision, as it got deformed in a weird shape. You ruined everything, you bastard! Beyond livid, a brunette girl screamed with bloodshot eyes. She quickly switched her vision from the baldy, who fucked her chances to win without realizing it, to Felix's car that was about to enter the finish line. Only a couple 100 meters were left before he crossed it. As for her, she was the closest to his car. Well, that was before she was hit by that baldy spear. She could have reached Felix and even surpassed him, but the fucker spear unlucky hit her left thruster, damaging it. Her speed was getting slowed gradually until the last shimmer of hope in her eyes was dashed. Phew! 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 Relieved, Felix pumped his fist in the air for a split second the moment he passed through the black and white strips. He was quickly followed by 2 other cars. Then finally the sulky brunette's car. 1 game in the bag. 3 more to go. He smiled while massaging his tired shoulders over everything that happened during this tough race. It truly deserved the name of Death Race. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to your champion. Marlion clutched the mic with both of his hands and brought it right between his mouths. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his voice, "L-N-O-R-D." He timed so well that the moment he screamed the name, Felix dashed right through the finish line. The spectators didn't wait for him to tell them to, as they were already cheering and clapping until their voices cracked and hands turned bright red. Yet, none of them paused for even a second to take a break. They were giving Felix the standing ovation he deserved after showing them a spectacular game that went beyond their expectations. He flew solo from the moment the game started until it ended. He fought and eliminated any player, partnership, and alliance that was blocking his path. In their eyes, he might be a newbie, but he gave them a performance that wasn't accessible by their ticket price. Heck, they paid merely 50 SC for normal seating, yet they watched a peak-tier gold rank performance that needed at least at bare 1000 SC per ticket. They couldn't wait until they go back to their friends, forums, groups, and cliques to brag about this marvelous evening. Just the thought of it made them feel twofold the excitement. Landlord. 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 Felix's name kept being chanted periodically each second, creating a wave of ardor through the entire stadium. High above in the VIP rooms, the two elders clapped their hands as well with satisfying smiles over Felix's performance. Never thought he would have unlocked even a super strength passive with such a massive boost. The elder rubbed his beard and added with intrigue, "I am getting more interested in the beast bloodline he is using. Did you notice? He never used his peak ability at all during the race." The elderly woman said, "True, the only thing he used so far is 2 active abilities and 1 passive. It's too hard to judge his integration based on what he showed." He smiled. "But after we rope him, we can question him later on the details of his bloodline and his integration." "Are you going to make a move now?" she asked. "No. Let's wait a day or two to see what other clans will offer him." He shook his head. "All right. Should we increase the incitement offer just in case?" she suggested. "No, the cleanse potion is enough to rope him, unless others offered something better." He chuckled. "But I doubt it." She nodded in understanding and focused on Felix, who was currently stepping outside of his car while stretching his hands behind his back. Excited and impatient, Marlion immediately jumped from the commentary platform into the ground, landing right next to Felix. He was clearly eager to interview him. Too bad. The moment he opened his left mouth, not a single sound left his lips. Despair engulfed Marlion as he stared at the tag above Felix's head. No interviews. Before, he assumed that Felix was just one of the many newbies who were only participating in the game to add numbers and make the veterans look good. However, after Felix made a joke of them all without even using his peak active ability, his biased view instantly switched. At this point, he wanted nothing more than to speak to the champion and barrage him with inquiries about his bloodline, personality, wishes, why he hid his face, and so many questions that were bloating head up. Sadly, that tag kept muting him every time he decided to speak. Felix chuckled at this sight and waved his hand mildly towards the spectators who were singing his name out loud. Then, under their eyes and the surviving players, he disintegrated into white particles. "Nu!" Marlion yelled with a horrified expression. But nothing much changed as Felix was truly gone. He dropped on his knees while murmuring in despair. What about the trophy ceremony? Asking for a wish? Spending game points under the fans' eyes? He punched the ground with his side fist, almost tearing up. So many things to do, but you bastard escaped, leaving me to entertain the audience with those losers. Marlion was truly not overreacting, as the trophy ceremonial and wish fulfillment were one of the things everyone loved to watch. Without them, the spectators would honestly feel a bad taste in the mouths after they leave the stadium. They were the perfect closure to any game. Unfortunately, Felix didn't give a shit about their happy ending. There was no way in hell he would expose his wish or the items he bought with his game point during a goddamn livestream. The only ones who never missed such free publicity were the full-fledged idols, who feed on attention, literally. On the other hand, the ceremonial trophy acceptance was already a boring procedure for Felix, as he experienced it many times in his previous life. So, there was nothing left to keep him after winning the game unless he won a title. Felix wouldn't mind staying to receive it if that happened, simply because he never got a title in his previous life. Neither unique title nor an MVP title. Getting them was harder than it looked. Just like in this game, Felix was struggling to just win the game, Yet to obtain the unique title, he had to massacre every player with him. What a joke! He barely killed 7 players. Don't even mention 45. Half an hour later, Felix stepped outside of the shower with a towel covering his nether region. Ah, what a bless! He sat on the living room couch in a relaxed manner. Queen, show me the prize pool, please. Shortly after, a long holographic list appeared in front of him. The list had more than 100 items on it, each with their own price. High-grade stone, common element / uncommon element / rare element / equals 5 points / 10 points / 100 points. Peak grade stone, common element / uncommon element / rare element, equals 40 points / 60 points / 600 points. The Crimson Storm Bull's broken horn equals 500 points. 3 petals elemental flower equals 600 points. Beautifying flower equals 780 points. Purity fountain drop equals 1,200 point. Felix scrolled the entire list until he reached the last item, which was the purity fountain drop. He glanced at his current points that were displayed at top of the list and saw that he collected 1,300 GP from the race. 1,200 GP was from directly eliminating 6 players, and the extra 100 GP was counted as an assist after he indirectly caused Warshock's death. Though it was only because his poison managed to affect him. If it didn't happen, he wouldn't have gotten anything. Just like the case with Mighty Monka. His death had no relation to him. Thus no points were rewarded. Without further ado, Felix pressed purchase on the purity drop, and the serial number of the item was registered in his bracelet. He was left with only 100 GP. Still, Felix felt like he obtained a bargain, as he knew that material like purity drop wasn't supposed to be included in a bronze game in the first place. Thus, he was quite pleased with his purchase. After dealing with his points, he closed the list and asked the queen, "How many more drops would I obtain if I wished for them?" 5 drops, Sir Felix. That's the maximum amount you can ask for. Sigh, it's still far from 20 drops needed, but it's a good start. He requested, "Please fulfill my wish. I want the drops." "Are you certain? The moment you agree, you can't ask for a refund," she informed him. Yes. Instantly, the serial numbers of the 5 drops were added to his bracelet. 6 drops from 20 needed to make elemental potion at the first game. He smiled. Not a bad start. Felix never planned to buy the elemental potion using his coins for 2 reasons. 1. The potion's known market price was 5 billion SC. 2. Even if he had the necessary capital, he wouldn't be able to find it either in public auctions, markets, or even in black markets. The potion was so rare that only a dozen arrive each year from the Forsythia Witch Empire, which belonged to the Sacred Witch race, to the Milky Way galaxy. That's right. Only a couple of potions for an entire goddamn galaxy. A galaxy that had 4 major empires and hundreds of kingdoms all fighting tooth and nail to get one single potion. Yet, Felix was supposed to contest with them for it? Not in a lifetime with his tragic reputation. That was why Felix decided to collect the materials needed for it and make a deal with a witch to concoct it for him. This was the method used by the majority of bloodliners who seek unobtainable potions. Though this method was quite risky, as Felix could lose his materials and the order fees if the concoction process failed. But this was the only way he had to obtain it. He already had knowledge of the materials needed, and he planned to buy whatever he could with SC and use his victory wish for those he couldn't purchase. Just like the purity fountain drop. Felix was hell-bent on getting this potion no matter how the odds were stacked against him. As without it, he wouldn't be able to obtain another element to be enhanced by Asna. He already reached 100% poison affinity, leaving only his illusion element still stagnated at 12%. However, Felix never bothered with this element as the beasts that use it were either extinct, impossible to hunt, or low-tiered not surpassing tier 4. Not to mention the resources needed for it were only sold in the auctions, even the cheapest one. Thus, the method of buying high-grade stones and using them wasn't going to work on this rare element. That being said, the enhancement cheat was actually not his most pressing issue. His real objective from the potion was to unlock another element and seek its primogenitor bloodline. No matter how strong and amazing the Jormungandr bloodline, it had to be replaced in order to reach the first stage of replacement. Felix had absolutely no plans to be stuck in the purification realm forever, where his elemental energy was trash, physical strength was weak, and mental defenses non-existent. All of those basic powers were added only after continuous replacement of bloodlines over and over again until he reached the origin realm. If Felix integrated with the Jormungandr bloodline at the 6th stage of a replacement instead of awakening with it, he would have been able to merge his inducements without worrying constantly that his energy was insufficient. Thus, only when his body reached the peak could he truly bring the real potential and powers of the primogenitor bloodlines. That being said, he would never settle with any bloodline except ones that either had the same strength as the Jormungandr or stronger than him. Nothing below it. His bloodline path was going to be created only by the best bloodlines in the universe. He did not care if he was going to throw tens billions of coins to concoct the elemental potions. If the process failed once, he would try again. If it failed twice, he would try again. He would keep trying and trying until it worked. Period. 5 minutes later, Felix was sitting in the living room fully dressed. He wasn't doing anything besides stare at the ceiling with an absent-minded expression. He kept trying to access his consciousness and fix his relationship with Asna, but he had no idea where to start. Heck, he still could not figure out what truly upset her to such a degree. He knew that his taunts were a bit too much, but still, they were just taunts. Based on Asna's personality, she should have shrugged them off by now and started planning a way to get her revenge. That what he assumed would happen and what he actually prepared for, not this. Sigh. It seems like my only option is to talk to her face to face. He gave a bitter smile and closed his eyes. Inside the consciousness, in the mist-made mansion, Felix sat on the bed next to Asna, who was still using the flame spirit form. 5 minutes had already passed by and Felix tried everything to make her speak again. From apologizing, complimenting to even tickling her. Yet she was still as unresponsive as a log. All right, it's better if I just leave then. Felix sighed and stood up, planning to exit his consciousness. There was nothing much to do anyway. He already tried everything to no avail. So it was better to just head out than to remain next to her in total awkward silence. However, the moment he got up from the bed, he heard a soft whisper. A whisper inaudible if one didn't pay attention. But in this pin-drop silence, Felix heard it as loud as thunder. I have been sealed for over 20 million years. But I slept the entire duration, waking up only when someone stumbles upon my prison. Asna's mellow and enticing voice that Felix was used to hearing was completely gone. As she spoke in a tone filled with misery and suffering, you have no idea what it feels like to be sealed from your childhood with old fogies until you grow old just like them by only sleeping. Her voice suddenly cracked as she sniffled. 20 million years of my life was wasted lying dormant. If you didn't come, I would have been there for eternity. So even if I don't show it, I am still grateful that you saved me. Just as Felix opened his mouth, trying to respond, he closed it shut as he heard her continue while sobbing. But you keep mentioning those memories that I desperately want to erase. That's what hurts me the most. Being reminded constantly that even when I am living a second chance of life, I am still 20 million years old. Ashamed and feeling guilty, Felix lowered his head as he remembered his careless remarks. He kept speaking lightly about her being sealed like it meant nothing to her. He never once thought or bothered to put himself in her shoes and try to understand what she had gone through. 20 million years? The human race didn't exist in the universe for even third of it. Yet, Asna spent that entire period doing nothing but sleeping in utter loneliness. It was already a miracle that she didn't snap and went mental. God knows everyone would have. Now, after finally being freed from her shackles, she got sealed yet again in Felix's body. But she wasn't despairing as much as in her previous life. Since now, she truly had a chance to start a brand new life, away from the bad experience she had gone through before. It might not be as good as she wanted and dreamed of, but at least it was something, it meant something. For her. You are right, this is our second chance of life, not mine alone. And you deserve to live it as you wish. Felix caressed her softly and said, For now, you can't do so, but don't worry, It won't be long before you get to enjoy your freedom. He gave her a solemn expression he never showed before and promised. You have my word. Asna's flame spirit form abruptly was replaced with her human form. Due to their close distance, her head manifested near his face. He stared at her hazy golden eyes, stunned, speechless, not knowing how to react. Yet, she just had made it worse by hugging him gently. Can you visit me each day? I don't want to sleep for years again. She whispered her request in his ear. Felix could only nod his head stiffly in agreement. Meanwhile, his eyes kept darting from her exposed cleavage to her breathtaking face. He was truly about to have a nosebleed from this sight, but he had to hold it in. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of her. Asna, can you calculate only the years that you were awake in the ruins? He requested hastily while looking at the mansion ceiling. Asna did as she was told and started calculating seriously while still lying in his embrace. Felix kept staring at the ceiling with a deadpan expression, waiting patiently for her to finish. I gained consciousness 2,000 years before I got sealed. Add it to the 500 years I was awake during the imprisonment. She smiled charmingly and said, It means I am only 2,500 years. Felix dodged her smile reflexively with his eyes and replied, All right, in this life your true age is 2,500 years. I will never mention 20 million years again. I love it. Asna jumped from his embrace while clapping her hands in delight. Felix sighed in relief after she finally got off. His dragon was really about to take a peek. But, don't you think 2,500 years is too young? She suddenly asked. What do you mean? 2,500 years is already quite old to me. Felix raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Oh, I forgot your human race mortal average lifespan is merely 80 years. She chuckled while covering her mouth and explained, However, for my Unijin race, we don't have a lifespan. We are eternal. As long as the universe stands, we stand as well with it. That's why we were sealed instead of being killed by the go. She suddenly coughed. So the oldest of us decided to asset life growth for newborns like me, from gaining consciousness to finally being able to do our duty as beings of laws. Baffled, Felix just kept listening to her without having a single clue what the fuck she was talking about. Laws? Eternals? Gaining consciousness? Why the hell she blatantly hid the name of the individual or group responsible for sealing her? His mind was in a complete mess with those kinds of questions. Asna heard them as well, yet she didn't address them at all. She simply continued her explanation about the age. The first 1,000 years is our childhood. You can say the first 10 years for humans. After so, we enter adolescence. Sadly, it ends only after 3,000 years. From then on, we become adults to eternity and start fulfilling our birth duty. So 2,500 years is quite young for me, as it means I am not even an adult. She offered him a playful smile while advancing in his direction. Is this what you want? A teenage girl living in your consciousness, my dear Felix? She asked. Felix's eyelids twitched at her teasing and started backing away from her until he reached the end of the bed. Asna, you can add 500 years and make yourself an adult. I don't give a shit, honestly. He replied. Asna climbed on the bed and began approaching slowly on all four. Her sleeping gown was a bit messy, making her expose parts of her pale, unblemished skin to Felix, who was sitting stiffly at the end of the bed. Are you sure about that, my dear Felix? She asked while licking her lips in a seductive manner. Felix instantly made a tactical retreat after seeing the situation derail to his worst nightmare. She was about to reach him and see that his dragon was as stiff as a log. Felix would never give her the satisfaction of seeing him getting aroused by her. Fuck you, Asna. If you keep doing this shit, I swear I will either assault you or not bother visiting you ever again. Of course, he didn't forget to leave one last remake while running away. Unbothered about his threat, Asna fixed her clothes and humphed lightly. That's for belittling my beauty before. In the end, she was still butthurt about him disparaging her beauty by his remarks. She wouldn't be Asna if she didn't take her revenge. And don't you dare use my face as a mold for your stupid games. I don't want everyone to copy my face. She suddenly yelled. Fine. You cheapskate, why do you need to be so bitchy about it? It's just a face. Felix replied in irritation after being denied even this. Asna ignored his tantrum and watched him close the face modification interface. The bastard immediately opened it after leaving his consciousness. Obviously, he was planning on taking advantage of her good mood and request her permission. Sadly, she told him off, before he even opened his mouth. Sigh. I guess the hoodie will be my friend for a long time, he mumbled. Amused and delighted, she giggled softly after seeing him try to customize the hoodie with a gloomy expression. Should I keep it black? Felix had his hand under his chin while looking at the holographic black hoodie. Before, he didn't bother with it since he thought that it was only a temporary solution until Asna gives him her blessing. Sadly, he was brutally refused. So now, he could only work on the hoodie to make it look better. He would rather keep acting mysterious than show a random face to those shallow fans. After all, he earned 150 million SC just from the 3% streaming revenue he got after winning the game. As for eliminations, he only got a bonus of 5 million SC over each direct kill. Since he took out 6 players, he obtained 30 million SC. This revenue was only for a bronze game, where tickets were as cheap as dirt and the livestream was free for all. In gold games and above, ticket prices were expensive and the livestream was based on a paid monthly subscription to the SG website. Imagine the massive amount he would be able to earn from the 3% revenue of winning a gold game. Plus, having a huge fanbase supporting him and coming to watch all of his games. Felix wasn't rushing to reach gold rank for no reason. He knew that the difference between bronze rank and gold rank couldn't be measured in the slightest. Sigh, if only I was allowed to bet on myself, I would have earned a fortune already from abusing those newbies. He shook his head at the sudden thought that just crossed his mind. Damn, I can't even give Olivia or grandfather my coins to bet on me. He rubbed his hair in vexation over missing such a free windfall, but he could only suck it up and focus on other methods to earn coins. Ultimately, he couldn't just tell his grandfather and Olivia that he was landlord and they must bet on him with hundreds of millions. They were not foolish enough to not realize that Felix was hiding a deep secret. After all, how could someone who just reached lesser purity have 2 active abilities? Not to mention earning that huge amount of coins in such a short amount of time. His bullshit excuse of winning them in bets or lotteries wouldn't work again. So, the best option was just to keep landlord's identity hidden and forget about betting on himself. Tisk. Fucking bet abuser ruining everything for me. He clicked his tongue in criticism at the player, who caused betting on oneself to be against the rules. The bastard found a loophole in the betting system and took advantage of it, causing the betting den to lose at least 8 billion SC at once. Based on what Felix read in his TV documentary, that bastard was always hovering in peak-tier gold rank. Sometimes he reached it and most of the time he dropped back to low-tier gold. Then start all over until he reached it again. However, one day he lost 5 games in a row while being at low tier. Any player who lost that amount gets dropped down to a lower rank immediately. In his case, he was put back in silver again. Instead of being furious about it as the majority of the players, he saw an opportunity. An opportunity that might change his life forever. His plan was simple. Loss as much as possible while staying alive until he gets dropped to low-tier silver. Then heavily bet on himself to win the game. Additionally, he made all of his close friends and family members bet on him. As expected, he won the game he was placed in, managing to clutch the championship by some difficulty. Yet, the news of his strategy and total amount he earned didn't take even a day before getting leaked by a close friend of his. The moment the news was out, every player rushed to imitate his strategy before it got patched. Sadly, the Queen didn't give them even a day before patching it up by removing betting on oneself. In addition to making all the players who dropped in lower ranks to be put together in the same games. At that point, good luck betting on yourself against players with the same or an above strength than yours. The Queen's decisions and solutions were always efficient and straight to the point. Speaking of ranks, Felix swiped the holographic hoodie to the side and pressed on his profile interface, planning to read the new changes to his stats. Rank. Mid-tier bronze rank. Play 3 more placement games to get your final rank. Games played 001. Wins 001. Loss 000. Win streak 001. Loss streak 000. Eliminations 006. As expected, for each placement he won, he gets placed 2 tiers higher, unlike getting only 1 tier higher after winning 1 normal game. This was the reason he must win those placement games, as it would take him a lot of effort to climb the 4 tiers of each rank. Low, mid, high, and peak to finally reach gold. Not to mention that Felix could also lose games and drop down in tiers. He was not arrogant to think that he could win all of his games just because of his unique bloodline. After all, there were some types of games that were extremely disadvantageous to his abilities or required a set of skills he didn't possess. The supremacy games were not operating on who had the strongest fist, but who could adapt in every unique situation and emerge as the champion. Satisfied and content, Felix closed his profile interface and decided to go take a quick nap. In his previous life, he always took one after each game, whether he won or lost. It became a habit hard to remove, but it was a healthy habit, as after each game a quick break was needed to switch gears. Without further ado, he went straight to his bedroom, totally forgetting about changing the color of his hoodie. Honestly, based on Felix's character, he would end up eventually leaving it with its default black color. At least, the black color goes well with his sweatpants and sneakers he planned on wearing during the games. 4 hours later. Let's see if I left a mark online or not. With a coffee mug in one hand, Felix typed his name in the search engine and pressed enter on the hologram. Wait a second. I already have a fan club? Startled, he gaped at the number 1 search result. How to enter Landlord of Inducements fan club? And what the hell is that name? Speechless and vexed, he decided to check his fan club website. And so he clicked on the link and was instantly transferred to another holographic window that displayed a website colored with green and purple, just like his car. At least they got the colors right. I give them that. He praised with a nod and continued to explore the website. Not bad at all. Everything is organized and well designed. His smile grew wider and wider as he watched pictures and videos of his plays and eliminations with the hundreds of comments under each video. He scrolled down and read some of those comments. Ha ha ha. So funny. Those morons didn't even realize that one of them was hallucinating. I should have watched this game live. I truly wasted my ticket on the trashy game I paid for. I feel you, bro. I paid 1000 SC to spectate a tournament format game, and it was truly a disappointing performance. Are you talking about the fishing tournament? That's the one. Fuck. Just remembering how those morons didn't know how to fish makes my blood boil. Ha ha ha, true. But you got to admit it was fun laughing at them struggling to fish Marin beasts. Hee, that was the only reason I didn't snap too hard. As at least they entertained me. After seeing the comments quickly derail from his game, Felix stopped reading and scrolled upward. He then clicked on his biography and read what was written about him. Mysterious identity. Legendary bloodline owner. Elemental ranger and melee form fighter. He read with his eyes and murmured each time he read something that interested him. After a while, he closed the bio and was quite intrigued at who wrote such a detailed bio on him from just one game. It must be the founder of the club. He searched around the club and found her easily in the club management team. It's not even half a day, and they already have a management team? He smiled wryly at his fans' absurd speed while reading her profile. Interesting, so she is not the one who wrote it, but another lad in the management team. He scrolled down the management list and quickly found the kid due to his club title. Responsible over documentation. Felix gave a warm smile at the young image of his bio writer. He was still in his teens. Well, he didn't know if that was his real face or not. But in the UVR, there was an unofficial rule that everyone followed. One should always treat people based on the image they picked. If it wasn't for so, Felix wouldn't have been treated as a youngster by the majority of shops he visited. Might as well cheer him up a little. He sent 2 blue thumbs up using his landlord profile. Then, He left the website and closed all the holographic screens. However, just as he planned to log out, the Queen informed him monotonously, "Sir, you have received 13 new emails to your landlord ID. Do you want me to read them?" she asked. Surprised, Felix raised his eyebrows at those emails that were directed to his landlord profile and not his UVR ID. "Please do so," he requested and sat back on the couch. "The first email is from the Dread Serpent clan," she said. "Dear Mr. Landlord, your performance during the death race has been truly a feast to our eyes. You have exceeded our requirement to join the trails of our clan. Thus we decided to invite you straightway as an inner circle member. Moreover, if you decided to accept our invitation, you shall be rewarded with a poisonous fang of the specter snake. We are waiting patiently to hear good news from you. Sincerely yours, the Dread Serpent clan." The second email is from the Dark Miasma clan. "Dear Mr. Landlord, my name is Joseph, a scouting member of the Dark Miasma clan, one of the top 3 clans in the Alexander Kingdom. I have watched your game live and was thrilled by every second of it. Of course, that was all due to your spectacular performance. Still, I have noticed that your potential was not fully dug out yet, and I believe no. I am certain that by joining our clan, you will reach your full potential. We have all the necessary resources to help you achieve so. Needless to say, this is a direct invitation to be an inner circle member. In addition, during your first month in the clan, you will be able to attend a class on how to create techniques by our guest elder Mr. Sulfur free of charge. I hope I can hear from you as soon as possible. Sincerely yours, Scout Joseph." Just as the Queen tried to continue reading the remaining emails, Felix stopped her by asking, "Are all of those emails invitations to clans?" "Yes." "All right, no need to read them anymore. Just replay to all of them that I am currently not looking for a clan to join." He waved his hand dismissively and added, "And also, replay to any further clan invitation I receive with the same response." "As you wish, Sir Felix. Learn techniques." He shook his head as he chuckled. "The moment I chose this bloodline path, there is no one alive to teach me. Queen, log me out, please." 2 days quickly passed by. Felix spent those days on a break, doing nothing but head to his island's beach to enjoy himself or visit Asna. The tense partnership that was between them got slightly improved after their bonding. Now Asna didn't sleep as much but spend the majority of her time watching Felix and annoying him constantly to either come play cards with her or watch a movie together. Felix wasn't complaining though, as he found out that Asna could be pretty fun if she didn't curse, insult, harass, tease, seduce, whine. Never mind. Still, Felix thoroughly enjoyed those 2 days break, as he honestly felt beyond refreshed after working his ass off for an entire year in order to build a solid foundation for his future. This was probably the first time he took a real break since the moment he was sent to this timeline, and he loved it. Nevertheless, fun times had a limit, and 2 days were more than enough for Felix. Thus, the next morning, he re-entered the VR pod, going for another bloodline essence hunt with high hopes of finding some. What am I supposed to do with those? Felix kept staring at the 8 bottles of bloodlines he collected in the previous months but turned to be empty of Jormungandr essence. He spent a whopping 850 million on them, yet not a single bottle brought a smile to his face. He felt heartache just their sight, sitting there absolutely useless. I should probably enter a beast hunter partnership with Luby. He sighed. Even though the price will be lower by 5%, at least I won't be bothered with selling them by myself. He was actually planning previously to open a shop where he could sell those bloodlines. But it took too much effort to get a shop license and a hefty amount of time to build a solid reputation in the Androxa capital city. In addition, he would need to keep his shop constantly updated with new bloodlines to not lose customers, and those bloodlines need to vary of course in elements, tiers, and ranks. That was exactly what he wasn't interested in doing. He was simply trying to resell the bloodlines he bought without losing too many coins in the process, not to start a business of it. He neither had the time nor the patience to do so. So, it was much better to enter a solid contract with Luby and sell him those bloodlines with a 5% less market price. I need to first prepare the contract. Felix quickly made his decision and withdrew those bottles to his AP bracelet. Queen, give me the basic hunter contract, please, he requested. A moment after, a holographic contract was presented in front of Felix. He read everything with his eyes and marked the terms that he needed to modify. After a couple of hours of grilling the contract, Felix finally was satisfied with the latest version. He reread it again to memorize everything, so he wouldn't be ambushed by that silly goblin during their negotiation. So far so good. That greedy dog won't hesitate to sign this freebie. Are you done yet? You promised you will take me to the movies, so hurry up already. Asna rushed him while doing her nails in utter boredom. Stop whining already. I just need him to sign it and we can go then. Annoyed, Felix replied while changing his outfit to a more formal one. After all, he was heading not as a customer but as a partner. So he needed to dress properly. I am not signing this bullshit even if you stabbed me to death. Felix stared indifferently at Luby, who was huffing in anger like he was being blackmailed. All right, I will take my business somewhere else, he murmured while walking towards the brick wall. Sililan's shop is quite a good option. Just like before, Luby jumped on him and hugged his thigh tightly, not letting go. What are you doing? You are ruining my pants, Felix said while jerking his leg around. Yet this time Luby gripped for his dear life. After seeing that this greedy bastard was hell-bent on stopping him, he decided to drop his charade and asked again, Are you going to sign the contract or not? My terms are quite generous. Plus, I even offered you triple the price of a bloodline if it turned to be lower than 75% essence. He then grabbed Luby from his long dropped ears and pulled him away from his leg. Ow, ow, ow. You are tearing them apart. Fuck. Let go of me, Luby yelled while being lifted in the air by Felix. Are you signing or not? Felix just asked while tightening his grip. Ow. I am signing. Just let go already. Thud. Felix immediately dropped him in the ground and displayed the contract again in front of him. Sign it. I don't have all day to negotiate over 0.5% as you do. Luby did not bullshit anymore and signed the contract obediently. He already planned to get it no matter what. But would his nickname be Greedy Dog Luby if he didn't haggle for 0.5%? Too bad. Felix had Vixen in his head constantly whining to take her to the movies, so he didn't have the luxury to entertain him. You should have done it from the start. Here, take. Felix took the 8 bottles out and put them on the table. As agreed upon, pay me up front. He offered him his hand. Feeling the sting of transferring such a large amount at once, Luby touched Felix's bracelet with watery eyes and shaky hands. Whoosh. Felix pressed on his bank account and smiled delightfully at the newly added 807 million SC. Then, he nodded his head while saying one last time, Glad to do business with you. And remember, any high-tier poison serpent or snake that lands in your hands, I got dibs on them. I will call you then. Now leave me alone. I need to drink my sorrow, Luby said, dismissing him with slumped shoulders. Felix left through the brick wall, not caring about Luby's fake sadness anymore. The bastard was going to earn free 60 million from selling his bloodlines. Yet he still dared to cry about it. Movie. 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 Felix drove his car towards the cinema under Asna's cheering. Maybe it was better if she continued sleeping, he thought to himself subconsciously. Fuck. I dare you to say it again. Asna instantly raged. You think I don't dare? Felix roared as well. Yes, I do. Well, you are right. Felix folded and drove away. He truly didn't want to antagonize this third wheel, especially now that he planned to play with Nora. He didn't want to hear her sarcastic commentary while doing Nora. That would be a nightmare. Just as I thought. Asna humphed. In the UVR, inside a towering spherical building that had a dark red-scaled serpent coiled around it, an elderly man with a golden beard sighed dejectedly after receiving disheartening news. It's understandable to reject those low-class clans, but to reject even us, the rebellious Abrak clan, he truly doesn't know what's best for him. Sir Brandy, you are completely right. This man is simply acting arrogant because he landed on a legendary bloodline. But so what? Without joining a clan, he won't be able to follow a bloodline path and learn techniques. A good-looking young man with red scales around his neck scoffed. Mirage. Don't disparage others without full information. After all, who knows if he is in a different clan already? Brandy scolded. I doubt it. If he was in a clan, he wouldn't be hiding under that hoodie, but proudly represent his clan in the games as the majority does. He snickered. I tell you, he simply lucked out on that bloodline and now he feels like he is a big shot. Whatever, if he refused us, there is no point mulling over it anymore. He is just one of the hundreds of invitations we sent, Brandy murmured, though he was quite special than others. Sir, don't worry too much. I am sure he will come begging for us later to accept him. He shrugged his shoulders. A clan is a must in our bloodline paths, and is there any serpent poison clan better than ours in the Mariana Empire? We will see, though I have a strange feeling that he will tread on the solitary path and not bother with any clan. Brandy said. That's impossible, sir. Mirage shook his head firmly. Even if Elder Brandy was a prestige scout, who was known for having sharp senses, Mirage still dared to firmly oppose him. He knew that the elder feeling was too far of a stretch. Solitary path? Heh. He knew that not a single sane human dared anymore to risk their future over unknown paths when they could simply join a clan and obtain a perfect bloodline path that leads to the origin realm. Not to mention the techniques that took those clans thousands of years to amass. He truly believed that Felix would not bother to create his own bloodline path when he could just join their clan that had a well-made one with higher chances than others to reach the origin realm. The clan's entire existence in the first place was created by origin realm bloodliners to keep their descendants who inherited their bloodline and abilities united against the rest. But nowadays, the majority of clans were turned public for everyone to join. A bloodliner just needed to have the same affinity as the bloodline path the clan was following and he could take the trails of entry. However, the moment someone joined, he must use the same beast's bloodlines from awakening to the 6th stage of the replacement. This was the true meaning of a bloodline path. A combination of all the bloodlines one used since awakening until emerging as a new subhuman race in the origin realm. The majority of the clans had a perfect bloodline path that leads to that realm. In other words, someone used it and reached that realm successfully. On the other hand, imperfect paths were ones that either had compatibility issues between the bloodlines beasts used or simply the last Tier 7 beast was impossible to be devoured by the 1% of the human bloodline. This showed that it was easier to fall into an imperfect path than to land into a perfect one leading to the top of the human ladder. This was why humans stopped bothering with researching for new paths and decided to simply join ancient clans and make their lives easier. But what truly killed solitary paths or research paths was the techniques created from the combination of active and passive abilities of different bloodlines one used during his path. A bloodliner could combine active ability with another active ability, or active with a passive and finally passive with passive. The minimum requirement needed for a technique to be created was for the abilities combined to be from different bloodlines. The tier or the rank didn't matter, as long as they were different. For example, in Felix's previous life, he learned Absolute Mind technique from the clan he was on. This technique was created from the combination of passive ability blood regulation of Uncommon Tier 1 Giant Anaconda, and the active ability Intermediate Mind Control of Epic Tier 4 Wisdom Serpent. This technique allowed his blood to be as cold as ice and have the same characteristics as reptiles. The cold blood circulates to his brain and makes it into a cold processing machine. Adding to the intermediate mind control used on him, and his emotions were completely gone. He could watch his grandfather get slain in front of him, and his thoughts would still remain clear and unaffected. This was just one of the many techniques amassed over the years of the clan. So, who would bother going on his own way to risk his life creating techniques, when he could simply just join a clan and have them all ready for picking the moment he reached first stage of replacement? All of this without dropping a single sweat. Unfortunately for Felix, he couldn't join any clan since his path was unique to only himself. As for the techniques, he had to create them by himself, and the process of creating them wasn't any regular Joe could do. They took a lot of time, experience, and most of all, having a pain tolerance way above average. Just from this, Mirage was certain that Felix would join them soon or later. In his eyes, although Felix already fucked up his chances of having their perfect bloodline path by awakening with a legendary beast, at least he would be able to learn their techniques. Too bad. He had no idea that Felix wasn't just treading on any solitary path, but on the solitary path that could only be explored by him. "Are you happy now?" Annoyed, Felix said while exiting the cinema, after ending up watching 2 movies instead of 1. She threatened him that she would ruin his night with Nora if he didn't. So he could only comply. "I still want to watch more. But I won't make things hard for you, since you have a date with that ugly duckling," she replied while stretching her hands behind her back. "Well, it's not a date per se," he coughed, "but more like she will visit me home to drink coffee." "You lying bastard. You told me it will the same as before. A date in a restaurant," she yelled. "We already did that, and I have no time to redo it again. Now it's time to take it up a notch," Felix said as he turned the engine of his car on. "If you plan to do that, can I watch?" she asked curiously. "Fuck no. Leave me alone for tonight. You better keep your promise and cut the connection off. Otherwise, I won't visit you anymore." Felix denied her firmly. Watch him. What kind of crack she was on to request that? Felix didn't want a spectator when he tries to tame Nora. Even with his thick skin, he would still feel ashamed a bit. "Fine. I hope her brother finds out and breaks your balls." She cursed him and cut off the connection right away. "Sign. What am I supposed to do with that gorilla?" He smiled wryly after remembering Nora's overprotective brother. He honestly just want to go for a fling with Nora, doing it a couple of times until his lust gets soothed, then refocus on his important matters. But it seemed like Nora came with a large drama package on her shoulder. If he wanted her, he must go through her brother first, and he would rather change clubs in the training center than waste his time on such nonsense. "Sigh, whatever if things go out of hand. I can simply climb up and join another floor." Even though Felix wanted to have Nora, he still wouldn't land himself in an unending family drama for her. There was plenty of fish in the UVR. If he saw that her brother was hellbent on rejecting their fling, he could only ignore her and train on higher floors. As for beating her brother up, Felix had no such thoughts. After all, he was literally trying to get into his sister's pants. It was only normal that her brother wouldn't like that one bit. Though his reaction to destroying men's jewels even in real life was a tad over the top, Felix totally understood where he was coming from. But understanding was one thing and letting himself be put in the same position was another. If her brother dared to approach him with ill intentions, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Ring, ring. That must be her. Felix heard the doorbell ring while sitting at the dining table. He stood up and went to open the door. Creak. "You are late by 5 minutes," he said coldly to the flustered Nora, who kept her head low. "Sorry, I was preparing myself," she explained with a soft tone. "Close the door and follow me," he ordered and walked away. Nora closed the door obediently and followed after him with light steps. Her heart couldn't stop pounding as she kept staring at his back. She didn't think that he would actually unblock her VR chat ID and invite her to his house this late. But she still came and came well prepared. She wanted to change the horrible first impression she left on him during their first date in order to fix their relationship. Hopefully, it would be a long relationship. Sadly for her, one sentence from Felix ruined all of her plans and expectations. As he said, "If you are looking for a full commitment relationship, the door is right behind you." He sat on the dining table chair and added, "I'm not interested in relationships. Not now and probably not for a long time. So, you can expect from me absolutely nothing. Expect a good time at night." He tapped on the table with his knuckles to break her out of her daze and informed her, "Think carefully. I am not joking around. Beautiful or not, Felix was already certain of what he needs and what he didn't need. He wouldn't change his mind just because Nora was a gorgeous woman without any VR modification to her visage. He wanted a fling, and he honestly believed that deep down Nora also just wanted the same. He wasn't that delusional to believe that a few words and his cold gaze in their first date was enough to make Nora fall over heels for him. He understood that she definitely wasn't in love with him, but just with the feeling of being dominated by him. His cold treatment that she never experienced before was simply a fuse that lighted up her true self. That's why she came knocking at his door as fast as possible. Even though he simply gave her the address and a message that said, "Come over," which honestly appeared more like an order than an invitation. But she still came, and that proved his point. She was an M, and he had no qualms playing with her if she knew her importance and position in his life. Now he was simply staring at her, waiting to receive a response. "So we won't do anything except sleeping together?" she asked softly. "Exactly, once in a while." He gave her a straightforward answer. She flinched at his brutal honesty, but she still didn't sound a single complaint to him. She simply hung her head low silently. Felix waited for a couple of seconds, and she still didn't speak. He knew that she just gave him her silent agreement. As he expected, deep down she just wanted the same as him. As for feelings, real feelings, they take a long time to cultivate and not suddenly appear from a single word or look. Now that we got that out of the way, his smile turned cold instantly as he asked, "Tell me, which punishment do you deserve after keeping me waiting?" He truly wasted no time, as he got into character immediately. She wanted to be dominated, then he would gladly fulfill her wish. Nora stood frozen at his bone-chilling tone with parted lips and legs trembling slightly. She didn't let a single sound. "Are you trying to keep me waiting again?" he asked. Nora lowered her head with flushed cheeks and answered with a stutter, "No and no." "Good. Now tell me how I should punish you," he said. Nora opened her mouth and said, "I think I company." "Wrong answer." Felix cut her off suddenly. Then, he stood up and approached her with his hands behind his back and his dreadful slits thinner than a string. Of course, he used his real eyes to meet her up. Nora felt scared at this sight, but at the same time her heartbeats speed up in anticipation of her punishment. Is he going to slap me? Abuse me? I feel hot just thinking about it. Nora's mind was turned upside down with dirty thoughts, as she watched Felix's hand gently rub her cheek. However, Felix did none of what she wanted. After all, he planned to punish her, not to reward her. He was not a retard to not understand her type. So he just teased her like this, from touching her cheeks to slightly putting a finger inside her lips. Yet, before Nora gets to indulge on it, he took it out, leaving her breathing ruggedly with hazy eyes. Felix smiled at her begging eyes, yet he remained composed in his punishment. After a while of this torturing teasing for Nora, he found that she couldn't take it anymore, and so he stopped and went back to his seat, leaving her leaning on the table as support. "Listen well, and listen carefully," he informed. "Tonight you have neither opinions nor ideas. Tonight you are my servant, my pet, and my slave. You do what I tell you, and only what I tell you. Understood?" Nora nodded her head softly in agreement. This was what she wanted in the first place, to be completely submissive to him. Her heart begs for it, and her mind couldn't stop thinking about it. "Good girl," Felix smiled. "Now stand near me and undress slowly. I want to savor your body." Nora blushed at his order but still moved as he willed. She stood 2 meters in front of him and began to slowly unveil her pale skin with her back facing him. Felix observed the elegant curve of her back beneath the draped fabric of her mini black dress. Yet, this alluring sight was further enhanced after she removed her dress from the top, exposing her shoulders first, then her red bra that was connected with multiple strings, reaching further down. Nora paused and turned her head towards him with anticipation in her eyes. Felix understood what she wanted and praised her with a slight nod. Satisfied with his praise, Nora offered an enticing smile with her red lips and continued to pull her dress down while bending slightly in his direction. Felix's eyes brightened up a bit at the sight of her, exposing an irresistible peachy rear that had merely a thin red string between her butt cheeks, covering her sensitive parts. After undressing fully, she stood straight and faced him, embarrassed to make eye contact. On the other hand, Felix savored her nude body that was wrapped like a charisma gift with sexy laced red lingerie, connecting her bra and panties with multiple tight strings. She was almost a different species with her narrow waist, her breasts round as grapefruit. Plus, With that enchanting lingerie she was wearing, her breathtaking visual increased significantly. "Nora, look at me," Felix ordered. Nora lifted her head and stared at his eyes bashfully. "Your body is truly a piece of art." He praised her genuinely, making her blush even further. But this time she didn't dodge his eyes but stared at them affectionately. "What do I do now?" she asked softly. "Come sit on my lap. I want to take a closer look," he ordered her with a mild smile. Nora submissively sat on his lap with her legs closed tight and hands on her thighs. Felix felt the warmness of her peachy rear on his leg and couldn't help but grab it with his hand and squeeze it roughly. "Ha!" A moan escaped her lips at his rough grip. But she still let him continue kneading her rear as he wished without resisting. Soon he let go of it, leaving it as red as her face. Felix smiled and pulled Nora closer. Her torso was touching his, and her full breasts pressed onto his chest. Her breathing became a bit heavy as she felt his body heat. Her legs that were closed tight couldn't help but open up slightly, gesturing him to touch her sensitive part. Felix ignored the main dish for now and lifted her chin with a finger. She looked at him with exaltation and adoration. "What do you want me to do now?" he whispered softly, while his lips almost touching hers. "I am your servants for tonight. I don't have wants," she answered with a soft breath hitting his face. "Good girl." He touched her cheeks with his hands and rewarded her with a passionate kiss. Nora hugged his neck tightly and kissed him back impatiently. She waited too long for this moment, and now she desired nothing more but to have him ravage her for tonight. Felix felt her rashness and complied by sticking his tongue inside her juicy mouth. Nora panted irregularly as she felt his tongue twirl around hers, turning her entire body into mush and her mind completely blank. She laid on his embrace and let him assault her lips, tongue, ears, and neck as he pleased. The only thing she was doing was rubbing her breasts on his chest boldly to alleviate her stiff, sensitive nipples. Yet that was not enough for her. So she spread her legs widely, exposing her wet red panties for him to see, and stroked her most sensitive part gently while moaning in pleasure. Felix stopped his foreplay after seeing her impatience to be devoured. "Why did you stop?" she asked while continuing to touch herself. Felix chuckled and put his fingers inside her red panties. He then showed her his wet sticky fingers and said, "How could I continue when you are like this?" Nora blushed and closed her legs in shame. Felix laughed and lifted her suddenly, then walked towards his bedroom. "Let's carry on in my bedroom. I got quite a few surprises waiting there for you." Nora's eyes enlarged in anticipation while looking at the bedroom in front of them. Felix entered and closed the door shut with his leg. Slam. "Felix, what are those toys and tools?" Her exclamation escaped from the cracks of the door. "You will see later." Felix laughed in a lewd manner. After a while, only suppressed moans and flesh clapping with each other resounded erotically in the living room. A wild party was going inside that closed-shut door unbeknownst to Felix's neighbors. Next morning, 9:30 a.m. Felix yawned while rubbing his hair lazily after waking up. He cracked his neck lightly to the side and was met with an arousing image. Nora sleeping fully nude on her stomach, while her legs spread open exposing her pink sensitive parts. Her long wavy pink hair covering only her back, leaving her but standing upright like a mound. Smack! Felix slapped her right butt cheek, leaving a red mark on it. "Rise and shine, sleeping beauty. Don't you have a club to attend?" Felix chuckled at her clutching her butt cheeks tightly after his slap. But she still didn't wake up and only murmured softly, "I won't go today. I can't feel my legs anymore." Felix sat on her peachy butt and played with it in enjoyment. "Stop whining and heal yourself. Today you have to go to the club no matter what. Otherwise, your brother will find out about you sneaking to come here." "So what if he found out? He is not the boss of me," she murmured in her sleep. "All right, if you are certain that he won't come to annoy me later on, you can continue sleeping." He jumped off the bed and said, "But do know this, the moment he makes a move on me because of what happened here, I will not hesitate to bash his face. If he still kept coming at me during my training, I will change floors and stop meeting up with you. Now, are you going to wash up with me or not? He asked as he walked towards the bathroom, kicking the toys that were laying on the floor on his way. The room truly resembled a battlefield. Fine, I'm going to the club. Don't shower yet, wait for me. Nora immediately healed herself and chased after him with her breasts and peachy but jiggling. She entered the shower after him with anticipation for round 10. She couldn't remember anymore. They did it so many times she lost count. 1 hour later. So, did you have fun, my dear Felix? Asna asked teasingly after she opened up the connection between them. Why are you asking me? Just read my memories and see for yourself. Felix indifferently answered her while driving towards the teleportation company. Tisk. Why would I want to watch two monkeys doing it? She huffed in annoyance. Woman, can you not be so fickle? You just begged me yesterday to let you watch. Felix could only rub his eyebrows at her fickleness. I didn't beg you. It was merely a momentary interest on how you humans do it, that's all. She explained. Well, you can fulfill your interest from my memories. As for watching me live, forget about it. He laid out his ultimatum right now, so she wouldn't bother him anymore when Nora pays him a visit again. Asna understood what he meant and humphed lightly. Then, she stopped asking him about it and changed the subject. When are you to visit me today? I want to play cards. She asked while creating a misty card bundle in her hand. Later, I need to go check Mariana Capital Markets and auctions for Bloodline's essence. He sighed. Hopefully this time my luck showers me with some percentages. Oh, you reminded me. I still have the pieces and parts of Jormungandr memories that I collected. She asked, do you want to hear them now? No. Leave them until I reach 99%. He shook his head and said, then piece what you could and give a solid history of the primogenitor. HHM. She gave him a sound of approval and stopped bothering him after seeing that he was about to teleport. A few seconds later, Felix stood near a fountain that had a humongous white statue of a breathtaking woman, holding in each hand a small version of a different beast. Those two beasts were famous throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy, as one of them was what Mariana used to awaken with and the other was for the first stage replacement. As you could guess, this was Mariana Mulford, the goddess who created the 6 stages of replacement for humans single-handedly. She broke the bloodline chains of the purification realm that held the human race for over 1 million years. Her achievements were boundless and extraordinary. Even the empire was named after her, although the current royal family had a different last name. Felix bowed slightly in respect and threw a hard coin in the fountain water. Then he turned around and left. He was not the only one who was doing so, as the teleportation company of this city was standing face to face with this fountain. Thus, anyone who teleported over must pay respect to Mariana by throwing a coin. This tradition was being upheld by the majority of humans. It was just basic courtesy to her overwhelming contribution. As Felix continued walking through the busy streets, his eyes kept observing the packed yet clean streets and towering buildings piercing the clouds with different unique designs never seen before on Earth. However, what truly made him feel nostalgic were the hundreds upon hundreds of varying people going back and forth beside him. They were unique in the way they walk, speak, dress, and act. The only thing in common between them was the fact they were minding their business as they went on their way. This sight was only available in a few places in the Milky Way galaxy UVR. Mariana Capital was the best of them. It was even nicknamed the center of culture due to being the only empire in the galaxy to have hundreds of kingdoms all residing within its territory, both in reality and in UVR. It might sound like a good thing to have such a huge amount of diversity, but in fact, the true residents of the empire only saw them as pests and leeches taking their fortunes and resources from them. Felix in his previous life was also counted as being a leech even though he obtained a permanent residency in the empire after he successfully passed the trails of the triple-headed Cobra clan. That was the same clan he was on when he entered the ruins in his previous life. He was especially bullied the most by clan members who were born and raised in the empire, and for Felix who came from the Alexander Kingdom territory, he wasn't really well liked in the clan just like other members who came from different kingdoms. Regardless of those bad memories, Felix still felt nostalgic the moment he stepped inside the city. After all, he spent the majority of his years in it. The reason he had to relocate his real-life residency to the main planet of the clan was to avoid paying the outrageous fees of space deliveries. At that time, it was quite easy to just carry his stuff and immigrate from Earth to another planet. Why wouldn't he? His parents died. His grandfather died of a heart attack, and Olivia bled to death during awakening. The only one left on Earth who he had a good relationship with him was his mother's best friend Aunt Mary. But now, he couldn't just do so anymore, especially before he earns a representative spot for his planet during the World Representative Battle. He couldn't miss such a juicy platform where he could join the supremacy games with his real face. Ultimately, his landlord persona would be kept hidden, and he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it in real life. That's why he was still staying on Earth even though he had the money and the means to immigrate to the Mariana Empire or any kingdom in that sense, in order to avoid the heavy taxes of deliveries. After a while, Felix got tired of roaming around the streets and decided to visit an old pal in the bloodline market, whom he used to hang with and also purchase bloodlines from him. Hopefully, his password is still the same. He requested, "Asna, can you please read my memories in this time period from 2040 January to March?" Asna immediately understood what he was planning on doing after reading his mind. "Weren't you guys friends?" Asna exclaimed with her hands covering her mouth. "Do you really have no bottom line to even do that to your friend?" "My lovely Asna, if you read my memories carefully, you would notice that me doing this is thoroughly justifiable." Felix didn't even flinch at her belittling. A few moments later, her angry voice resounded in his mind. "That sick bastard is even worse than you. No wonder you guys hit it off so quickly and became friends." "Can't argue with that." Felix shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Tell me, did you notice his password?" "I still remember that I was looking at him typing it in his hologram, but I was too drunk to see it clearly and remember it." "Tisk, yes, I saw it." She suddenly spat. "I can't believe you were hanging out in bars with such a creep." "Trust me, neither did I." He shook his head and kept walking through the noisy crowd. "Sorry, sir. I have kept you waiting for a while now." A young man with coiled brown horns on top of his head, long goatee on his chin, and hairy goat hoofs, bowed to Felix respectfully. Felix stood up from the lounge couch and bowed back in greeting. "No need to apologize, Mr. Gowadi," he smiled warmly. "I know that you are working hard to please two types of customers, day and night." Felix eyed the stiff Mr. Gowadi with a hidden glint and continued with a respectful tone. "To own such a successful business, yet still head to the fields for a side job. Your hard-working character truly puts me in shame." He sighed and let go of the sweaty palm of Mr. Gowadi, who didn't say a word since Felix began dropping hints non-stop. "What's going on? Does this bastard know about my gallery? Or he is talking about something else?" Mr. Gowadi's mind was in an utter mess from just a few hints. He gulped audibly and played with his goatee nervously. Yet, he didn't say a word in response. He knew that his voice would crack if he spoke when he was this nervous. His customer could easily then infers that he hit the bullseye with his low-key threats. So, it was better to remain as quiet as possible until everything clears out. After all, he didn't know if Felix was only fishing or he truly had evidence of his hidden secret. Felix smirked slightly at this sight, as he knew exactly what this creepy Gowadi was thinking about. "Afraid of your cracked voice giving you away? Hey, you won't be worrying about that soon." Embarrassed, Felix rubbed his head and said with a soft voice that only the two of them could hear within the crowded shop, "Mr. Gowadi, I came to buy your entire Tier 5 serpent poison bloodline stock. And especially..." He put his arm around the terrified Mr. Gowadi's shoulder, then whispered softly his reason for building up his blackmailing. "I heard in 7 days there will a private auction happening in the capital city. I always wanted to attend one to broaden my horizons." He sighed. "Sadly, my reputation does not earn me an invitation. But my brother Mr. Gowadi can give a recommendation letter, right? It's not really hard for you to obtain it, based on the large network you built by relying on selling your gallery to powerful personals," Felix said, smiling warmly. Mr. Gowadi, who was on the fence whether Felix was fishing or not, now truly knew that he was fucked big time. For an unknown person to know his deepest secret that he used tens of safeties to keep it sealed shut sent cold chills coursing in his back. How much does he knows? It's impossible to find any concrete proof of my connection with the gallery. So he must be hoping that I would get scared and fulfill his requests without too many questions. Mr. Gowadi calmed himself down and removed Felix's arm from his shoulder. Then, he stared at Felix's eyes deeply and instructed him to follow him to a private room away from the ears of the shoppers. If you don't have solid evidence backing you up, then you provoked the wrong guy. Mr. Gowadi unlocked a small room at the side and closed the door after Felix entered. Immediately after turning around, he almost pissed himself in fear after seeing his gallery displayed in front of him on a large holographic screen. TSK, you actually managed to take even a picture of Mississippi Mia fully nude in the shower. Felix praised him sarcastically while looking at one of the best actresses in the Mariana Empire. Fully nude, showing her assets in their glory. But still, my favorite is Madame Katerina, the wife of the Lokimia city governor. He glanced at him and questioned him sincerely. Can you please enlighten me how the hell did you even manage to capture her cheating on her husband? Scared shitless by Felix's questions, Mr. Gowadi's teeth kept chattering out loud while looking at the most prized picture that he took pride in, getting in the hand of a random person, who was not bound by any contract. This is impossible. Just impossible. The only ones who own my gallery are the buyers, and they are heavily bounded by a contract to not let its content public. So how the fuck did he get it? Felix closed the gallery while sighing in disappointment after seeing that he wouldn't be getting an answer from this dear friend of his again. All right, enough teasing this creep. Felix stood up and approached the terrified Mr. Gowadi with light steps. He put both of his hands on his shoulder and said coldly, "You have 5 minutes to fulfill my requests. Otherwise, your gallery will be published all around the UVR with your name as an author." He grinned. "Trust me. Those hundreds of women won't listen to logic after seeing their nude pictures get spread for everyone to enjoy. So if you think you are safe just because the gallery doesn't have single evidence connecting you with it, then I wish you good luck defending yourself against their assaults," he said, chuckling. Mr. Gowadi lowered his head and looked at the ground with a deadpan expression. He already accepted being blackmailed the moment he saw that his gallery was in the hand of Felix without a contract tying him up. He didn't need Felix to explain anything, as he already knew that the fate waiting for him if those pictures got published was even worse than what Felix anticipated. Felix accounted only for the woman's furious reaction, but he didn't take into consideration the reaction of their husbands and boyfriends. Mr. Gowadi wiped a tear that was about to drop after recalling that his targets were all popular or authoritative married women to even stronger men. Just one of them could crush him and his business to the ground without any ability to retaliate. So, he could only lift his head with watery eyes and nod at Felix in agreement with his requests. "Don't worry. I will not keep this sword above your head forever." Felix smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Mr. Gowadi's expression brightened a bit at Felix's mercy. However, that brightness didn't last for even a second, before it got crushed by Felix's gentle words. "However, I will have a 30% discount on all of your products," he added with a grin, "plus you will handle the customs taxes of delivery. I live in Alexander Kingdom after all." "Mercy!" Mr. Gowadi cried out loud after dropping on his floor, kneeling before Felix. "What are you talking about? I am still not finished from my terms." Felix eyed him indifferently and continued, "Last, you will prioritize buying serpent poison bloodlines from beast hunters and hold them for me." "Please, enough. You are killing my business." Mr. Gowadi sobbed with his forehead on the ground. Felix didn't even flinch at this miserable sight. How could he show mercy to this bastard who photographed powerful women and sold them as a gallery for creeps in the UVR to enjoy? Even though the buyers were bound by a contract to keep those pictures to themselves and not use them to blackmail those women, but still, the act itself was despicable. He only found out about the secret side of his friend when it slipped out of his mouth during a drinking contest between them. That was also when he saw Gowadi typing his password to access his data bank in front of him. He wanted to display the gallery to Felix to brag about his achievements. He was totally wasted, thus he believed that he kept the hologram invisible, but in reality it was shown in public. Thankfully, they were sitting at the corner table away from the rest. That's when Felix realized that remembering the password was a good idea and it might come in handy later, since the sneaky bastard kept his gallery not hidden in his AP bracelet, but in a public data bank that was 100% secure from hackers. One just needed to pay a monthly fee and all of his secret data could be preserved inside the bank. After all, AP bracelets were hackable. The queen inside each bracelet was a mere basic AI of her real self, acting as an assistant to the owner. Nothing more, nothing less. This meant professional hackers, real good ones, were capable of hacking Gowadi's bracelet and stealing his data. Unfortunately for Felix, he was also too drunk to see what he typed exactly and remember them later on. However, with Asna, it wasn't impossible anymore, especially when he stopped hanging out with this ticking time bomb after he found out about his secret. That facilitated Asna's memory reading. Felix had to break their friendship as he knew that sooner or later Gowadi would get exposed, and as his close friend, he might get associated as an accomplice. That's why he was this heavy-handed on him with those terms. Their friendship died at that moment. Felix, add another term. Asna, who was enjoying the pitiful cries of Mr. Gowadi, decided to lay her hands as well. Tell him that he is forbidden from taking those kinds of photos ever again. Plus, to destroy his gallery once and for all. That's a good one. Felix agreed and told Mr. Gowadi this term, making him sob even louder while hitting his forehead on the floor. You devil! You should have those horns, not me. At least, I am not a creep, Felix said nonchalantly while bringing a holographic contract to his face. Sign it now, he ordered. Can I at least read it? No, tell the queen to do it for you. I don't have all day long. Felix denied him. Devil. You are a devil, Mr. Gowadi murmured while signing the contract with a shaky hand. Asna chuckled at this bastard calling others devil while appearing exactly like one. Good. Go bring me your stock and write the recommendation letter. I will wait for you here. Felix retrieved the contract after seeing that it was approved by the queen and sat down with crossed arms, waiting for the Gowadi to stop whining and bring him his stuff. After seeing that sympathy was not working on Felix, he left the room with slumped shoulders, heading to the storage of his shop. Boss, what wrong with you? You don't look well, Mr. Gowadi. Don't worry about me. It's nothing. He waved his hands politely to the customers, who noticed his red eyes and slumped shoulders while heading towards the storage room. Sigh. Should I ask that devil how did he manage to obtain my gallery? He wondered out loud alone in the storage room while checking on the bloodline bottles Felix asked for. I doubt he will answer me. He shook his head. Even if he did, that won't change anything. My gallery is still in his hands. Depressed, he put 4 bottles in a small box and carried them towards the room Felix was at. Good stuff. Felix praised sincerely after seeing that all of the bottles that Mr. Gowadi brought were Tier 5 epic ones. He thought that he would find only one epic Tier 5 bottle and the rest would be rare rank. Thus, the sight of those bottles truly delighted him. This time, he might be able to find some percentages of Jormungandr inside and unlock the 3rd and 4th passives after he reaches 45% integration. Give me straight away their total price. He added, don't forget my 30% discount. TSK, you don't have to yap about it constantly. Gowadi clicked his tongue in irritation and displayed a list that had a price for each of those bloodlines. Mango Rose Serpent, 280 million SC. Rotten Vine Snake, 320 million SC. The Titanium Horror Serpent, 387 million SC. Moldfang Serpent, 410 million SC. The total is 906 million SC. Felix didn't wait for him to tell him the total as he already asked the queen to do the math. And it was correct. He smiled with satisfaction and transferred the coins to Gowadi without delaying. Whoosh! Immediately after seeing that the transfer was completed, Gowadi touched Felix's bracelet as well,
and sent him the referral letter to attend the upcoming large-scale private auction. Satisfied about the entire business venture, Felix left the shop after reminding Gowadi one last time to take care of the heavy taxes between the Empire and the Kingdom. Even though the Alexander Kingdom was within the Empire territory, they were still separate from each other. Just like the hundreds of other kingdoms inside the Empire. Each of them had their own regime and ruling, and the Empire couldn't interfere with those pests that were living inside its territory. The Empire's golden age had already waned to this degree, making it the perfect place for bloodliners with ambitions of kingship to found their kingdoms. This was the reason Felix asked for a partnership with Luby inside the kingdom and not Gowadi here. After all, just the taxes and shipping fees would make reselling the bloodline a worthless endeavor. He couldn't just ask for Gowadi to handle the custom taxes of delivery both ways. At the end of the day, Mr. Gowadi was not a fool. He would easily realize that Felix was playing him after he works his ass off to secure him a bloodline, just for it to be returned later on. The worst part, he had to pay for both the delivery fees. Felix didn't want to jeopardize this thin relationship even more so it was better to just sell to Luby his useless bloodlines. "Can we play cards now? I am bored," Asna asked out loud while throwing cards like daggers at targets made of mist, resembling Felix exactly. Whoosh! Slice! Asna clapped her hands in delight after seeing a card cut Felix in half from his nether region. Simultaneously, Felix felt a sudden chill in that area while seating on the back of a cab. "Asna, are you throwing cards at me again?" he asked furiously after knowing the only reason why he felt that way. "Answer me first, and I tell you." Asna giggled while continuing throwing cards with concentration. "Fine, we play tonight." Happy? Annoyed? Felix rubbed his eyebrows over having this burden, who just want to play and have fun. 3 days later, Fatty Worm came by and delivered the 4 bloodlines that Felix bought. However, just as he planned to leave, Felix stopped him and gave him 100,000 SC to wait 30 minutes. Fatty shrugged his shoulders and accepted the free money as usual. This happened quite a few times before and he was already used to it. Thus, he made himself comfortable on the couch and watched an episode of his favorite series, waiting for Felix to finish whatever he was doing in the bedroom. Meanwhile, Felix sat on the floor with his upper body naked. He quickly took a large needle and injected the first bloodline of the arrived batch into his heart. Asna, as always, forcefully read the memories of the bloodline and found that the Jormungandr essence was not within. She informed Felix about this tragic news, but he didn't brood over it too much. He was already numb to the feeling of disappointment, so he just continued injecting the other bloodlines. The second one turned to have only 6%, which was not the best, considering that the bottle was an epic tier 5 bloodline. But it was at least a good start. Felix's expression brightened up a bit and carried on with injecting others. Immediately after injecting the third, Asna cried jackpot out loud and informed him that she found 13% all at once inside the Moldfang serpent bloodline. Felix clutched his fist in excitement over finally securing the 45% integration. It's been quite a while now since he merged with any percentage. For someone like Felix who had no cooldown at all, to not be able to integrate at least from 3 days to 3 days was truly a waste of his 100% affinity. His cousins were probably already at 45% and climbing towards the greater purity. But he was still stuck in lesser purity. Good thing there was finally some improvement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to be their captain while being in lesser purity. Felix calmed himself down and continued to filter bloodlines. He began using a new method of filtration that allowed Asna to split the bloodlines into 2 bottles. One, he filled it with the Jormungandr bloodline from all injections, and other, he just leaves it as it is, filled with the filtered bloodline. This way he could get this process over with all at once. Then, gives those filtered bloodlines to Fatty Worm to deliver them to Luby, or as before selling them to a random shop. Shortly after, he sighed dejectedly after hearing that the 4th bloodline was a bust as well. But getting 19% from buying only 4 bottles was good enough for him. 900 million SC was traded for 19%, a quite large increase considering he spent before 850 million or so without getting a single percentage. Fatty,
Please take those 12 bottles to this address. Felix emailed Luby's address and lined up 12 bottles on the floor. Are you going to pay for shipments or the receiver? Fatty asked while swallowing all of those bottles inside his throat. He will pay for it. Don't include it in our free delivery agreement. Heh, you only have 8 more free deliveries. Fatty Worm snickered. 8 more. And I will finally stop seeing your ugly face. At least I am not as fat as you. He shooed him away. Now scram, I need things to do. Fatty cursed him one last time and created a small wormhole in the middle of the room. He then jumped inside and closed it instantly. After sending him off, Felix called Luby and informed him of the upcoming extra 4 bloodlines. Luby didn't take it well, as he almost fainted after hearing Felix asking him to pay upfront 860 million SC. Felix didn't care about his sobbing and gave him an ultimatum of paying him in 6 days' deadline. He needed that money for the upcoming auction. He didn't want to lose an opportunity to buy materials needed for elemental potion due to his lack of coins. This opportunity wasn't going to come again in the near future. After saying his piece, he hanged up on Luby, who didn't stop begging to increase the deadline by a day or two. Luby truly began to regret this cooperation. If he knew that Felix had such good networks to obtain bloodlines, he wouldn't have accepted the term of paying upfront no matter what. Too bad. He didn't know that Felix was simply buying from other shops and selling him at loss. After all, who would do such retarded thing? Felix immediately turned around and entered his bedroom, preparing to start integration as fast as possible. He must finish this 19% that he obtained in a minimum period of 9 days. He planned to split it into 3 phases, each having 6%, except the last one would have 7%. There was no need to torture himself daily and rush the process by harming his mind. He didn't get a 100% affinity to keep bothering about when and how much percentage he needed to merge with. So, the most balanced period was 6% every 3 days. He could take the pain without crying out loud and also have enough time to rest between. This decision, as expected, did not please Asna one bit, as she kept whining that he was a coward and wouldn't enhance his affinity anymore if he kept acting like this. Felix just ignored this sadistic queen that just wanted to see him get tortured and continued to integrate at his own pace. Soon, he walked out of the bedroom smelly as usual, heading towards the bathroom for a shower. The integration was successful and now he had 38%, slowly closing towards 45%. What kind of passives will I unlock this time? He wondered eagerly in the shower. Hopefully, ones related to poison and not physical. He knew that his active abilities might look good, but they were still full of weakness. The only way to counter them was by having supporting passives that negated those weaknesses. Although physical passives were quite strong by themselves, such as his super strength, but his fighting style still relied on elements. He couldn't change that as he pleased. Otherwise, all of his experiences that he built in his previous life would be worthless. So he could only pray that his luck shines some light on him during unlocking. In front of a humongous medieval castle that was completely built by white bricks, Felix stepped out of his car and walked toward the castle's metallic gate. He clicked on a key and the car immediately went to park itself automatically in the parking lot. "Sir, can you please show me your invitation?" Unworried, Felix projected his referral letter to the front desk clerk, who was standing outside of the castle. The clerk scanned the letter by his bracelet to see if it was forged or not. A few seconds later, he bowed his head to Felix and welcomed him in a respectful manner. "Sir Felix, your attendance delighted our distinguished establishment." He stood up straight and showed him the way to the hall with his hand, where the other guests were currently socializing before the auction official start. "Thank you." Felix smiled in appreciation and entered inside the Beethoven auction building, which was owned by one of the best auctions companies in the empire. It was responsible for thousands of auction branches spread widely in each kingdom, whether in real life or in the UVR. Felix managed to enter one of their auctions in his previous life due to receiving Gowadi's referral letter, and what he saw inside utterly blew his mind. From famous celebrities, high-ranked SG players in the empire, to powerful authoritative personals. Felix at that point was merely an average individual who lucked out on an opportunity to mingle with those characters. that resulted in being an outcast in each gathering, whether in the hall before the auction began or the banquet after it ends. No one bothered to give him a single minute to converse with him. Thus, he could only leave before the auction banquet after he couldn't handle being shunned at the corner of the banquet akin to an abandoned dog. There was no point in staying in an outclassed party. However, this time things were going in a completely different direction, as the moment Felix stepped inside the noisy hall, wearing a formal ash-gray suit, polished black leather shoes, and a white tight-fit shirt with a black tie, he managed to capture the interest of the majority inside. The reason they even turned was not only due to his clothing, but mostly due to his dreadful violet serpent-like eyes, plus his overbearing aura he kept emitting, an aura that only those at the top or confident to reach the top had. Those famous individuals could easily spot a goat inside a sheep herd from a mile away. That's why Felix's emergence caught their interest, especially when no one saw him before in any gathering. Who is that handsome man? I never saw him before, but he can't be nobody, right? He is either disguising his face, or he is from another empire. Stop jesting. How can someone attend this VIP auction house meeting while hiding his face? True, I believe he is from another empire, or a high-ranked SG player who is using a different persona inside the platform. That's more logical. This must be then his real face. Felix ignored their murmurs and loud gossips, and simply carried on moving indifferently to an empty seat on the bar. The reason he used some of his real features instead of the random disguise was to throw them off from realizing that he arrived here using a referral letter, and not earned an invitation by himself. It was easily noticeable if someone was using a disguise or his real face, just from the way he carried himself. And Felix's overbearing aura screamed of confidence and pride. Unknown losers would never be able to have that confidence, especially if they entered this den that was full of famous and powerful individuals. Felix in his previous life got instantly recognized as a lucky individual who chanced upon a referral letter, just from his constant nervousness when he approached them. That led him to being shunned throughout the entire evening. Felix didn't want the same to happen. He knew that this was an opportunity to make some connections with those individuals. It didn't matter if he made friends with celebrities or even just high-ranked players. Every one of them could benefit him one way or another. So he must elude them somehow to believe that he was as famous as them to facilitate their upcoming conversations. Since they assumed that he was a high-ranked player using his real face, then he must carry on the lie and get as many benefits as possible from it. I am quite intrigued by his SG persona. I might even have contested against him before, said a striking blue-haired man with snowy white eyebrows and beard while eyeing Felix ordering a drink at the bar. How about we go ask him together, Aaron? A croaky response came from a well-toned man wearing a flamboyant red suit, who was sitting on the same table as the blue-haired man. No, I would rather not humiliate myself. I bet he will 100% reject us. So you go ahead. Aaron waved his hand dismissively. Forget it then. Better go try my chance with Miss Molly. Lion, you never give up, do you? Aren't you afraid she will report you to enforcers for harassment? Aaron chuckled. I wish. At least then I will receive a response for her. Lion said in a joking manner. However, he wasn't joking about going to Miss Molly in the slightest, as he stood up from his seat while fixing his suit sleeves. Then, he took a deep breath and advanced in direction of 3 drop-dead gorgeous ladies, each wearing a different glamorous dress that kept men stealing glances at them from time to time. Lion focused only on the lady in the middle that was laughing sweetly while having a curly purple lock of her exquisite hair coiled around her finger. However, her laugh suddenly paused after noticing Lion approaching her. She frowned her eyebrows in irritation over the upcoming harassment. Stella. Natalie, quickly find a way for me to get rid of this nuisance, she requested softly while pulling them away from Lion to buy time to think for a way out. The ladies turned around and figured out what she meant after seeing Lion as well. Stella immediately said coldly, "Why don't you just report him for harassment? The bastard doesn't want to take a cue by himself and leave you alone after your constant rejections." She continued talking out loud so those near her and especially Lion to hear everything. "So just report him. No one will blame you when he gets his account blocked. The ongoing chatter of those around them instantly quietened down after realizing that a juicy drama was about to unfold in front of them. Immediately after hearing what Stella said and seeing the people's sudden silence, Lion paused his footsteps, not having the guts to continue forward. He simply narrowed his eyes at Stella, who had her lips curled up in disgust. She didn't even try to hide it. Felix took a small sip from his drink while watching with amusement. Lucky, getting free entertainment before the auction starts. Why doesn't this bitch mind her business? Lion glanced hatefully at Stella, who was pulling a hair lock behind her ear using a middle finger pointing at him. He switched his vision to others, who were looking at him with clear anticipation in their eyes, waiting to see him getting humiliated in public. TSK should not have made a move when those two bitches were with her. He changed his direction and headed left, ignoring the disappointed sighs of those around him. He was not a fool to make himself a joke before the auction starts. So it was better to advance on Molly later when she was alone. He went towards a clerk and asked him out loud where the bathroom was. The clerk gave him the directions politely. "Thank you. I was planning to ask an acquaintance about it." He smiled politely towards the clerk and added out loud while heading towards the bathroom. But it seems that her beauty got into her head, thinking that all men are here to hit on her. Everyone chuckled lightly at this pathetic shot of saving face. However, they understood that if he didn't try to make an excuse to get him out of the hole that Stella put him in, he would get belittled even further. After all, to back away from just one sentence would put a quite large dent in his charisma. God knows those snobs would rather die before embarrassing themselves in front of their peers. Molly sighed in relief after seeing his back disappear at the corner. She hugged Stella and kissed her on the cheek, leaving a hazy purple lip mark. "You! I told you not to kiss me with your purple lipstick. You always leave a mark, ruining my makeup." Stella pushed her away and took a small mirror from her bracelet. She sulked instantly after seeing the mark on her cheek. Molly and Natalia giggled sweetly and put their fingers in their mouths under the gazes of men in the hall. Then, they rubbed them on Stella's cheek, trying to remove the mark. Sadly, they just made it worse as it got spread even further. Stella looked at her purple cheek speechlessly. "Is this my reward for doing a good deed?" Without waiting for those around them to laugh at her, she snapped her finger and her cheek was returned to its previous state. If it was not for this, Molly and Natalia would not have played with her like this. Friendship would break between females if this happened in real life. Satisfied with her looks, she closed the mirror and put it back in the bracelet. She then eyed her pranksters with a spiteful gaze. "You asked for it." She grinned and looked around her, evaluating every man in the hall to see who would be fit for her payback prank. Too old. Married. Arrogant. Womanizer piece of shit. Gay. No fun to play with. She kept commenting softly each time her eyes landed on a man. The two girls felt nervous every time they hear her murmur. "What is she planning to do with us?" Natalia whispered to Molly while eyeing Stella worriedly. "I don't know." Molly sighed. "But we won't like the results. She is always heavy-handed with her pranks." "It's you," Stella said, smiling. Their whispering stopped after seeing Stella walking towards an unknown man, sitting at the bar counter, drinking small sips of bluish drink while reading in concentration something on his holographic screen. "Is she planning to hang with that man and ditch us as punishment?" Natalia wondered while tilting her head slightly. Molly coiled a strand in her finger again and answered with an uncertain tone. "Probably not. She won't take it that far." A few minutes later, her eyes suddenly brightened up after seeing Stella, returning to them with a smile. "See, told you so," Molly said. Still confused, Natalia nodded her head. "Beauties, follow me." Stella took their hands and pulled them with her towards the bar. "What are you doing, Stella?" Molly asked nervously. "Heh. I set us all a date with that handsome." She grinned at their dismayed expressions and said, "We will sit all in one room during the auction house." "But the auction rooms only have 3 chairs," Natalia said. "Exactly." Stella eyed them playfully and added, "One of you girls will have to either share a chair between you two or with him." She teased them. "Maybe I will even sit on his thigh and let you beauties sit on each chair. What the hell, Stella? That's too far. Molly complained while trying to break away from Stella's grip. Sadly, she had to stop her attempts after reaching the man's side. Sigh, whatever. Being with a stranger might even keep that horny dog away from me, she sighed, accepting her fate. She lifted her head to see who did Stella set them up with, and suddenly felt that it was not so bad after seeing Felix's easygoing smile. Ladies, nice to meet you. Felix nodded his head politely and introduced himself. I am Felix. Please have a seat. Drinks are on their way. Natalia and Molly introduced themselves politely as they seated next to him. Honestly, they didn't even need to introduce themselves, as Felix already knew about their identity. I am a big fan of both of your works. Felix complimented them sincerely. To actually drink with Miss Molly, the current queen of dramas, and Miss Natalia, lead singer of Tigers of Love Idol Band, is truly a lucky day for me. Hey, not fair. Stella jumped in front of him and pointed at herself. What about me? Don't you love watching my movies? Felix shook his head gently and said, Miss Stella, how can you say that? I have repeatedly watched your movies. He approached her ear and whispered, especially Sinful Purity movie. You're bad. How can you say that to my face? She laughed and pushed him away. Felix didn't feel ashamed at all, bragging about watching repeatedly the only movie she had a nude scene in. Molly and Natalia tilted their heads in confusion at their flirting. What the hell? Isn't this too quick? They just met. Molly thought. Did Sister Stella brought us to watch them flirt with each other? Natalia thought. They shared eye contact for a quick second and nodded in understanding. Game on. Let's see who will watch who. Natalia abruptly hugged Felix's left arm and asked shyly with sparkling sapphire azure eyes, Brother Felix, which one of my songs do you love the most? A bit baffled, Felix gave a side glance at her weird behavior, but still, he answered her after contemplating for a while. It's quite hard to choose. However, my favorites are On Your Knees and Imaginary Road. He smiled and complimented her. Especially Imaginary Road video clip, your beauty truly shone in it. Natalia didn't answer him back, as she lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with him. Her attempt to flirt backfired at her immediately. Molly laughed softly at her friend's reaction. She knew that Natalia gets awkward instantly after being praised by males. Hee, Sister Natalia. I always told you the same, but you never believed me. Stella smiled teasingly and said, Now that you hear it from Felix, you didn't refuse. Tell why so. Natalia's ears turned red in embarrassment. She didn't think Stella would go that far and twist facts like this, trying to make it sound like she had a thing for Felix. Since you are playing dirty, let's see how you react when I do the same. Natalia ignored Stella's playful smile and courageously whispered in Felix's ear while covering it with her small hands. Stella nervously watched Felix's expression turn weird while looking at her body. Fuck! Don't tell me she told him about that. Stella flinched at his invasive sight. She felt that every inch of her body was naked in his eyes, especially when she wore nothing underneath her dress. Cough. Be right back. I need to head to the bathroom. She stood up hurriedly and walked faster away from them. Yet she felt her cheeks burn after feeling 3 piercing gazes at her rear. She gritted her teeth and increased her speed even faster until she disappeared in the corner. PFFFFFF. That what you get after dressing that way. Natalia and Molly laughed besides Felix, who was honestly quite uncomfortable about knowing such private information. He might have accepted having them in his auction room to not feel bored during the long duration of the bidding. But still, he didn't expect he would be hearing secrets from his stars that he loved to watch and listen to in his previous life. Oh well, might as well enjoy it, he thought to himself. His thick skin quickly helped him accept this situation. Felix warned her about her next garbage series. Asna's voice suddenly interjected in Felix's mind. No. He with pleasure. Felix's slits thinned dangerously for a split second unnoticed by the ladies before returning to their normal size. You are such a bastard. Asna cursed him after reading what he had in mind. Is it possible to know if your next drama is already in production? Felix turned his head to Molly as he casually asked. Molly stopped laughing after hearing him talk business. If he asked about the release date of her drama, it meant he wanted to watch it. But if he asked about production, it signified that he planned on investing. Sir Felix, the production won't begin until next month. She answered seriously. Is he going to ask about investing in the series? Or he is just curious? I see. He nodded lightly and asked an unexpected question to Molly. How did you find the plot? You can answer honestly about your real feeling. He smiled. No one is going to judge you. Even though Natalia didn't understand what he was implying, she still nodded her head in agreement. Molly stared at his genuine eyes and didn't know what to say. She wanted to express her real views about the script, but she was not a fool to do so in front of a man she just met. So she kept hesitating to speak, not knowing what to do. Felix sighed at this sight and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position. He paused. However, just from your hesitation, the answer is pretty clear. He lifted his glass of bluish wine and advised her with a solemn expression. Trust in your gut feeling towards the script. It's still not too late. After that, he ignored her completely and kept flirting with Natalia playfully, teasing her here and there, making her blush constantly. He didn't bother explaining what he meant to Molly. He already gave her a free future brownie, due to Asna telling him to warn her of that shithole she was about to fall in. If it was not for Asna, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything. He wanted to keep the timeline exactly the same as the last one for as long as possible. This action would cause quite an impact on the film industry if Molly listened to his advice. As the upcoming series she was about to cast in failed horribly due to another series grabbing the attention of every spectator. If it was not for it, the series would have performed as expected, average results but stable income. However, because of this variable, Molly's series got bashed to the ground after it was being compared constantly between the two, especially when the episode's release was close to each other. The difference got even more apparent to the audience. This constant bashing resulted in the series being dropped by the producers. No one got hit harder than the actors, specifically Molly, who was a famous celebrity within the empire. Felix planned to invest in that series. That's why Asna wanted him to enlighten Molly, as she didn't want the series he was about to invest in to crush Molly, who acted in 5 of her favorite drama series. However, Felix had something different in mind. Why are you spacing out? Stella immediately asked Molly after returning from the bathroom. She sat next to her and waited for her response. Felix told me to follow my gut feeling when dealing with my upcoming series. Absent-minded, Molly coiled a curly strand on her finger as she replied. Did he now? Surprised, Stella glanced at Felix, who was drinking with Natalia. She then patted her friend's shoulder and asked, Well, what was your first thought after reading the script? Molly looked at her tearfully and responded, Trash. Stella didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her truthful response. Her company will skin her alive if they caught wind of what she said in public. Well, then just don't do it, baby. Stella hugged her with a smile and advised, You are Miss Molly. Do you think you will struggle to find another series to act in? I doubt it. So if you feel that you are not fit for this series. She poked Molly's nose with her finger and said, Just ask your company to terminate your contract with it. But they will refuse to pay the termination fees. Molly slapped Stella's finger away and added, Even more so based on a hunch of mine. If I paid the fees, would you sign a contract with me to act in an upcoming series I am planning to invest in? Felix put his head between their hug while tempting Molly with a soft, devilish voice. Ah! Both Molly and Stella yelped in surprise after getting interrupted abruptly by Felix's voice. Felix didn't wait for them to bash him for his gutsy move. As he quickly explained what he meant, I am willing to pay your termination fees. However, you must take the female lead role in an upcoming series I plan to invest in. Vexed, Stella's eyelids kept twitching, as she looked at Felix's serious expression like his head was not between their chests. Felix saw her staring at him, so he offered her his famous easygoing smile. This bastard, at least show some reaction when being embraced by two beauties. Stella didn't let him get comfortable too much as Molly seemed like she went absent-minded again after hearing his offer. So she grabbed his head that was lying comfortably between their chests and pulled him out. Tisk! Felix clicked his tongue and returned to his seat. It truly felt good lying in his favorite star's embrace. Only a few get such an opportunity, and he would be a fool to miss it. After reseating himself, he ordered another glass while sizing up Stella with a playful gaze. Her eyelashes quivered as she blinked nervously at the way he was looking at her. "It seems like you fixed that issue at the bathroom," he suddenly said. "PFFF. Don't bully her brother Felix. We still have a long evening together." Natalia giggled at Stella's embarrassed look. Stella only lowered her head without sounding a retort. She knew that whatever she said would not uplift the current situation to her advantage. Thus, she could only grit her teeth and continue listening to their teasing. "You little daredevil, I will show you hell inside the auction room. Just you wait." Stella narrowed her eyes at Natalia's cheerfulness. Natalia didn't have a single clue that her teasing had led her to an upcoming downfall. She merely kept laughing with Felix, not knowing that she provoked a vixen. "Mr. Felix." Felix turned his head and focused on Molly, who called for him. She finally broke from her daze. "Your offer has intrigued my interest. However, before I make a decision, I need to hear the details of the series you plan to invest in." She paused and eyed him strangely. "Plus, the reason why do you need to go that far for me?" "It's simple, actually." Felix smiled gently. "I am a fan of your works, and I want you to act only in the best series there are," he said confidently. "This series that I plan to cast you in is one of them. I will tell you about its details inside the room." He glanced at his bracelet and informed her. "The auction is about to begin." A bit bashful, Molly played with her hair after hearing his reason. She didn't know if he was saying the truth or just lying to get in her good books. But him paying the contract termination fees wouldn't change. That's what moved her a bit. His willingness to pay 60 million SC to get her out of that shit hole her company made her sign. Even though he said that she must act in his series as a condition. In her eyes, that was merely a term to not make her feel indebted to him. She believed that the series he chose would not perform as bad as the one she was currently cast in. After all, he could have simply invested in her series and not waste millions to pay the fee if he wasn't confident that his series would perform better. So, she already decided that she would accept his offer. Her unwillingness to say so was simply to not appear too desperate. Felix knew this as well. That's why he was relaxed about this cooperation, not pushing or forcing her to sign as fast as possible. "Dear esteemed guests." A sudden sweet voice resounded in the hall, stopping everyone's chatter, including Felix's. Those who were sitting stood up and fixed their attire. They knew what's about to be said already. "Please click the room number on your bracelet, so you can get teleported inside." She paused for a second and continued speaking in a gentle manner. "If you want other guests to enter your room, simply send an invitation to their UVR ID. Keep in mind there are only 3 seats in one room. In addition, only 5 guests can be invited. For further details about the auction rules, please ask the Queen AI. Thank you and good luck on your bidding." She ended the transmission as sudden as she activated it. The regular bidders didn't even wait for her to finish, as they teleported inside their rooms the moment she greeted them. This left the crowded hall empty with only a few guests here and there still conversing or waiting, such as Aaron, who was still waiting for Lion to return from the bathroom. Sigh. That bastard truly hid in there until everyone left. He rubbed his snow-white eyebrows in irritation while watching the bidders around him teleport one by one. Soon, his eyes landed on Felix and the ladies, who were about to depart as well. "I wonder how he will react when he sees his love interest getting mushy with that unknown player," he said, chuckling. "Speak of the devil." He turned his head to the left and saw Lion standing still, staring at the girls, who just humiliated him in front of others, touch Felix's bracelet one by one. Lion knew that Felix had just received their personal UVR ID. He was chasing after Molly for over 2 months now, and he still didn't receive even a friendly smile. Don't even mention her UVR ID. Too bad. That wasn't even the deadliest blow to his self-esteem. But what followed next? Felix and the girls all disappearing at the same time. Impossible. Giving him their ID is one thing, but fucking getting in his room is another. He couldn't comprehend how and why did they even decide to enter his room. It didn't make sense at all. He tried everything to get Molly's ID number, but he never succeeded. But here he was seeing his love interest, who was always giving hard time, easily get inside another's man's room after meeting for only a couple of minutes. Fucking slut. I believe that you treated every guy as shitty as me. But it turns out it was only me. His expression twisted from rage and humiliation. He already foresaw Aaron, roasting him throughout the entire evening about this. He took deep breaths through his nose, trying to regain his calm while approaching Aaron. However, that wasn't easy. As the closer he got, the easier he was able to see Aaron's mocking expression. At this point, Lion wanted nothing more but to ruin Aaron's pretty face. Alas, this was the UVR. Fucking UVR rules. I can neither beat people nor pick up girls without being labeled as harassment. He huffed in anger and teleported immediately after reaching Aaron's side, not giving him a single chance to open his mouth. Stupid. Aren't we entering the same room? Aaron laughed and sent an invitation to Lion. Sorry, you have been blocked by this user for 24 hours. Speechless, Aaron stared at the notification that welcomed him after sending the invitation. He didn't think Lion would actually ditch him like this just to avoid getting roasted. Whoosh. A cold breeze caressed his face as he stood silently all alone in the empty hall, not knowing what to do anymore. After all, he only attended this auction to accompany Lion. Inside a cozy, well-lighted room that had 3 red armchairs stationed near each other, light particles started to gather, forming for human bodies. A moment later, the process of teleportation finished. Felix and the ladies stood silently while eyeing the 3 chairs, facing a large screen that was showing the details of all the items that were going to be auctioned tonight. Obviously, except the last remaining 3 items, which had 3 questing marks on them. I am sitting in the middle one. Indifferent, Felix went and sat on that chair, leaving the other 2 for the beauties to contest for. He never had the idea of acting as a gentleman and giving them his seat while he remained standing. He came here to bid for items, not to please girls. He only accepted their offer of staying with him was simply to ease the boredom of bidding alone. However, if his comfort was going to be compromised, he wouldn't have accepted them at all. Stella already knew this, as Felix told her exactly so to her face when she approached him. So, she was not mad or disdainful about his manners. She just smiled with a playful glint and said, Molly, you sit on his right. Me and Natalia are going to share one. Molly did as told, as she really didn't want to sit on anyone's lap under Felix's eyes. That's too embarrassing for her. On the other hand, Natalia pouted in irritation and sat on Stella's lap. She knew that by being the lightest of the 3, she wouldn't be able to escape the fate of sitting on someone's lap during the auction. Are you feeling conformable? Or do you prefer sitting on Felix's thighs? Stella whispered softly in Natalia's ears, tickling her earlobes. She began her revenge plan immediately. Annoyed, Natalia rubbed her ear without answering. She was thoroughly ignoring her teasing. Stella smiled and said nothing more, as the auction had begun. Ladies and gentlemen, I assume that all of you had read the auction rules before entering. Correct? The Queen's monotonous voice resounded in the massive auditorium that had neither stage nor open seats. The entire auditorium resembled a closed-off cylinder that had on its walls large glass windows clustered near each other. There were hundreds of those windows on the walls, stretching to the sky. Each window represented a bidder's room. Felix was currently sitting in room number 44 right in the middle of the packed windows. I will not explain the rules as they will take too long. So, for the newcomers who didn't read them or ask me properly, it's better if you just watch the first bids and act the same. Surprisingly, Queen AI was the one going to auction the items. But at the same time, it wasn't really that surprising. After all, the Queen was the only entity who was trusted wholeheartedly by the masses. Heck, the majority trusted her more than they trust their own parents, and for a good reason. She was the only autonomous authoritative entity that bows to no one, not even her race. This meant she was unbiased in all of the judgments and ruling. In this kind of activity, she was always requested to lead and act as the host. No one would complain in her presence about the prices of the items auctioned or would doubt the legitimacy of them. Even if there was a problem with an item, she would make sure that it was clearly highlighted in her presentation. Let's begin. Without further ado, she displayed the first item in the air, rotating it silently. The item was a bottle filled with a grayish liquid substance. It was put right in the middle of the auditorium. No one could miss it. This is an epic rank Tier 6 Spectrum Butterfly Bloodline. The starting bid is 500 million SC. She followed with, "Its full details are on your screens. You have 2 minutes to read them properly before we begin bidding." This was one of the rules of the auction. The Queen merely displays the item and leave them to read its details. From the advantages to disadvantages of the bloodline without promoting it with fake information. Her way of auctioning was completely different from other human auctioneers. She neither spoke more than necessary nor tried to hype the auction with yells, making it resemble a noisy market. She simply played soothing music and left them to read the details of their bid in concentration. 2 minutes later exactly, she informed them to begin bidding. 520 million SC from room 12. 530 million SC from room 37. 570 million SC from room 140. She kept calling the bids clearly, even though not a single person spoke or raised a number panel. 660 million SC from room 3. 660 million SC from room 3 going once, twice, sold. Bam! The virtual gavel sound echoed in the auction auditorium. Immediately after, polite claps followed. Felix and the girls clapped politely as well. However, Natalia was having difficulty doing so, as her neck was being licked by Stella. "Stop it! Felix is going to notice," Natalia begged softly with red ears. But Stella didn't even pause. She kept kissing her back neck and licking it playfully. Sigh. I wish I could trade necks right now. Envious. Felix kept peeking at Natalia, who was being eaten. She assumed that Felix didn't see them playing, but how could they escape his eyes? She was as red as a tomato. Even Molly noticed something weird going on between those two. However, she was too embarrassed to scold them. Suddenly, a soft moan escaped from Natalia's lips. She clasped her mouth tightly while looking at Felix and Molly, giving her awkward glances. Ha ha ha! Tears threatened to drop after seeing their looks. Stella removed her fingers from Natalia's chest while laughing in a delightful manner. Her revenge had been achieved. "Natalia, come sit on my lap," Molly offered gently after not being able to handle seeing Natalia's watery eyes. Sniff, sniff. Natalia went to her while sniffing softly. She sat on Molly's lap and buried her head on Molly's shoulder, not daring to look at Felix anymore. Molly squinted her eyes at Stella, giving her a menacing look. Stella shrugged her shoulders carelessly and blew a kiss back at her. "TSK. Felix, you really invited a fox in your room this time." Asna clicked her tongue mockingly after seeing him sweat from his forehead at those beauties' interactions. They were truly testing his patience. "Heh! Are you taking one of them home tonight or all?" She teased him, knowing that he couldn't do so. "Fuck! Leave me alone. You are the last thing I need right now." Felix shooed her away while wiping his sweat discreetly. Only now did he know that meeting his stars was not always a good thing. Their pure and angelic image instantly shattered after hearing Natalia's moan. Fortunately, they behaved properly after splitting them apart from Stella, leaving him to focus on the latest auctioned item that the Queen had just displayed. This is a leaf of a dawn tree. The starting bid is 280 million SC. A square-shaped milky white leaf was rotating slowly for everyone to see. Felix's eyes shone with delight after seeing it. Didn't think they would put it so soon. He quickly controlled the screen in front of him to show him the leaf details. He didn't have time to read the details of the items properly before. Soon, the milky white leaf was displayed with its details in front of him and the ladies. Name, Dawntree leaf. Starting bid, 280 million SC. History. The Dawntree is one of the few remaining light elemental spirit trees in the universe after the spirit's mass extinction during the Dark Ages. It grows one leaf for each year until it reaches 100 leaves in a century. Afterward, it drops one leaf for each year until a century passes again. This cycle keeps repeating for eternity. Uses. Firstly, it can heal an individual of any illness, disease, curses, poison, condition, and more. Secondly, it can be used to resist incoming curses by having it in a 1-meter diameter around the owner. Thirdly, it can be used as material to create potions, substances, artifacts, talismans, weapons, and more, such as the elemental potion or curse resistance talisman. Drawbacks. Firstly, it must be kept in a cold environment 24/7. Otherwise, it will lose its properties gradually until it becomes null. Secondly, it can only survive for 1 year before it turns to ash. The beauties didn't bother Felix after seeing him concentrating on the leaf's details. They figured out that he was interested in obtaining it. So, they behaved themselves and let him focus on the upcoming bidding struggle. As always, the queen informed them to begin bidding immediately after 2 minutes passed. Felix decided to test the water first and bid low. Queen, 290 million SC please. He didn't click anything. He merely called his bid softly. 290 million SC from room 44. Simultaneously, the queen called his bid out loud for others. A few moments later, the bid increased by 30 million. 320 million SC from room 1. Tisk. Felix clicked his tongue and stopped bidding, for now wanting to see how far the price would reach. 360 million. 390 million. 480 million. 485 million from room 1. The bids carried on until they surpassed 500 million. But they still didn't stop coming, though not as fast as earlier. Felix decided to act now as he increased the bid by 20 million at once, hoping that it might turn off room 1 owner's eagerness. Sadly, it backfired on Felix, as that person increased the price again by a whopping 50 million. He clearly was showing his desperation for the item, telling Felix he would not leave without it. This was the only way they could communicate their feelings inside the auction, as speaking or knowing the bidder's name inside a room was forbidden. Do you want a bid? Simply call it in your room and the queen will handle the rest. This rule was added to stop those who try to increase the bid simply to spite their enemies. In addition, to those who beg other bidders to not contest with them to save their face water. However, the true aim of this rule was to stop those bidders who threaten their competitors publicly to drop their bid or face the consequences of offending their backgrounds. This childish method of bidding was completely uprooted by the queen after it received multiple complaints from the abused bidders about it. Now, you either bid silently or go play in the corner and let those with coins do so peacefully. Those rules were accepted by all auctions, as they were quite beneficial to their business. Even though hyping prices was not allowed anymore, still, those who lower the prices further using their background were even more plentiful than them. Hence, the only ones who were but hurt about those new changes were the bullies. That's why Felix never cared about who was in room 1. He could be the governor of the empire capital city and he still wouldn't give a shit about it. So, he kept counterbidding each time nonchalantly. The beauties with him held their breath at the staggering amount of the current bid. 510 million from room 1. 540 million from room 44. 545 million from room 1. 600 million from room 44. SSSS. Awestruck, Natalia drew a deep breath after hearing Felix call 600 million indifferently, an amount she could never reach even if she combined all of her album sales since her debut. Molly and Stella didn't react as excessive as her, but their eyes still widened from such a large amount. After all, they were simply invited in the auction as eye candy during the hall and the after banquet. not as true bidders. If they had such a large capital in the first place to bid here, they wouldn't even need Felix to pay such a petty termination fees. This was the difference between the commoner's world and the bloodliners. Felix could spend 600 million casually for just one material needed to concoct a potion. But in their eyes, that's an amount they could reach only if they slaved their entire lives. After waiting for a while, the person from room 1 didn't increase anymore. 600 million SC from room 44. Going once, twice, sold. Bam! The queen struck the gavel faithfully without delaying for even a second to buy time for Felix's contender to consider. The beauties clapped their hands cheerfully after Felix emerged victoriously. He accepted their claps with a harmless smile. Meanwhile, he was cursing the mother of the person in room 1 for being such a desperate fuck. Piece of shit. 200 million increase on one material. When did I offend you to treat me like this? Felix could only whine in his mind after losing 200 million, due to being unlucky and meeting a desperate soul like him. After all, the known market price of the Dawntree leaf was only 400 million. However, there was no supply at all to the public. Those resources were being traded between the upper echelons of the empire discreetly. And if some of those materials manage to bypass their clutches, they get sold in those kinds of auctions. Ones that Felix didn't even have the reputation necessary to join. So, he could only bite the bullet and spend that amount on the leaf, lest he regrets later and ends up not finding it. Coins could be earned back just as fast by using his memories. But those treasures could only be obtained from the high ranks SG prize pool or by joining the upper class of the empire. This meant reaching a high rank in SG was a must in order to obtain the rest of the materials. However, to reach high ranks in the SG, Felix needed to have enough strength backing him up. The only way to increase it was by getting the elemental potion and making a breakthrough into the replacement realm. In other words, he needed to find a third option to get those materials as fast as possible. Felix already had in mind a way to do so. However, it depended on his luck in the second game. Sir Felix, the serial code of the Dawntree leaf has been sent to you successfully. Instead of feeling excited at the news, Felix just sighed while glancing at his bank account that had only 700 million left after 600 million was deducted by the queen. Whatever, I can earn more during my investment. Speaking about that, Felix turned his head and asked Molly, I will not be bidding for the next couple of hours. Do you want to hear the details of the series now? Yes, please. She nodded her head with a charming smile and said, I was planning to ask you after the auction to not bother you. Felix waved his hand casually and replied, Don't worry about it. I already secured the item I needed. His lax expression turned serious and continued, Before I share with you the summary of the drama plot, you need to sign an NDA contract, if that's all right with you? Of course, we don't mind. Molly spoke for them all and agreed to sign. Felix didn't waste time and sent them 3 holographic contracts. Even though Felix was doing all of this without even meeting the production company, he was not worried a bit that they would refuse his investment, especially now that he had Molly, the drama queen, on his side. If before his chances to get a slice of that series cake was only 40%, now with Molly he could confidently say it's 99%. He knew that the production company would not refuse him when they see that he brought Molly to them, the perfect candidate for the lead role. The only reason they didn't manage to secure her in his previous life was because she already had signed with that garbage series. Thus, they could only use another actress. But now they wouldn't hesitate to replace her with Molly, even if they had to pay the contract termination fees. That's why Felix made them sign an NDA contract. He didn't want them to share information about the series with the public before he tells them so. Or else, he might end up shooting himself in the foot, gaining extra investors' competitors instead of an actress. A few moments later, the girls signed the contract and eyed him with sparkling eyes, waiting to be dazzled by the plot. Felix's eyelids twitched at this sight. He realized that he raised their expectation bar a bit too high, but he was confident that the plot would please them. After all, it was a super hit series in his previous life. I will only brief you on the plot summary and the 2 main characters. He coughed to clear his dry throat and entered his story mode telling. The plot didn't really have too much originality, as the story begins with a shy introvert university student who is invisible to everyone. He neither has friends nor a girlfriend. The only thing he does all day long was study, play games, and gaze from afar at his 5 years-long crush. He pointed at Molly. "That's you." He then carried on with the same pace. So far, the plot is average, nothing unique. However, there is a twist. He smiled mysteriously. The male MC's alter ego that was shaped with every characteristic that the FMC wanted in a man suddenly replaces the MC shy and introvert persona when he fell in his apartment staircase and hit his head hard. Felix chuckled and continued. He never expected that the alter ego he was building since the moment he fell in love with his crush to replace him. But isn't that a good thing? He will finally have a chance with his crush, Natalia asked while tilting her head in confusion. Felix laughed even harder while shaking his head. No, it's not, because their memories are split. He doesn't know what his alter ego is doing and never will unless his alter ego shares it with him. Molly gasped after seeing the crux of the plot. Doesn't that mean he created his worst rival in love by himself? Bingo! But there is another twist. Felix grinned. The MC and his alter ego decided to split the day, as they got tired of their constant fight for control. So it was decided that 12 hours of daylight will be for the MC, while his alter ego will have 12 hours a night. In other words, each of them has absolutely no idea what they are doing when they get replaced, creating a 12 hours void each day. Felix rubbed his hands excitedly and carried on. This is where the plot thickens. The alter ego began working as a bartender to earn money as well as enjoy himself with single ladies. He didn't have the same feelings for the MC crush, as he was built in the MC's fantasies as a playboy. After all, he was simply fantasizing, a harmless thing to do. He laughed. But who would have thought that this harmless thing would get him into deep shit? Don't tell me. He met with the female MC and slept with her on the basis of a one-night stand. Stella exclaimed out loud. Delighted by her guess, Felix clapped his hands while answering, yes. The worst part, the FMC fell for him, not knowing that he was merely an alter ego to an introvert shy student in her university. Haha. I can already see the poor thing getting harassed by his crush, not knowing as well that his alter ego was causing it. Molly covered her mouth as she laughed. Indeed. But that didn't last for long as the MC finally decided to come clean and explain to her about his alter ego. Ha ha ha. The girls couldn't help but laugh after imagining that weird scene. Felix eyed at them and continued. That's not even the weirder part. What's weird was that the female MC begged the male MC to help her get into a relationship with his alter ego. And because the MC loves her so much, he couldn't refuse her request, thus creating a messy love triangle. The girls couldn't help but get excited as they imagined how that drama would look like on the screens. They knew that each episode would be filled with laughs, awkward moments, misunderstandings, and emotions, things every drama fan loved to see. Felix grinned and said the plot ultimatum. The final twist is that the alter ego will try to assist the MC to get him in a relationship with his crush, making the already messy triangle even messier. Molly immediately stood up and said excitedly, I am sold. Where do I sign? Felix smiled wryly at her enthusiasm and sat back in his seat. Even though she was excited to sign, he couldn't provide her the contract now. At least, not until he speaks with the production company and convinces them to replace their actress with Molly. This process would take a while, as they would need to negotiate a new contract for him and one for Molly. Those procedures consume too much of his time. Maybe I should hire a manager who deals with those investment ideas of mine, so I can concentrate on my bloodline path and games. He pondered. I will look through it later. He quickly dropped the matter and focused on Molly and Stella, who were quarreling about who would make a better female lead. I am better fit to lead in his series. I acted in multiple drama movies before as well. Stella argued elegantly, not raising her voice or using gestures. She simply said facts. I am called Drama Queen. Molly was even worse. as she only kept repeating this sentence to deny all of Stella's attempts at poaching a good series from her. They might be friends, but when it comes to their interests, they wouldn't hesitate to bite each other's throats. So what? I earned Prestige Movie Award. I am called Drama Queen. I have no issue appearing nude in a scene if it's necessary, unlike you. I am called Drama Queen. If Felix chose me, he wouldn't need to pay your termination fees. I am called Drama Queen. Arg! Stop saying that, we get it already. Stella yelled in irritation and sat back in her seat. She felt like she was arguing with a brick wall. I am called Drama Queen. Oh, are you done already? Molly, who was repeating the same sentence, subconsciously woke up from her absent-mindedness after hearing her yell. Stella. No need to argue any further. I am choosing only Molly. Felix quickly added after seeing her eyes get watery like she had been wronged. Don't worry. I have multiple movies I plan to invest in. You would be my first choice as a female lead. Thank you, darling. Stella's watery eyes immediately dried up like a magic trick. A smile bloomed on her lips as she gazed at him. Felix's eyelids twitched at this sight. He turned around to Molly, not wanting to deal with this vixen anymore. Molly, you need to contact your company and inform them about your choice. Then inform me about the termination fees when you do so. He added, as for signing the contract with my series, I will call you when I have everything prepared. Okay? Molly nodded her head in understanding while giving a smug smile at Stella. Felix, you still didn't tell us the name of the series. Natalia interjected in their conversation after seeing that they were done talking business. Oh, its current name is My Love Rival Is Me. He paused for a second and added, don't get attached to it. It can be replaced at any moment. I doubt it, that name is quite befitting for it. Stella shook her head in disagreement. Felix knew so as well, but he still needed to say so to install a notion in the heads that he was also investing blindly in this series. It might be useless, but he had nothing to lose. Just as Stella wanted to ask him about the movies he planned to invest in, the Queen announced a new item that drew Felix's attention. This is ethereal dust of a darkstar fly. The starting bid is 150 million SC. A small bottle filled with a gram or so of dark dust kept revolving in the air. Ladies, if you excuse me for a moment. Felix opened the details of the bottle on his screen and read them in concentration. The beauties didn't yap around and left him to read in peace. Even though it is just 1 gram, I must get it no matter what. The elemental potion needed exactly 5 grams of this substance as a material. However, Felix was still glad by getting 1 gram first, since he believed that he would need to waste a champion wish to obtain those 5 grams. In his eyes, anything that could be bought with money or game points must not have a wish wasted on getting them. After all, winning games was not a walk in a park. So, he placed his bids in an aggressive manner, increasing the bid price by 30 million each time someone took a breath. This way of bidding put quite heavy pressure on his contenders, forcing them to think twice and thrice whether it was worth it to continue bidding with Felix. Before long, the price had reached 290 million SC. Felix didn't pause and added 30 million again. 320 million SC from room 44. The Queen proclaimed in a clear manner, yet no one dared to bid anymore. The price had almost reached double its original. They were not that desperate to obtain it with that kind of price like Felix. Bam! Thus, the virtual gavel sound echoed loudly, marking a successful auctioning. Felix signed in relief at the sound of the gavel. The price might appear too large for others, but for him, it was all worth it as long as he didn't leave the auction with an empty bank account. The beauties clapped their hands, congratulating him over his victory. Stella even took a step forward and stood up behind him, planning to massage his stiff shoulders. No need to bother yourself, I am fine. Felix refused her offer politely after seeing her pale hands kneading his shoulders gently. Let me do it, please, or else I won't feel at ease accepting your movie's offers. Stella requested with a sincere smile while adding more pressure to her massage. I am not ungrateful like someone in this room, who did not even say thank you after helping her. She scoffed and continued focusing on her massage, not giving a glance at Molly, who was fuming after having her integrity insulted like this. Felix closed his eyes and relaxed, not refusing her anymore. He only denied her the first time as a formality. He would be a fool to do so twice. As for what she said after, he didn't care one bit about their squabble. I was planning to invite Mr. Felix for a dinner to show my appreciation. Molly pushed Natalia away from her lap, wanting to stand up. She fixed her dress that was messed up by Natalia and went to Felix's right side. Under Stella's annoyed look, she started massaging Felix's right forearm gently. But a small reward like this is not a problem for me, she said, smiling. Natalia gaped at Stella and Molly massaging Felix, not knowing what to do anymore. She looked at his other forearm. Should I join in as well? I don't want to be left alone. After a few seconds of contemplating, she decided to go for it. She went to Felix's left side and started massaging his other forearm. Anyone in Felix's situation would feel blessed to be treated like this by 3 celebrities. But Felix was only feeling an agonizing pain in his heart over losing almost 1 billion on just 2 materials. The constant thought that he still needed 6 more unique materials to finally complete his gathering made him tremble all over. The girls added more pressure after feeling that he suddenly was tense all over. Whatever, money comes and goes. He closed his eyes in contentment and thought, better enjoy this while it lasts. Felix neither moved nor touched them. Unless he gets their consent, he would remain as docile as a puppy. He just remained sitting calmly while thinking about which manager should he choose. He already decided that it was much better to get a professional manager to handle his business opportunities. From investing, talking to producers, signing contracts, and such. He had no time to keep running around, taking care of everything all at once. He would rather give up on 3% or 5% in the earnings to a good manager than continue wasting time on his investment plans. And he had many plans. 2 hours later, the auction successfully concluded with a bang, as the last item was sold with a whopping 15 billion SC. Felix didn't even flinch at that price, as he expected nothing less from this auction. He knew that he was merely a small fish within the bidders, just like the majority of them. As for those whales, they were only interested in the last 3 items, leaving the rest to be contested by those beneath them. Felix left the auction a bit satisfied with his earnings, as now he only required 4 more grams of Darkstar dust, 14 more purity drops, and 6 more unique materials before he contacts a witch to concoct him the elemental potion. After leaving the Beethoven auction house, he drove his car, heading toward the teleportation company. He didn't attend the banquet as it was quite dull and pointless after the authority figures, whom he was planning to hit it off with, didn't attend as well. Even though the girls begged him with puppy eyes to remain with them, since they were forced to stay as eye candy for the bidders. Felix rejected them on the basis that he needed to start taking care of Molly's addition to the series cast. After hearing his reason, they could only give him a quick hug as a farewell and leave him be. 3 hours quickly passed by, as Felix successfully hired a well-known business manager called Mr. Igris from the Holy Sinful City. Felix made him sign an exclusive contract, binding Mr. Igris to only work for him and no one else. Nevertheless, Mr. Igris agreed gleefully after seeing that he would obtain a 4% profit from each business venture Felix asked him to handle. Since Felix showed him that he only invest with 300 million plus, Mr. Igris didn't hesitate to sign that contract. The first project Felix gave him was to deal with Molly's situation. Felix already explained everything to him. He also sent a message to Molly, informing her that his manager would be the one dealing with her from now on. After getting everything worked up, Felix transferred 300 million SC to his manager to be used as investment capital during his negotiation. Felix made sure to highlight the importance of this series to Mr. Igris, promising him a hellish fate if he fucked it up. But Mr. Igris took his words with a grain of salt. He was in this business for far too long to ruin such a godsend opportunity. Felix didn't care about what he thought or believed. He only gave him one ultimatum, and that was to bring him profit back. After dealing with his manager, he called Nora and told her to wait for him at his house. Those 3 vixens only teased him with their massage. They didn't take it another step, leaving him with a suppressed desire. Good thing he had the obedient Nora who agrees to all of his wishes and desires. And so, the moment he entered his home, he was greeted with her sitting on a chair in front of the door, wearing new dark lingerie and heels with her long wavy pink hair reaching her waist, smiling at him seductively. Such an alluring sight instantly forced his suppressed lust to burst out. "Here we go again." Asna sulked and turned off the connection, leaving Felix to devour Nora to his heart content. "Ugh! What got you so excited?" Nora yelped out loud after getting lifted abruptly. "You don't want to know," Felix answered while running swiftly to the bedroom. Slam! The door was closed shut, blocking anyone from hearing the wild party that was about to start. Days went by quickly, as the day of Felix's game reset was fast approaching. He spent the majority of the period that passed in his training room, practicing the newly unlocked passives to further enhance his battle prowess for the upcoming game. In addition, he was calling his manager from time to time to get updated on the series production. Mr. Igris kept true to his word and obtained a solid contact, turning Felix into one of the main shareholders of the series. This was extremely beneficial to Felix, as after the first season of the series gets released in the near future, he wouldn't need to worry about coins for a while. After all, this series would be released empire-wide and not just a kingdom-wide like the previous movie he invested in. The returns would be much higher than before, as Felix expected at least to earn 3 billion for each season released. Though, he must constantly pump funds if he wanted to continue earning that sum. However, in the present time, Felix was almost broke after investing that 300 million SC. His bank account only had 80 million left. "I should probably roll the games wheel now." Felix quickly decided to participate in a new game now, even though there were still 4 days left before he could officially join one. He was doing so to take advantage of the 5 days of preparation that was always given. This strategy was used by hardcore players who were climbing the ranks in a rush since it shaves at least 5 days from the 2 months cooldown duration. Not every player did so, as the majority of them were casual players, who participate in the games only when they feel prepared. Sometimes this takes at least years before they join another game. The SGA didn't condemn them for such an action, as they were struggling to balance the large influx of new players each day. The officials probably feel glad when those players take such a long break between games. Felix washed his hand with soap to add some luck points and sat down on the couch. He took a deep breath and opened his profile interface. Immediately after, he scrolled down and clicked on a new game. A moment later, he was transferred to a web page, where the green start button was at. His finger trembled while approaching the button. Click! The moment he pressed the button, the same colorful wheel with tens of formats started to span rapidly before him. 3, 2, 1, stop! He ordered with a bit of anticipation in his tone. The wheel slowed its speed down gradually. Ting, ting, ting. Needle sound continued to resonate in Felix's ears, as it kept passing one format by the other until it completely froze on a format. Felix's soul immediately escaped after seeing the most dreadful format in his case. Congratulations on picking puzzle format. Felix did nothing else but stare at the ceiling absent-mindedly after landing on the most hated format game for those who were confident in their strength to beat the shit out of their contenders. The many variables within its games nullified their absolute strength. In Felix's previous life, puzzles games were actually his favorite format. He didn't win them all, but he still had a good win rate while playing them in comparison to other formats. One single small mistake could even eliminate the first ranker player. One lucky opportunity could make the last ranker clinch the win. This kind of uncertainty was Felix's jam. His trash bloodlines weren't making it easier to compete in battles format games, but in puzzle ones at least he had a shot. If the death race luck meterage decided who would have better opportunities to clinch the championship, in the case of puzzle games, luck decided whether one emerges as champion or not. However, without the necessary intelligence to take advantage of a lucky opportunity during the game, a player could only waste it. Intelligence was still the true deciding factor to perform the best of one's ability within puzzle games. Dejected, Felix rubbed his eyelids while sighing. He gave a spiteful glare to his hands, which kept causing him misfortune. "I dare you to let me down again." He threatened them like a lunatic. "I swear I will cut you down and heal you back up." He rubbed them nervously while eyeing the green button that was for spinning the next wheel, which had hundreds of puzzle games within it. "Fuck it," he swore and pressed the button forcefully, not worrying anymore about what happens. The wheel span rapidly again. However, this time Felix didn't leave it spin for even 2 seconds before he stopped it. The wheel gradually slowed its speed until it stopped completely. Felix glanced at the chosen game and had a bad feeling after seeing the word maze. He clicked on the game and its details were displayed in front of him. Game format: Puzzles. Maze Edition. Game name: Shuffle Maze. Participants number: 95. Still increasing. Integration allowed. From lesser purity to peak stage 1 of replacement. Ranks allowed: Silver and Bronze. This is a silver game. Maze map: Unknown. Surprise edition: No. Prizes pool: high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, instant recovery potion, hateful miasma breath, spiritual flat bone. Rules of the game: 1. Players get dropped randomly in one giant maze. The distance between the exit and the drop spot is fixed for every player. 2. Creating alliances is allowed. 3. The maze walls shuffle after every 30 minutes. 4. The duration of each shuffle is 10 seconds. 5. Players can glimpse beyond the walls in each shuffle, but won't be able to move during it. 6. There are hidden compartments in the maze. Teleportation circles, treasure chests, traps. 7. Treasures that are in the open areas are guarded by beasts. Beast strength increase based on the chest rank. 8. Game points can be earned from eliminations, beast hunts, and treasure chests. 9. The player first to leave through the maze exit wins. 10. The game duration is 2.5 hours. 11. The player with the most points after the duration ends wins. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. Just like Felix feared, the game rules included hidden teleportation circles. A luck-based addition that could teleport a player near the exit, giving him a free win. But to balance the game, that would be quite unlikely. This meant the player would only be teleported in a large diameter around the exit, and that's only if he got lucky. In worst cases, he might be sent back to where he started. That being said, Felix strangely wasn't looking at the 6th rule but actually had all of his attention attracted by the 8th rule. Can I do it regardless? Maybe it can work even in a puzzle game. He kept murmuring under his breath in a trance-like state. He felt that his luck turned upside down too quickly. Just now, he was feeling horrible over landing on a puzzle format, but after seeing the 8th rule, a plan formed in his head. A plan, if executed correctly, he would obtain a shitload of game points. The game added the 8th rule in order to help the less intelligent, or simply players who had abilities totally useless in locating the exit. They just needed to hunt for game points and hope that no one manages to find the exit before the game duration ends. This game might be a puzzle type, but still, the SGA always left leeway for those with low IQ in some way or form. After all, no one wanted to watch a game that had 100 players, but only 3 were active within the field. Hopefully it works. After a couple of minutes of deep pondering, Felix finally woke up from his daze. He lifted his head and saw that the wheel was still in front of him. He swiped it away from his face while requesting the Queen to search online for his game. A moment later, a list that had only 3 Shuffle Mazes games was displayed before Felix. Those games were being played out in the entire galaxy. Each game was from a different empire. This meant the game Felix was currently on had only players from the Mariana Empire. Felix's rank was too low to join galaxy-wide games that included players from all empires. He needed to reach gold for him to compete in that level. He clicked on the game that was in the middle and was transferred to another web tab that showcased all the public details of the game. Just like before, he pressed on the player list and was met with a long string of unique players' names. Participants list. Chrome Rising _1344. Bronze rank. High tier wins 3/losses 4. For more details, click on the name. Cold Bounty _1224. Silver rank. Mid tier. Wins 3/losses 6.
Hellstorm_7754. Silver rank, high tier, wins 8/losses 9. Spirit Visage _2199. Silver rank, peak tier, wins 6/losses 3. Unpaid Landlord _6996. Bronze rank, mid tier, wins 1/losses 0. Solar Mist _7778. Silver rank, peak tier, wins 7/losses 4. Farphobia _3355. Silver rank low tier, wins 3/losses 5. Not surprised a bit that at least 80 players were silver ranked. Felix simply kept on reading the list in a nonchalant manner. He already knew that he would be placed in a silver ranked game, even though he was still in bronze. This was the result of matchmaking rating, or in short MMR. Since Felix won his first game, it meant he was good enough to start playing against only veterans and hardcore players instead of unranked newbies. This rarely happens though, since the majority of unranked players actually end up losing at least 3 of their placement games or even all of them. This meant they would start normally climbing from low bronzer to silver. MMR affected all the players, not just Felix. Any player who had way more wins than losses get placed in games above his rank. As for those who had more losses than wins, they remain playing in the same rank instead of being placed in lower rank games. The SGA wasn't stupid to let that happen, as they knew that most players would start losing intentionally to be put in lower brackets and have an easier time competing with newbies. This wasn't a video game, where one gets rewarded only virtual points after he wins. In the SG, winning meant getting a free wish to fulfill one's desires. In other words, every win was worth it, even in bronze rank. Although Felix could be said that he was affected negatively by the MMR since he was put in a higher rank game, he didn't see it as such. He actually preferred so, as it meant the wish would have a silver rank limit while he was still in bronze. This was a bonus for those managing to clinch the win over higher-ranked players than them. Soon, Felix began scouting the highest-ranked players in the list, marking all the threats he planned on adding to his plan. He first started off with peak-tiered silver players. He picked them one by one and made sure to do detailed homework on their bloodline abilities, strengths, and weakness. Anything that was public about them, he made sure to remember it well. He didn't want any surprises to fuck up his plan. A couple of hours went by, and Felix had studied 15 players all at once. He found some names that he somewhat recalled in his previous life, like Solar Mist and Hound Stench. One of them got famous immensely 7 years from now, while the other had a unique characteristic that set him apart from a lot of bloodliners. However, the player that Felix actually remembered thoroughly was named Bird's Call. He didn't expect that the princess of the Maganda tribe would actually be in his game. He honestly didn't want to interact with her one bit. Right now, Felix was refreshing the list every 2 minutes, wanting to see if there would be any new addition before he called it a quit. After a few refreshes, he saw 2 players joining the list, Mastermania and El Truca. He clicked on Mastermania's name and was transferred to his profile page. Oh! His eyes shone with delight after finding out that he was actually an idol, popular enough to own a fan club with millions of members. Such free, juicy exposure. He grinned while rubbing his hands in a wicked manner. Players loved those kinds of popular idols the most, as by eliminating them they get a wide media exposure, thus turning them into semi-famous players instantly with low effort. Felix planned to do so as well. He needed as much exposure as possible, as relying only on his fan club to bring more fans was not enough to put him within everyone's radars. The only ways to do so was by either winning games, and winning them magnificently, or eliminating popular players and idols. That's how famous players were born before. Fan clubs were only byproducts of that. Shortly after, Felix closed the list tab and changed his outfit to training one. He planned to head to the training center to practice in his room. Although he didn't receive the maze map, nothing stopped him from trying to mimic one by relying on the previous Shuffle Maze games. Since there was no hidden addition in this game, it meant that the only difference within it would be the maze layout and hidden compartments places. After he wore his outfit, he entered his car, which was inside his garage, and drove speedily towards the center. "Hey, Felix!" Becky, who was chatting with 2 other girls near the elevator, immediately greeted Felix with a hand wave after he stepped inside the training floor. "Morning, Becky." Felix nodded his head towards her with a polite smile. Becky approached him and stood on her tiptoes just to reach his ears. "Nora has been punished to not enter the UVR for 7 days by her brother after finding out that she sneaked yesterday," she continued, whispering mischievously. "Since she is not here, do you want to hang with me?" Felix ignored the last part, as he was in deep thoughts after hearing that Nora was finally caught sneaking to his house. Well, that was fun till it lasted. He mused while patting Becky's head gently like he always did to Olivia, treating her as a child. Afterward, he went to his room, not caring about the fuming Becky behind him. Nora with her dramatic brother was already too much for him to handle. He would be a fool to add Becky to the mix. If he did so, he would never be able to focus on his training each time he stepped inside the floor. After a while, he reached his room and saw that the leader was standing next to the door. Totally ignoring the murderous gaze the giant leader was sending him, Felix requested the AI to open up the door. 10 minutes later, the training room was thoroughly remodeled as a humongous maze with towering metallic walls. Felix didn't take long to modify the room this time because he instructed the AI to copy-paste the same map from a previous game. The only thing he instructed to be changed was the layout and hidden compartments, making them randomly. As for the beasts placed in the open, he put as much variety of them as possible, filling the desolate maze with a symphony of roars and howls. Finally, the most important ingredient, the players, were added at the end. Satisfied with the final modification, Felix nodded and instructed the room AI to drop them randomly in the maze. She did as told and teleported them all, each in a different zone inside the massive maze. Felix lifted his head and saw at the top of the towering walls a blue barrier blocking everyone from flying above them. He walked to his left wall and punched with all of his strength, trying to check its hardness. Too bad. Even with 2100 BF, he didn't leave a single dent on the wall. He massaged his bloodied knuckles and tapped on the metallic ground, finding out that the walls and the ground shared the same metal. I pity those with flying and underground abilities. He could already imagine their ugly expression after they realized that their abilities were utterly worthless in this layout. On the other hand, his abilities were going to shine even further in this game, especially his newly unlocked passive. He cracked his knuckles and walked forward with red shimmering slits. 5 days later, Felix was sitting with crossed legs on Asna bed, holding 3 cards in front of her with sweat covering his forehead. "My lovely Felix, why are you sweating? Aren't we just playing games?" Asna said playfully while wearing only a long shirt, leaving her beautiful legs exposed in the open for Felix to enjoy. But Felix did not love this at all, especially when taking this vixen to the movies again was the gambling bet they agreed on in this card game. "I am done. You keep taking advantage of your beauty to ruin our games." Felix cried out with a wronged expression and threw the cards away. "Heh! And you keep crying like this every time you are about to lose." Asna scoffed at his attempt to weasel out of their bet. "Stop bullshitting. I never did such a thing." He pointed at her exposed legs and bashed her. "How am I supposed to focus when you are showing me such a sight? Do you think my teenager hormones are a joke?" Disinterested in his tantrum, Asna kept playing with her red nails, not wanting to respond, as she had nothing to say back. After all, he was completely right. She was using every advantage to win this card game, since if Felix won, he would be able to use her face as a mold for the games. She didn't want that to happen one bit. This was the bet they always played for. If she won, he must take her to the movies, but if she lost, he gets her permission to use her face. But so far, he never won once, as Asna used each time multiple harassment techniques to ruin the game when she found that she was losing. But Felix was not a pushover, as he also created excuses each time he was about to lose. Just like in this case. "You are not answering? Fine, I am leaving then." Felix immediately excused himself with a grin after seeing her continue to ignore him. He knew that his cards were bad and he had high chances of losing. Even though Asna removed her pants in front of him, he didn't know if she was truly planning to ruin the game,
because she had bad cards as well, or simply bluffing to keep him playing. He didn't want to take such a risk, so he bailed out the moment an opportunity showed itself. Tisk. If I knew this bastard had cards worse than mine, I wouldn't have given him an excuse. Asna clicked her tongue in irritation and wore a new pair of red shorts. Oh well. At least I can enjoy watching him hide his face behind that hoodie. She chuckled and created a bucket of popcorn. Watching Felix wear a hoodie with slumped shoulders, waiting patiently to get teleported inside the game hall. 20 minutes later, inside a giant hall that was almost identical to the one in Felix's first game. Greeting my lovely players. A ravishing tall beauty, wearing a spotless short white dress with a blue lily flower on its back, suddenly appeared above 100 or so of players underneath her. Immediately after the players heard her sweet greeting, an ecstatic expression replaced their dreadfulness over the upcoming game. Lucky to actually have Madame Zoe as our judge. This game might not be that bad after all. I heard she is still a single to this date, even though she was subjected to multiple wooing attempts by high-ranked players. PFF, as if those buffoons actually had a chance with her. TSK. She probably paid a fortune to have that face and figure within the UVR, said a short-haired attractive girl with a jealous expression at the looks Madame Zoe was receiving from the male players. Not as much as you. A sudden sarcastic voice responded to her. I dare you to repeat it. Your face is as fake as my name. What are you going to do about it? Landlord, huh? I hope they drop us near each other. She narrowed her eyes at Felix, who was grinning mockingly near her face. I would rather be dropped near beasts than a clown like you, he scoffed. You fucker. You asked for it. She immediately struck his face with a punch. His face was too close to dodge it, though Felix never had such a plan, as he grinned and took it with open arms. Bam! Her punch made direct contact with his nose bridge, breaking it. Hot blood streamed down his chin coming from his nose. Yet, he merely snickered and yelled deafeningly, silencing the chatter around him. Madame Zoe, this bitch broke my nose when I was defending your beauty. Bewildered, everyone eyed him and the female player. They didn't think someone was daring enough to create trouble in front of a judge. Such disrespectful behavior was not tolerated by any judge. Oh, let me see. Zoe instantly teleported in front of Felix and extended her pale hand toward his face. Felix didn't even flinch as her soft hand touched his broken nose. Indeed, it is broken. She nodded her head and looked at the female player who broke it. Why did you do so, Miss Perfect Figure? She asked calmly. Yet, that tone sent shivers coursing through Miss Figure's spine. She knew that punching Felix was truly a stupid move to do in front of a judge. Alas, her anger took the best of her. Now, it was already too late to regret it, as she could only try to make something up to save herself. He insulted me continuously. I was just defending my honor, she explained with an aggrieved expression. TSK. She probably paid a fortune to have that face and figure within the UVR. TSK. She probably paid a fortune to have that face and figure within the UVR. Tisk she. Felix played a recording of her insult out loud for everyone to hear repeatedly. Ouch, she is fucked. Well, good for us, another one eliminated before the game. Madame Zoe eyelids twitch each time the recording plays. She is truly pissed. The other players whispered softly between each other as they viewed Madame Zoe eyeing Miss Figure indifferently. Was that what you meant by saying you were defending your honor? Zoe smiled gently. It seems to me that this gentleman was defending me, and you punched him after not being able to handle his remakes. If so, you broke the rules by punching him. Thus you need to be punished. Zoe lifted her hand in front of the horrified Miss Figure, who knew exactly that her head would explode if she snapped her finger. Just as she planned to beg for leniency, a merciful voice resounded in her ears akin to heavenly bells. Madame Zoe, I am willing to drop the matter and spare her life under one condition. Felix coughed, interrupting Madame Zoe from killing his prey. He didn't orchestrate all of this just to have Miss Figure get killed. He was not that bored. Oh, what do you suggest, Mr. Landlord? Zoe decided to listen to him since it was his own case in the first place. She was merely following the rules by killing her, as fights within the game hall were strictly forbidden. If he had another punishment in mind that Miss Figure could agree to, then she would accept it. I am willing to forgive her if she gave me all of her current game points and the ones she will earn during this game. Shell-shocked, the players gasped at his condition. They realized that Felix's target was this all along. After all, during this game, GPs were going to be contested on heavily to secure the win if no one managed to find the exit before the duration ends. This meant that Miss Figure would be slaving herself obediently to earn points knowingly that she wouldn't be able to use them later on. Otherwise, she would give up on farming points at all and put her faith in finding the maze exit. Such a vicious condition didn't have a single ounce of mercy. You bastard! What have I done to you? Why did you even approach me? Miss Figure was on the verge of sobbing as she pointed her trembling finger at him. Are you stupid? Felix questioned her intelligence with a sincere smile and added, Why do I need enmity against you to make a move? We are literally going to kill each other an hour from now. I am merely looking out for my benefits. He shrugged his shoulders. No hard feelings, Mississippi. Felix honestly didn't think this trick would work, as the majority of players knew how to keep their emotions in check inside the game hall. Even the most explosive player tries to act as docile as possible in this place. Any mistake or bad remark could be used against you by the judge. The worst faith was getting your head popped by her. Such a strict and brutal treatment was enforced by all MCs based on the orders of the SGA. No mercy to the offenders, so everyone would know their place. They were players, and as players they had only one job. That was entertaining the spectators. Madame Zoe chuckled and approached Miss Figure, who was sobbing miserably. She truly was unlucky to be marked as prey by Felix. So are you going to accept his condition? Or should I pop your head? She asked indifferently, yet she couldn't hide her gloating eyes at all. A judge or not, female's reverse scale was always beauty. I accept his damned term. Miss Figure agreed while sniffing softly. Any commoner would sympathize with her if they saw her condition. Too bad. She was surrounded by bloodliners. As the only looks she was receiving were gloats at her misfortune, and envy at Felix for getting such free extra points farmer. They kinda were regretting not doing it first. Alas, it was too late to repeat his feat now. Alright, all of your current points and future points earned during this game will be all sent to landlord's account after the game ends. Madame Zoe looked at Felix and asked, Are you okay with my arrangement, Mr. Landlord? Yes, whatever the judge said goes. Felix bowed his head respectfully and backed away to sit in a corner alone. Having Mississippi Figure as GP farmer might not give him a lot of GP, but at least he would be getting some without dropping a sweat. Yet, the best part about all of this was the fact other players wouldn't try to annoy him for partnerships after seeing that he shouldn't be messed with. Let's jump straight to rules explaining. After taking care of Felix's situation, Zoe teleported back to the podium and said, We already wasted enough time, so I will try to make my explanation quick. She immediately jumped into explaining the game's rules instead of talking about the streaming revenue like Marlion did in Felix's first game. If Felix was playing in a bronze game, he wouldn't be spared from hearing the same explanation. However, since this was a silver game that didn't have a single player on his first game, there was no need for the MC to waste their time. Those are the rules of the game that you were given before. She pointed at the 11 rules which were displayed on the screen and began to explain the vague ones so they wouldn't ask too many questions later on during the quest and answer. First, let's start with the shuffling mechanism and what you should expect from it. She highlighted the third rule and fourth on the screen and put them above a massive towering maze that spanned over 20 square kilometers. Just like the imitation that Felix used to practice with, this maze was made out of a smooth silver alloy that had multiple complex formations, words, and pictures drawn upon them. Some were colorful while some were just straight-out written sentences in black. They were clustered on every wall and ground, creating a mysterious, breathtaking atmosphere. But for the players, they found nothing beautiful about it, as they knew that those formations and words were the keys to either activate traps or open up hidden compartments within the walls or the ground. Just the sight of their numerous numbers sent a chill coursing through their back. They understood that one wrong step might lead to their downfall. Felix was not despairing as much as the others, as he still had a trump card that helped him successfully avoid those traps in his training room. Every 30 minutes, the entire maze's walls will shuffle, like this. Madame Zoe didn't let them continue dwelling on those key formations. As she showed them on the screen, the entire maze's walls shuffle randomly, changing the entire layout into a completely different labyrinth. The process didn't take even 10 seconds. The only thing that remained stationary during the shuffle was the exit position that was in the very center of the maze. That's it. I am giving on reaching the exit. I will focus on collecting points. Same. Chasing after the exit is but a wishful thinking. True, after all, by the time you figure the path forward and begin treading it, the maze will shuffle, ruining your efforts. Immediately after the demonstration ended, noisy murmurs engulfed the hall, as the players kept sharing their own views on the shuffling mechanism. Sign, I pity those simple-minded apes. A smart-looking tall man, wearing a dark business suit, a blue marine tie, pointy black shoes, and thin glasses, eyed those players in a piteous manner. No one knows if he pitted their low chances of winning the game or their intelligence. Can you please be quiet? Madame Zoe requested gently, not raising her voice or scolding them as Marlion did on Felix's first game. However, the results were the same, as everyone stopped their chatter and refocused on Zoe with enchanted expressions. TSK, if those are the men I am fighting with, I doubt I would lose this game. A charming brunette woman, wearing only a thin black veil to cover her assets, mused while sizing up the male players. Please don't interrupt me again with your chatter. I still have a long list to cover. Zoe requested and continued at the same pace. You will be immobilized for 10 seconds each shuffle. The only thing you would be able to move is your eyes. She paused. Before the shuffle happens, there will be a 10 seconds alarm to warn you about it. Understood. The players only nodded their heads. Not a single one raised his hand, as they knew that questions should be asked only in the Questist and Answer segment. After Zoe mentioned all the important details about the shuffling mechanism, she removed those 2 rules from the screen and highlighted the next 6th, 7th, and 8th rule. Moving on to hidden compartments, treasure chest, and beasts. Without waiting for them to interrupt her again with their chatter, she began clarifying those rules as much as possible. Firstly, the treasure chests. She extended 2 fingers and said, there are 2 types of chests in the maze. Ones are in the open and others hidden. The difference between them is their content. She paused. The chests in the open rewards you with only game points, and the amount found inside is represented by the rank of the chest. She showed them 4 chests with different colors and sizes on the screen, starting off from uncommon, rare, epic to finally legendary. She opened them, showcasing a varied amount of points in each one. The uncommon chest had green color and 150 GP inside. The rare chest was blue and had 400 GP inside. As for epic and legendary, both of them had 3 question marks. Those treasures are guarded by beasts, and the lower the rank of the chest, the weaker its guardian, and vice versa. Killing those beasts also rewards you with game points. After seeing that they understood what she meant, she changed the content of the chests from game points to items, abilities, and scrolls. Meanwhile, in the hidden compartments chests, you will find items from the prize pool, abilities that will help you greatly finding the exit, and lastly treasure scrolls that will lead you to an open chest guarded by a beast. She smiled and added, and of course the higher the chest rank is, the better the rewards. Although the players were quite excited about it, they still didn't get fully baited to commit to a treasure hunt. They were not fools to not figure out that those hidden compartments would contain tons of traps just to obtain those treasures. The worst part was the fact they might actually end up finding an uncommon chest inside after surviving the trap salvo. So it was much better if they focused on the chests guarded by the beasts than the ones hidden. At least, the only thing they would worry about was defeating its guardians. I know that you are thinking that those hidden compartments are not worth the effort. She shook her extender finger slightly and said, you should not forget about the teleportation circles you might find inside. She enticed. Those circles can teleport you 1 kilometer near the exit, helping you clinch an unexpected win. What's the catch? A random player yelled. Abashed, Zoe played with a lock of her silky smooth caramel brown hair while informing them with a mellow voice. There is only 1 in 100 chances that using the teleportation will take you near the exit. TSK thought so. Instantly, everyone lost their interest in relying on them. This vixen wanted them to use those teleportation circles so she could mock them with the audience after they fail miserably. She only cared about doing her job as the MC, and that was entertaining the spectators. As for the fate of those poor players, she didn't give a crap if they get eaten by a beast or nailed to the wall by a trap. Hell, she might even prefer seeing that. That's why she was overselling those hidden compartments. But the players were not fools to be led by her. Bunch of cowards. She cursed them in her mind while still having that gentle smile. That's all there is to know about the rules. After seeing their disinterested expression on hearing more about the hidden compartments, she quickly wrapped up the rules explanation and told them to begin the questist and answer session. Madam Zoe, I want to know if the 10-second stun during the walls shuffle is just for us or the beasts will be stunned as well? The man from earlier, who was wearing a business suit and glasses, was the first to lay down his question. The beasts are free to move during the entire duration of the maze. So don't start a fight when the maze is about to shuffle, she advised. What can we expect in terms of abilities inside the chests? Another one asked. See for yourself. Next, she shooed him away with a hand wave. Is the game going to be concluded the moment one exits the maze or only after the duration ends? The moment a champion emerges, the game will be concluded. Are you expecting the champion to wait for you until you finish farming points? She glared at him for asking such a retarded question. Ha 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 ha. Cough. Forget what I said. The player squirmed inside the crowd and hid under the mocking jeers of those around him. Are we going to get teleported randomly? Or dropped from mid-air during the start of the game? You will be dropped from mid-air for 10 seconds. Use it wisely and try to memorize the path towards the exit. She advised them in a solemn manner. Are we allowed to pass through walls? A player asked with a hint of worry in his eyes. You can use whatever abilities you have to win. If you can run in a straight line towards the exit, do so, no one stopping you. Next. She shrugged her shoulders and pointed her finger at another player. What's the name of this game's unique title? And what are we required to do to obtain it? A well-built big man, holding 2 sharp axes above his shoulders, fired off 2 questions with a cocky smirk on his face. This game title is... She paused for a few seconds to build some tension, yet everyone was still eyeing her expressionlessly. She sighed a bit downcast and said that the title name was going to be The Wealthiest of Them All. To obtain it, you just need to collect 10.000 GP. She gave a harmless smile, like the number she just mentioned wasn't a big deal. Might as well keep it. The players murmured under their breaths and stopped thinking about the title. Oh, speaking of titles, if you want to obtain my MVP title and recommendation letter to join the Hall of Fame. She tucked a hair strand behind her ear and said, you just need to hunt down 70% of the beasts inside the maze solo. If the unique title still had a tiny chance to obtain it, then this one was definitely out of question. There was simply no way a player had enough energy and strength to hunt down that amount of beasts within 2 hours and a half. There was just no way. The players knew so as well, thus they acted like she never mentioned it in the first place. During the game of Wally, he received an MVP title and recommendation letter from the MC Titus. However, it wasn't because he fulfilled Titus's objective like the one Zoe just gave them, but because he won using an unorthodox method that no one dared on using. Thus, he deserved to get the title. That concludes the questist and answer session. She glanced at her bracelet and said, you have 1 hour to socialize. Good luck. Just as she planned to teleport to the stadium, a clear, polite voice stopped her. Madam Zoe, please just 1 moment of your time. Felix, who spoke, moved away from the corner he was sitting on before and advanced slowly through the crowd of players until he reached the stage she was on. She looked at him curiously and gave him 2 minutes to speak his mind. He nodded his head respectfully to her and faced the players, who were eyeing him each with a different expression. Curiosity, puzzlement, but mostly indifference. I just want to spice things up a bit for my fans by making this game a little bit more challenging for me. Before the players could bash him for his arrogant claim, he followed up with a smile. So I suggest an open wager for all to join. Immediately after hearing that term, Zoe's face brightened up in an instant. Meanwhile, the nonchalant players all broke their composure by gasping out loud in shock. Never did they expect that someone would open a wager in a silver-ranked game. This mechanism was used mostly on gold or above. After seeing that he grabbed their attention successfully, Felix started informing them about the terms of the wager. First, everyone is allowed to join. He coughed. Except Miss Figure. She is my GP farmer. Fuck you. A loud feminine curse echoed in the hall. Felix merely ignored it and continued where he left. The wager terms are simple. Everyone's points earned during the game will be the trophy, and the condition to win it is by gathering the highest amount of game points during the game. The player who does so takes everything home. He paused for a second and added, however, the moment you join the wager, using the exit to win the game will not be allowed. Felix added this term to stop those who joined the bet but focused on the exit, leaving them farming points like morons for the winner. That wouldn't be fair at all. That's why he only limited this bet to point collection, as it would force the players to use whatever means necessary to obtain as many points as possible. So, they could emerge victorious at the end in both the bet and possibly the game if no one found the exit before the duration ends. This would raise the total amount of points collected to a staggering amount, making the winner of the bet a rich player instantly. Felix would be a fool to not create this wager in this game, where points were abundant unlike in his previous game where getting them was only by elimination. Your wager is quite interesting. The man wearing the dark business suit pushed his glasses upward his nose bridge and said, however, you made that player a GP farmer for you. This meant you will exceed our points collected at the end of the game when she transfers her points. Fuck you as well. Everyone ignored Miss Figure's aggrieved curse and nodded in agreement. Felix examined this man with his good-natured smile and comforted him. Mr. Solar Mist, I never planned to count her points in the first place, so you don't need to worry about it. Meanwhile, his hidden slits were gleaming with dreadful wickedness, as he added with a sincere voice, this bet is as fair as it can get. It seems like there is no catch in this wager. Should I take part? Solar Mist pondered whether to participate or not. He was not the only one doing so, as the majority stood in silence, contemplating and analyzing their chances of winning the bet. Felix didn't rush them, neither did Zoe. They both knew that joining this wager was not a joking matter, as it was a risky subgame in itself. After all, if only 20 players decided to join, the amount collected by them at the end would surpass all of their GP they collected over their SG career individually. So, they must make sure that at least they had a chance to win the bet before they dare risking all of their points. After a while, Solar Mist was the first to express his desire into joining the wager by saying, I will join only if I am able to add some ground rules to make it fair for all of us. Be my guest and add as many rules as you please. Felix shrugged his shoulders in a careless manner, not worried about being affected negatively by his rules. First, anyone who joined the bet cannot rely on allies during any beast hunt. This rule made total sense, as it wouldn't be a fair battle when some players received assistance in their points collection while others relied on themselves. TSK. I guess I am out. Same. My abilities are supportive in nature. Might as well focus on the exit. As expected, quite few players disgruntled at this rule and gave up on joining the wager. Some of them were planning to create an alliance to win the bet and split the pie between each other. While some had a supporting bloodline that requires an ally to reach its potential, the same as Olivia's bloodline. Solar Mist ignored their grumbling noises and carried on composedly. Second rule, point transferring before the game ends is forbidden. No one disapproved of this rule as it was simply common sense. No one wanted players to transfer their points to one player to bump him ahead of others. Or in worst cases, transferring points to avoid losing them after realizing that the bet was lost. Third rule, the moment the game ends, the bet ends as well. He clarified, In other words, if someone found the exit in the first 10 minutes unexpectedly, the player with the highest points before that will win the bet. This was exactly what Felix feared would happen. He wanted to win the bet, but at the same time win the game. However, he wouldn't be able to focus on finding the exit while hunting any beast he saw and opening any chest he found to collect points. Meanwhile, those who did not participate with them in the bet would have their eyes locked only on finding the exit and emerging as the champion. That being said, Felix was only worried about some players finding the exit by chance. As for those smart players who truly could do so by relying on their abilities, he was not concerned about them one bit. Simply because they were going to join the bet with him. He was confident that not a single hardcore player within the hall would miss such a juicy opportunity to earn a massive amount of points at once. Hell, they could even give up on the championship and focus on the bet wholeheartedly. After all, the wish had limits. Meanwhile, that staggering amount of points could buy them items and products from the prize pool far exceeding what the wish could provide. Not in the quality, of course, but in quantity. Felix knew exactly how to spend those game points if he managed to win the bet. He already had the perfect use for them, and it didn't have any relation with spending them in the prizes pool. That's all I have to add. Calm and collected, Solar Mist fixed his black tie while standing as straight as a light pole, not speaking anymore. Felix nodded his head and thanked him for improving the wager even further. All right. I believe you had enough time to think about it. Zoe looked at them and requested, if you plan to join the bet, ascend the stage please. Can I pass through please? A delicate short girl with long yellow bangs covering her eyes and wearing only a homemade dress made out of green leaves, passed through the crowd of players while requesting shyly. The players opened a path for her to walk through instinctively while gaping at her in disbelief. What the hell? Birds call. The princess of Maganda tribe was next to me all along. She is too short to be noticed, I guess. A man jokingly said after seeing her height that didn't reach even 150 centimeters. Unfortunately, the expected laughs did not greet him, but only looks of condolence and pity. Shit, you should not have said that, brother. The players near him immediately retreated away, creating an empty circle around him. What the do you, Maya? Before he questioned what's going on with them, the same shy, cute voice interrupted him. However, this time there was a hint of threat in it. Did you just call me short, Mr. Sandstorm? Sandstorm laid his eyes on Bird's Call, who was smiling gently in front of him with her eyes hidden behind her bangs. A bit scared, he gulped inaudibly and denied her accusation, not daring to answer her truthfully. He wasn't stupid to not realize that he offended her greatly by his joke. Sigh. Couldn't he just take a knee and beg for forgiveness? Why lie to her? If before he had a chance to survive her rage, now he is totally screwed. Do you think she will nail him to a cross and parade him naked? Like the last offender? I doubt it. Princess Bird is quite imaginative on her punishments. I bet 100 GP that she will cleave him in half in real life. 300 GP here, that she will bury him within a hive of crimson devil ants. That's quite extreme, don't you think? She already did so before. I take your bet. Now totally scared shitless, cold sweat dripped from Sandstorm's chin as he listened to the murmurs of the players around him. Who the hell did I mess with? He questioned fearfully in his mind while gazing from above at the little thing in front of him. She didn't even reach his waist. Mr. Sandstorm, I will pay you a visit later in real life. Princess Bird smiled cutely, exposing 2 small fangs, and passed right beside him. Suddenly she stopped 1 meter behind him and said softly, "Oh, and don't die before then." She soon continued moving forward, walking towards the stage that was already packed with 8 players standing near each other with varied expressions. Indifference, coldness, arrogance, playfulness, confidence, and more. Mr. Sandstorm dropped to his knees with a deadpan expression, not knowing to this point who did he offend. The only thing he knew was that she was not messing around with her threats. The piteous looks he was receiving from those near him verified it even further.